On elections will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Here.
Vice Chair Busey.
Here.
Rep Burrows. Rep Capriglione.
Here.
Rep Deala.
Here.
Rep Manuel. Rep Morales.
Present.
Rep Swanson.
Present.
Rep Vo.
Here. All right, a quorum's present. I know we've got some folks that are on their way. They're in other meetings right now and be in and out. We'll have a significant time today at hearing a number of bills, and so we're going to try and keep this moving and be efficient with everybody's time, our members and our guests. I appreciate you all for being here. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. Due to the number of witnesses who are registered and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there will be a time limit of 3 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. As a reminder, committee members, please remember to check out the publicly available comments. These comments are left by the public on each agenda item in our hearings. And the comments are open until the end of the hearing and are posted upon adjournment from our hearing. If there's no other business that needs to be taken up, the chair lays out House Bill 5131 and recognizes Representative Bell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 5131. House Bill 5131, if I get this book open to the right spot, talks about the fact that under current law, the Secretary of State is required to conduct an audit of elections held in 4 counties during the prior 2 years. This is required to be 2 large counties and 2 smaller counties. The vast majority of the counties in our state fall under the smaller counties threshold and are under the population of 300,000. HB 5131 would define the elections to be audited as those conducted on uniform election dates, and then allow the Secretary of State to conduct an additional smaller county to audit, to select an additional smaller county to audit after they perform their current requirement of 4 counties. I've been told that the audits for the smaller counties are usually faster than the larger counties, which makes sense. This would allow for the Secretary of State to have the freedom to be able to review more counties if time and resources permit moving forward. With that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, and I believe there's a resource witness available from the Secretary of State. So with that, I reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you. See you. Have you registered to testify?
Show it. Not on this bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask me if I registered on this bill?
Actually, it was another, Christina Adkins is who I'd asked if she'd registered.
Here we go. I thought you were talking to me.
You can certainly register if you want to. Okay. Christina, we don't show you as having registered on this bill. Okay. If you'll do that, I'd appreciate it very much. In the meantime, the chair will call Valerie DeBille. Valerie DeBille. Valerie DeBille. I know we have an overflow room. I don't know if she's coming from over there or not. I show her as,
We can call her up again at the end if she's not in the room right now.
okay, Valerie's against the bill. She's not here to testify. The chair calls Trish Vieira. Yes, ma'am. Would you state your name?
Yes, good afternoon. I am Trish Vieira.
Trish, are you here on behalf of yourself, and are you neutral on the bill?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
All righty. Yes, I am a voter in Brazoria County, and although I love the fact that we're really concerned about our elections here and the audits seem to be a great idea. I'd love to be in favor of this. However, I'm concerned about The ballots and the barcodes, you've all voted and you know what they look like. We've got that barcode across the top and we've got those selections underneath it. So are those machines, are they counting our votes that we have there, or are they counting that barcode? Are they reading that barcode? And if the voter, like myself, doesn't understand how to read barcode, how do we know? So how would we really audit if we can't tell if that barcode matches our choices? So we've got the choices, in the one column. We've got that barcode. And it's a concern to me that we would do these audits, which would be great. But how do we audit this machine if we as voters don't have any idea whether that barcode and those choices even match? How do we figure that out? It seems also that we need a stricter wording or verbiage as a penalty for finding a discrepancy in an audit, to finding maybe a miscalculation or a dilution of votes. If we could actually read that barcode and read the choices and see that they would be, one and the same. Who do we hold accountable? Who, as in like a person, right? Who gets accountable? Is it our election officials? Who is the one that actually gets to answer for that? Or do we hold accountable that machine, and how would we do that? How does that machine that reads the barcode and does or doesn't do a great job, okay, on any given day or any given election, how do we hold that machine accountable? What's the verbiage we need there in a bill? What is the response there? Also, finding out in our county, our election official is also our county clerk. Okay, that might be common in a lot of counties. However, if she's also a candidate in that election, that seems like a conflict of interest to me. That seems like an odd mix, like a fox in the hen house kind of thing. And then again, how do we hold them accountable for counting that vote accurately? So I think a lot of times, I'll just kind of end with this, is that I'd rather err on the side of the people, and we tend to get into so much convenience. So here's our convenience and here's our accuracy. I would rather, as a voter in Brazoria County, I would choose accuracy over convenience every day, because my vote is very important to me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Hold on just 1 second. Let me make sure that none of our members have questions for you. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Christina Atkins. Your name is Christina Atkins, and you are speaking on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State, and you're neutral on 5131, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You're here as a resource witness for us.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? But Ms. Atkins, do you have any input on 5131?
With this particular bill, in working with our audit division a little bit, our audit division has indicated to me that, once they complete an audit in some of these smaller counties, they do have the bandwidth and the likelihood to be able to add some additional counties and to perform some additional auditing. Particularly what they've indicated is that they find that in one county, when it's a county that's relatively well run, they might have one issue that repeats through other elections, and so it's real easy to identify items that need to be addressed and improved upon.
Okay. And is there a committee substitute that you would be working with the author on that would deal with this?
Absolutely. We're more than happy to work with the author to address this issue or any other ways of putting in a little bit more process or procedure.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Members, any questions? Yes, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. I know we have addressed a lot of this stuff before, but we have a lot of new members and lots of new people testifying. Can you speak just briefly to what the previous woman said, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 sentences of how can you do an audit? And I know Heart Machines do read the names, ES&S, read a barcode. How do y'all audit and know that it's accurate? Can you just give us the short version?
The short version. I will do my best to make this the short version. Specifically with respect to this bill and the audit division that we have at the Secretary of State's office. What that audit division is looking at is they're looking at policy and procedure. They're looking at the paperwork related to an election and what transpired, in the election process itself. Do things reconcile? Do the voters and votes add up the way they need to be to indicate that the election was conducted as it should? Some of the other things that they've done in conjunction with these audits is they've done some limited recounting of ballots that's consistent with what we do in our post-election audit, our partial manual count, where you're looking to see if the votes that were cast, you manually count those to make sure they match the vote totals reported from the equipment itself. And so they are doing that in a limited capacity with some of these audits if there is a necessity for it.
Okay, so my follow-up to that would be, on the ESNS machines that read a barcode instead of the names, how do you know that those ballots really say what there's, how do you know you're counting them right?
Great question. We do get that question sometimes with those particular ballots where it has a barcode printed on there, and I think there's a few things that voters can look at to get some confidence that their ballot is being counted as it was cast. First, there's a barcode on there, but there's also the printed selection. So the voter can read that printed selection to see, what it was that they indicated and whether that name, in fact, is printed on the ballot itself. In addition to that, there's two different independent verifications that occur. Prior to all of our voting in Texas for an election, we do what's called a logic and accuracy test to make sure that the equipment is reading it as it's intended to. We do that before voting even begins. There's a big public test. We also do other versions of this testing right before and right after the tabulation of the equipment to ensure that there have been no changes, that database is still reading the way it's intended to. And then, as I indicated before, we have this partial manual count that happens after the election, where it's randomly selected locations or precincts, and those ballots are manually counted and checked off of the electronic count from those devices to make sure that those were functioning as they needed to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how much money is spent right now to conduct 4 audits under the current statute?
That is a great question. I actually don't have the breakdowns related to, maybe the cost per county, what's been spent, but that's information that we can get for you.
Even a rough ballpark, you wouldn't have?
So we had the initial 4 audits that were announced relating to the 2020 election, and I believe it was about $4 million that was appropriated to start that process and continue on with the audits that were added as part of Senate Bill 1. Senate Bill 1 also provided another independent audit requirement. It's in statute, and that's the one where we have to continue to draw counties every 4 years and look back on those elections.
So under this statute, you have to audit every 2 years, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2 years, yes.
Okay.
It's every 2 years.
So the
I
Senate
apologize.
one mirrors this one then? Or are we talking about 2 different bills and completely?
No. The audits that we currently have now in law were passed as part of Senate Bill 1. There was a provision that added a requirement for our office to audit elections in 4 counties every 2 years. And so there was funding for that, and that's still in place.
All right. So we have 254 counties in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
And if I wasn't a math, we just talked about it right now with these young ladies here. I wasn't a math guy. But it would take over 50 years for us to conduct an audit of every one of the counties if we were to go 5, let's say, because this bill would propose going from 4, and if we can, 1 more.
Sure, and it's specifically targeted towards those smaller counties where those audits can be completed a little bit easier. They have less data to review.
Mm-hmm.
And so for those counties, our larger counties, there's actually a threshold. If you're in a larger county, you're in one bucket, and if you're in a smaller county, it's definitely a longer time period to get through all those counties. I think what this does here is if the smaller county audits are completed more quickly, then we can draw additional names to get more counties in the review process.
Okay, then maybe I'm not reading something right, because I understood no matter what, even if you finish it within a week or a month, you can only do up to 4 counties every 2 years. Is that your understanding?
Of the law as it's currently written, yes, sir.
Okay, and this bill would propose adding 1 more county if you're able and have the resources within that 2-year period.
Yes, sir.
So the most that you can do, whether you finish in a month or months that it takes you to do the audit, the most that you can do in a 2-year period is 5.
Well, now I'm understanding what you're asking. I actually think that you could read this as you complete the audit of one of those counties that we'd previously drawn, and there's going to be 2 counties that are in that smaller county category, that you could add another one. So I think it's possible that you could end up adding 2 counties to the audit, 2 additional counties.
Okay. And then that's my point is, we're spending millions of dollars, more than likely, based on the rough estimate that you gave us on the ballpark. And just roughly, even doing them every year, if you do 5 counties per year, that still is gonna take us 50 years to conduct an audit of one county and then finish off with the last county. And even if we're able to streamline and get one more, okay, let's do that, 25, 30-year period. It seems that we are just spending money and not really getting the benefit of the audit to make sure that we're treating every county correct, appropriately. And what, do you agree or disagree? Would you want more resources? Are you asking for more resources to conduct more audits so that we can go through this process and make sure that every one of these counties is audited?
That's a great point, sir, and you're right. It does take resources, it does take people to be able to conduct the audits. And in the agency's LAR, there was a special, exceptional item asking for additional people to help with the audits, to be able to complete more and do more thorough work. If I might address just one other point that you mentioned, sir, when an audit is complete, as with the 2020 audits, the Secretary of State's office did release a report detailing the findings and detailing what were the items that they addressed and looked at during the audit itself. And I think the act of doing the audit, providing the report, and publishing the report can be a good tool for other counties to understand and know what an audit would entail so that they can start those preparations and start making revisions possibly to their training, to their policies and their procedures to make sure that that's functioning as well as it can be. And so there is some value in other counties being audited because the reports are there to guide counties that may have similar circumstances, population, geography, equipment use. They can draw from those other lessons learned.
And I guess it's fairly new, right? So we don't have any data to show how many other counties and election administrators have actually benefited from that report and have actually exercised and implemented policies based on those previous audits.
It's a new program, sir. You're correct in that. We have the 4 county audits from 2020 where a report was released there. Our audit division is currently working on the next round of audits. They've already begun that process and I think are actually close to finishing in some of the smaller counties. Because by and large, I think a lot of our counties do a pretty good job with elections. And so if they're doing the paperwork right, it's easy to review that material in a smaller population county, which is what I think the premise of this bill is getting at.
Do you know the randomized audit, assuming you're using software, right, so that it's not prone to human error, as far as which counties are picked?
So,
is that accurate?
Actually, sir, I was not part of the actual selection of the randomized audit, but I can describe to you what they did. They actually quite literally had names written on pieces of paper, put them in a bucket, and drew the county names out of the bucket.
Right. And once you take my home county, Maverick, once you take and pick out Maverick County and you conduct an audit, 2 years later, you're doing another audit. Do you throw the Maverick County paper back into?
I don't believe so. I think those people go toward, they are not, they get put into another category because we want to draw from counties that have not been audited yet.
Okay. And that's even if, let's say you found, and assuming, I'm not saying this, but assuming you found a lot of irregularities that you would make you prone to think that particular county should probably be considered again for another audit in 2 years, just to see if they fixed all of their issues. You don't have the discretion to throw that name back into the entire 254 counties to see if they get.
That's an excellent point, sir. I think there are some concerns about that to address specifically that issue. And there have been some conversations about maybe making some tweaks to some of the legislation to address that issue where you have ongoing issues. And that's something that our office has indicated we're willing to work with the representative on if he wants to incorporate some of those concerns into subsequent versions of this bill.
My concern right now is the limited amount of window of opportunity that we have. We're not really taking into account all 254 counties, and if we really take this time, I don't think we're being fair to those that do get audited, because if you're just lucky enough, and let's say you end up 20 years down the road, a lot of things can take place, and a lot of things can change. Even the law can change, and you're not even privy to having to be audited 20 years down the road when a lot of other counties did. So you can understand my
excellent point.
concerns with respect to the current law and to the proposed statute, because I don't think it's, just adding one more county, I don't think it's doing enough.
Yes, sir, I hear what you're saying, and again, we're more than willing to work with the representative to address some of those issues, and from what I've been hearing, there's definitely a desire to address that scenario.
Do you have any data that would show approximately how much time you take with the smaller counties, the ones under 300,000?
I don't have that in my hands right now, but I can get you that information, sir. I can talk to our audit division about kind of the timing issues that it's, from what they're seeing.
If you can
But
get
I'm happy
me-
to get that to you.
Thank you. If you can
Yes,
get me
sir.
the timing as far also as a better estimate as to the expenses associated with these audits, and hopefully share it with the clerk for all of us to have, really appreciate that.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Morales, hold on just a second, Valerie, you go after Chair Busey, and then Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, can you talk to me about the audit division? You said that they think they have the capacity, but y'all also just asked for more employees. So do you have like small county audit division team that goes out there and large county? Or I guess what the purpose of my question is, why would we want to jump into a fifth audit when we have 3 others still ongoing? Why wouldn't we want to put our resources to
Sure.
work through the current requirements?
Sure, that's a great question. I think when we're looking at the audit teams, there are some cross-sectional teams there within the division where all of them might be working on some counties for part of the time, depending on how large the data set is that they're going to have to wade through. But then you're also going to have some people that might be specifically assigned to individual counties. I think with some of the larger counties, there is a need for more people to delve into that data successfully, because those large counties in Texas are so much larger than some of the smaller counties. And the way you have to divide your labor up, it takes a little bit more work to get into those bigger counties.
I can only imagine. I guess that is why I have concerns, is that why would we not want to utilize all of our audit division to get through the current requirement before we move on to the next task?
That's a great question, Representative, and I think I'll work with our team to get numbers. The questions that Representative Morales was asking related to cost and timing of how long it takes to complete that, and I can provide that to the committee. That might help get you the information you're looking at, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, thank you for the questions. Valerie Swanson, Representative Swanson, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. It's hard to switch from, friends on the floor to formal here. I have a comment on what Representative Morales brought up, and then I have a question on something else. I would urge you to take every county that gets audited and throw the name of that county back in the hat again, because otherwise, you've just told those counties, you don't have to worry about running a good election next time.
Yeah. I think that's a great point, ma'am, and I do believe that that's something, the discussions that I've been hearing related to this and some of the questions that have been posed to our office, I think that's something that we'll be speaking to the representative about. What you're articulating is something that we've been hearing.
Everyone should be
Yes, ma'am.
concerned about getting audited every year. Okay, thanks. And my other question is, I think a lot of us have questions, and as far as perhaps the difference between a recount that a candidate might ask for, in which case I think on a recount, maybe depending on what all they pay for, isn't it like a total manual recount?
Sure. So a petition for recount by a candidate
Okay.
is typically going to include all ballots in that election in which that candidate's name appeared. So
And
it
they're
would
going
be-
to look at it manually, so
Manually.
they're going to read names as opposed to the barcode,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. That's
Okay,
correct.
so this is tying back into this other stuff. Okay, so compare that to an audit instead. I take it you only hand count a certain number of them and compare.
So for what we have under current law, this partial manual count, it is a percentage-based audit. It's a percentage of locations or a percentage of precincts. So it's randomly selected. It's not everything in the election.
Right.
Randomly selected. And then for the county-run races, the state selects the race, but we don't tell them what the race is going to be until after the election. So we select the precincts or polling locations. We select the race. Then they are instructed to perform that count and compare it to their electronic vote totals.
So you're only auditing like one particular race that they don't know about ahead of time, or are you auditing every race?
No, it's not every race. It's just a selected race, or in the instance of a constitutional amendment, a selected proposition. For elections that are not run by where they're not county-run elections, local races, they are doing the partial manual count's a little bit more extensive since those are usually narrower margins.
Okay.
They have to count a little bit more. If it's a smaller election, typically has a little bit more to count.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Atkins.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. The chair calls Palasha Shawani. Afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Pavisha Shrawani.
Are you here on behalf of Engage Texas and self? And yourself?
Yes,
And are you against the bill?
I am against the bill.
Go ahead.
So also, in addition to being a representative of Engage, I was an employee of the EA office for Harris County. And so I just want to explain some of what goes on behind the scenes that people find so controversial now. For the SOS to audit our elections, to me, it is over-policing, it's unnecessary, and our county can audit itself. And besides, how many of our elections have the SOS not certified? And how does that build efficiency for our voters in Harris County and for our elections? Harris County elections are underfunded. That is one of the most fundamental issues why there are mishaps. But these are not irregularities. These are not abnormalities. And they did not find those irregularities in the last election either. There's not a strong argument as to why we need to be audited. Everyday citizens comprise of the temporary workforce. It is a huge workforce of election workers that are temporary. The parties have a difficult time recruiting, and the parties are responsible for that recruitment. Now, when the parties cannot recruit, the EA or the county clerk, years back, has to find people to work the polls. And the size of Harris County being 5 million people now, we need a lot of polling places. We need a large workforce. So that's another fundamental issue that needs to be addressed.
Ma'am, I appreciate your comments on that, and I appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to come up here. Of course, this bill is very narrow, and we're just talking about whether or not the Secretary of State is going to randomly select another county with a total population of less than 300,000 to be audited. And so whatever the situation was with Harris County, I'll be glad to talk to you about it later, maybe in connection with some other bill, but right now we just need to keep it to this bill. So do you have anything else to say about this?
I just don't see the logic of why small counties need to be audited. I really feel like this is inspired by what happens with Harris County in particular, and I think this would probably be a precedent for additional overreach of the SOS of our larger county elections.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time. Members, do y'all have any questions of Ms. Sharwani? I think we're good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it very much. The chair calls Ed Johnson. Mr. Johnson, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
You are Ed Johnson. You're here testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Make this short and sweet. This is a very simple bill. If you just talk about the bill, it's allowing the Secretary of State to audit another small county within that year. As Representative Morales was mentioning, you do the math, it's going to be a century later before they get through all the small counties. So it's allowing them to audit more small counties. It's counties under 300,000 in population. So that means the large county bucket actually is 85% of the voters in the state of Texas. The small county bucket is is a very small percentage of the voters, and it doesn't take very much time to audit these smaller counties. So they could do multiple within a 2-year cycle and help them get through the whole complete list of over 230 counties that they're going to have to do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The chair calls Dr. Laura Presley. Dr. Presley, your name is Dr. Laura Presley, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're here on behalf of True Texas Elections, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you for the bill?
I am for the bill.
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on the audit, and is it more effective to go do a smaller county, or is it more effective to deep dive the current counties that they already have? So I've read the audit, the 400-page audit that they did of the 4 counties. I've read every page of it. And I'd like for the committee to understand what's not in the audit that you would expect it to be. The forensic audit was to include, to determine what laws and procedures were properly followed and determine the causes and discrepancies in the vote counting or tabulations. What was not in the audit, they did not physically look at ballots and compare them to the vote totals from the computers. Representative Swanson, you asked the question. I think there was a bit of a confusion. What they did, they audited what the county did for the random partial count. The Secretary of State did not look at physical ballots and compare them to vote computer tabulations. They did not. They audited what the county did for the partial manual recount. And they decided, the Secretary of State decided which precincts those were, but all counties do that. Okay? The second thing they did not do was compare the early voting results tapes versus the early voting results from the main computer. That was not compared to. The results tapes are printed at the polls. You know, they're coming from the machines, the voting machines, and then you've got the main computer. They were not audited. They did not audit the canvass precinct results versus what the audit log showed the ballots to be counted, because the audit log shows ballots counted by vote center. You can't compare that to the canvass precinct by precinct results. It's not apples to apples. Does that make sense? Those are the 3 things the audit did not include, which I was a little bit surprised at. There were so many issues in Harris County that was just shocking. And because the machines had already been reprogrammed, they couldn't go determine the root causes of it. But in Dallas County, they found that the audit log of the ballots counted did not match what the canvass report reported. And those 2 reports come from the same computer. How does that happen? That can't be unless there's a couple of different sets of books. So my point is, I would like the Secretary of State to deep dive into these issues instead of spread out. It's depth versus breadth, and go deep into the audit, especially look at ballots and the computerized counts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Members, any questions of the witness? It's all right. Can you tell me what kind of doctor you are?
Yes, I have a PhD in chemistry and physics. I have 4 patents in computer technology, and I do, I'm a consultant for lawsuits for elections, and I've done audits of counties. I did a expert report of a $1.1 billion election contest in Dallas County. We found the same things that this audit found, that the canvass results and the audit logs don't match. And the only way, in my professional opinion, that you can have is you have 2 separate sets of books in the main computer. So we found in Dallas County in that election contest exactly what the audit found.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Members,
much.
Any questions?
At some point, can we have Christina Adkins come back and
Yeah.
address what she said? I don't have more questions. questions for the witness, unlike to
Yes,
from the state.
thank you.
Bless y'all.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that very much. The chair calls Lori Gallagher. Good afternoon, Ms. Gallagher. Are you Lori Gallagher?
Yes, I am.
Are you here on behalf of Texas First and yourself?
Yes, I am.
And are you neutral on the bill?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lori Gallagher. I was a poll watcher in the November 2020 election. I was appointed to watch an unprecedented recovery attempt that failed. I then turned into a post-election citizen auditor, and many of the records that Christina Atkins was talking about, I performed Information Act requests and received register of ballot forms, incident manager logs, audit logs, chain of custody documents for each voting center, in person and election day. And what we found were that these audits that are currently being performed after an election that we're all given, Lori, we've got randomized audits. It's going to be, we do audits, our system's safe. Well, the manipulations and malfunctions that we've detected in our post-election citizen audits are showing things that cannot be detected in the types of audits that are currently being done. And so, excuse me, sorry, I'm nervous. Yeah, I'm nervous. Eric Opiello was here. He had me sanctioned. There he is. He had my husband sanctioned $20,000 for trying to restore a voting system after it failed.
And if we can kind of keep our comments on the bill, I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I am neutral on this audit bill because our current audits, you're not able to know whether or not a voter actually received, marked, and cast the right ballot. And that is because of countywide voting systems, and they pulled the voting outside of the neighborhood precinct, and there's no way that you can know if a voter actually got the correct ballot with the current systems. So thank you so much.
Just one second. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Gallagher.
Thank you.
The chair calls Valerie DeBill. Ms. DeBill, Valerie DeBill. The chair calls Valerie DeBill. Okay, Ms. DeBill is here to testify, or registered to testify on behalf of herself against the bill. I don't see her, so if there's anyone else, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5131? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Bell to close on 131.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And it has been quite an interesting time listening to the audit process described and to the costing of the audit process described. But what I'd really like to do is make sure this committee understands that that's not this bill. If you look at this bill only does two things. Line 9 of the bill calls for it to be on a uniform election date, and lines 11 through 14 simply give the Secretary of State the opportunity. Does not require a mandate. They don't have the funds, Representative Busey. They don't need to do it. If the selection process is not touched by this bill at all. So with those clarifications in mind, one, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I would really respectfully ask that this bill be reported favorably.
Yes, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. If there is no objection, House Bill 5131 will be left pending. I'm hearing none, the chair hears none, and House Bill 5131 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3046 and recognizes Representative Casal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, members of the committee, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3046 relating to the omission of a deceased candidate from the ballot in certain elections. During the 86th session, Legislature passed House Bill 1067 by our colleague Chairman Ashby that authorized the authority responsible for preparing the ballots in an election other than a general election for state and county officers, the option to admit a candidate's name from the ballot who has passed away on or before the deadline for filing an application for a place on that ballot. So currently, if a candidate for an elected office passes away, they must have died before the filing deadline. If not, the name of the deceased candidate remains on the ballot. House Bill 3046 seeks to remove this timeline and simply allows the authority responsible for preparing the ballots the option to omit the candidate's name from the ballot at any point prior to the ballots being printed. As with Chairman Ashby's, this request was brought to me by Deborah Newkirk, who is now a constituent of mine from Madison County and who serves as the city secretary for the city of Midway. Deborah could not be with us today, but I believe we have provided the committee with a copy of her written testimony. In short, the city of Midway found themselves in a unique situation not long ago during a city council election when one of the candidates passed away and legally they were to remain on the ballot. This created quite a bit of confusion among voters, and Deborah has remained engaged ever since, working to ensure that our election process is honest and transparent. While this may not necessarily be a problem in larger areas where resources and candidates are plenty, this poses larger issues in our rural communities where election resources are more limited. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions, and we have election administrators here who can also answer any questions, and I would like to respectfully reserve the right to close.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Swanson.
Yes, thank you. I enjoyed the visit we had just earlier today, Representative Cassell, and you did indicate that you thought that perhaps we could make some tweaks here because I do agree that it'd be nice to not have wasted elections where perhaps a deceased person wins or throws it into a runoff. But my concern is that perhaps that deceased person was the person that everyone wanted, and perhaps other people who are the same political side as the deceased person may have all not run because...
They stayed at home.
Yeah, well...
Sat on the sideline.
Well, right, because they wouldn't want to run against you, you know, and not that you're going to die. Never mind. Don't throw out that analogy. So my point was, we don't know who all would have run if...
Yeah, you make a great point. In
Exactly.
our conversation today, I agree. And I think there's somebody testifying on the bill today that I heard rumor. And as chairman knows, I'm always willing to make a bill better. So I think let's open it up for testimony. And then when I close, I think we need to have this conversation. We'll go from there.
I'm hoping to see filing opened up again for a brief period of time so people have the opportunity to jump in.
Sounds like a marvelous idea.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Reserved right.
Yes, sir. Reserve your right to close, and the chair calls Bill Sargent. Bill Sargent. Oh. Okay, hold on just a second, Mr. Sargent. Let's make sure we got the record straight. So you're not interested in testifying, but you've registered in, okay, we have you represent, you're in opposition? So you are Bill Sargent. You're here testifying on behalf of yourself in opposition to the bill. But you don't want to testify. Okay, let us get that straight. No, it's all right. No problem.
It happens. It happens. Okay.
Okay, I think we have that figured out now. Thank you, Mr. Sargent. The chair calls Ed Johnson. Yes, sir. You are Ed Johnson testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Yes, I see some problems in our partisan elections. There is a mechanism for replacing someone when they pass away before the election is called. After the primary, if somebody passes away, the executive committees of the party can pick a new replacement. And then there's a point, since I've done a lot of election work, that you actually get into where it's impossible to remove someone from the ballot. It's about 60 days before the election. That person's name will stay on there. You have the election. If the deceased person wins, then you end up with a special election afterwards. You look at big entities like the city of Houston having an election. It usually comes down to you have, and the parties kind of group together, you have a conservative candidate usually, and you have a liberal candidate that's running. If one of those were to pass away, this bill just makes the other one the default winner, basically in the list. And it doesn't give that side that lost their candidate the ability to pick somebody to be voted for. So we need to make some little modifications. I understand the expense in running a dead person on the ballot and then having to have some kind of special election or some kind of appointment system and then have another election. That gets to be real expensive. But on the other hand, if you're not providing another candidate, you're disenfranchising the particular side that lost their candidate on this race.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Christina Adkins. Good afternoon, Ms. Atkins. Thank you for being here. You are Christina Atkins, testifying on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you're on the bill.
Yes, sir.
Members, do we have any questions of our resource witness? Vice Chair Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Atkins, can you walk us through the current process before this bill and what this bill would change, and also what parameters this bill is dealing with as far as just
Sure.
local elections, right?
Sure. Just hearing some of the testimony so far, I think it's important to clarify that what we're talking about in this bill are local races. We're talking about cities and school districts, water districts. We're not talking about those elections that have party affiliation on the ballot, because that's a separate process.
Mm-hmm.
And as Mr. Johnson indicated, there are separate procedures for when an individual in that circumstance, somebody dies, being able to appoint a replacement nominee.
So
it's
what-
limited in scope.
What happens today if we don't pass this bill and somebody dies? Can you just help us understand that?
Sure. Generally speaking, if we're further along in the process, where we're past that candidate filing period, you think your ballot order's set, ballots are printed, or, we're that far along in the process. If somebody dies, they're obviously on the ballot still. That name is still on the ballot. And what would happen is the votes that were cast would still be counted to a large degree for this particular candidate. And if that candidate that was deceased did in fact get the votes that it would take to win, or force a runoff situation, then we have to consider whether or not it's appropriate for the governing body to appoint a replacement. So it could create a vacancy, and then the governing body would fill that vacancy by appointment.
Okay, here's my one other question, I think. Just as far as language in the bill, says before the ballots are printed, is that a formal date, time? I mean,
It is not. That's going to be a moving target depending on what the circumstances are for that county. Some ballots might get their ballots printed up or their programming completed much earlier than other counties, so it's not a definitive date.
Is it a pretty broad range, or is it usually roughly the same?
We would like for it to
I'm trying to think
be-
about equity across the board.
Understood, sir. We would like for it to be, a relatively short window. However, it largely depends on ballot printers, and it depends on, the electronic voting systems that are being used, the programming and coding, how quickly that can be done. And so for big elections, there can be a little bit of a range of time for when that's complete for a given county or given political subdivision.
So in many of these current cases, though, if this person stays on the ballot and wins, it's not like our seats. There would not necessarily be a runoff. There would be an appointment in many.
Correct. If you have a deceased candidate that wins an election, the governing body, it creates a vacancy in that position, and the governing body has to fill that vacancy by appointment until whatever the next authorized time period is. Oftentimes, it may trigger a special election in some situations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir. Representative Morales.
Let me clear up. In city elections, if you have 3 or more candidates, then they have to, most of at least the home rule municipalities, you have to win by a majority, 50+1. So in those instances, if a deceased person ends up on the ballot and there's 3 or more, nobody gets 50.1%, then you end up with the issue which Midway ended up. Is that an accurate assessment?
Sure. It depends on what the structure is for the city. Some of them have majority vote requirements. A lot of our cities still elect by plurality. And so depending on what that situation is, there's some specific language in the code that talks about how you calculate a majority situation when you have candidates that may have been declared ineligible or deceased. But yes, it kind of has a cascading effect when you have somebody that may pass away midstream in the election process.
Are you familiar whether Midway is a home rule charter or a Class A or Type A or Type B?
No, unfortunately, sir, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, Because if they're home rule, then they can, by their charter, they can make the necessary changes in order to incorporate the language so that they can establish some method by which if a deceased person ended up on the ballot, that they could.
Actually, I'm not sure that they could, sir, because this is dictated by state law, and so the charter can speak to things that are not already provided for in law. I don't know that they could create an alternative process in there when we have, provisions in law that talk about, how you proceed in an election when somebody's deceased. This is kind of changing that window a little bit. So I'm not sure that the city charter could go around what state law says.
So then I may have misunderstood you. I thought that some municipalities would have a method by which they could calculate a plurality vote.
No, I'm sorry, sir. What I meant to say there is there are some municipalities that elect by plurality, so just whoever gets the most votes wins. And then there are some municipalities that elect by majority, which could trigger a runoff situation. And they're either required to by law or they opt to go to a majority situation. And those are going to be typically our home rule cities that have certain term lengths or have put that in their city charter. So they can determine within reason, there are some parameters there, they can determine their method of election, meaning electing by plurality or electing by majority.
And how is that decision made? At the local stage or by state statute? Because I'm trying to see and find a happy medium of trying to resolve this at the lowest denominator possible if we don't have to pass the state law.
Sure. So the Texas Constitution actually speaks to the majority vote requirement. Cities that elect to 3 or 4 year terms are required to elect by a majority vote. It's Article 11, Section 11 of the Texas Constitution. Other than that, there's some provisions in the local government code that might give the ability to move to move that direction, just depending on, again, how their term lengths are set up. And so it's in the Texas Constitution, local government code, and then the election code is what says basically that the default, if you don't opt for a majority situation or have law that authorizes you to go to a majority situation, the default is plurality.
Okay. So for those home rule municipalities that elect a majority, and you end up in this scenario where nobody wins a majority vote, then you end up with the midway problem.
Right. In a situation where, yes, because there's specific language in the code that talks about how you calculate a majority in that situation where you have somebody that's deceased or declared ineligible. And I think the language it uses is that you calculate the majority without regard to the votes cast in that particular race. And I'd have to double check the specific language on there, but then that provides kind of a procedure for how you would move on from there.
I believe you were here whenever Representative Swanson was talking about some sort of opening of a brief filing period if somebody is deceased and the ballots are still not open, so that for those individuals that were deciding whether to run, but then they're going up against the 10-year, incumbent, they don't want to mess with that, but then that 10-year incumbent, he or she, passes before the ballots are printed, to provide for an opportunity. Is it, with that, I know you're neutral on the bill, but is that a recommendation that you would make? And if so, how big of an opening for additional filing period would you recommend?
That's a very good question. I can tell you 2 points to that. The first is under the law currently for most of our local political subdivisions, cities and school districts, there's actually already a write-in period. So in that write-in period, that deadline falls after the candidate filing deadline. So there's a short little window in there where somebody could opt to run as a write-in if circumstances changed. And then I believe, if I remember correctly, for our primary provisions, there is a provision that if somebody dies within so many days of the filing period, it extends the filing period a little bit more. I'd have to double check that.
We're not dealing with primaries here.
But no, sir, that's correct. This is not touching the primaries. My point in saying that is that there are other provisions in the law that have some similar guidelines for extending the filing period, that if that was a policy decision that the legislature wanted to go, there's some other language we could look at to maybe create some model procedures.
As you stand here today providing us testimony, do you have an approximate time window that you would recommend to us? 5 days, 10 days, 30 days?
That's a hard question to answer. I would say it would need to be a relatively tight window because you don't want to delay in the preparation of ballots. So it would have to be, I think 30 days would probably be too much, just looking at the timelines in an election, when those ballot filing periods are and when mail ballots have to be sent out. So it would definitely need to be a shorter window.
I hear you. And then also providing notice to the public, right?
Yes, sir.
How do we do this then? I mean, we value your opinion. I understand you're neutral. I've really enjoyed your testimony from last session, from the last hearing also. So I really value your input, and I'd really like to see if we could get some information as far as that window of opportunity that you would recommend. At the same time, taking into account some notice provision that probably should go out in the local newspaper so that it can inform the general public that there is an opening, and maybe those that we're considering can exercise their right whether to throw their name in the ballot or not.
Yes, sir. I think that if that's the direction if this is the policy direction that the legislature wants to go on this and the bill author wants to go, we can probably sit down and look at our election law calendars to talk about, what are those kind of hard cutoff points where it would be too long to figure, to add somebody else to the ballot or to go through a candidate filing period. There are also some provisions right now related to posting notices for candidate filing periods, and you could probably model some of that language. So there are things in statute now that can be used to help inform and guide the legislature in this direction if that's the direction you all want to go.
Can you provide us with some suggestions?
Yes, I'm happy to sit down and visit with you all or visit with the bill author to discuss this and look at those timelines.
And if you happen to find that there is not enough of a time window, just based on how tight it is, I'd also like for you to let us know of that, and that you would not change anything with respect to the proposed wording of the current bill. And then what are the effects if you don't open it up for anybody else? What then is the route that local government is going to take?
Sure. I'm happy to sit down and look at the calendar, come up with some of those deadlines, and I think show you what some of the equivalent statutes are that may already account for this so that can maybe inform the decision-making process.
I'm sorry I'm giving you homework, but
that's
I really
okay.
value your...
That's okay. Got a team of people that can help me on this, so we're happy to help.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Great questions, Representative. Anybody else have any questions for this witness? And I would just say to Representative Morales and to Ms. Atkins and to Mr. Cassell, thank you so much for your work on this, sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
As we get on into the first part of April here, I really want to move these things. And
Yes, sir.
if y'all will get together, I'd sure appreciate it.
I have somebody right here. I can get to start working on it today, so.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3046? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Casal to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say I closed, but let's go real quick. Midway, 184 total population. 184 people. It is a type B, and this bill says no option. Representative Swanson and I had this discussion, and, do you make it 7 days? Do you bracket it to population? This situation is going to happen. So given the opportunity for us to work, this is what the process is about. We only meet every other year, so let's take care of it. We will expedite the process. I thank you for your time today, and I close.
I appreciate your good bill. And
Chairman, I vote we make him do the research.
yeah, I think so too. Let's just pick it up right now. No objection? House Bill 3046 will be left pending if there's no objection. The chair hears none. House Bill 3046 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1632 and recognizes the esteemed Representative Paul to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay this bill out to you. House Bill 1632 states that the Secretary of State will develop materials and a standardized curriculum for presiding, alternate judges, and early voting ballot board, the signature verification committee, and members of the counting station. 4 counties that so wish to choose it will be optional. The curriculum will include a published handbook and will be available for free on the Secretary of State's website. At the end of the training, there can be, and to pass, they will have an opportunity to pass an exam and receive a certificate of completion. We are working on a committee substitute. People have brought up some issues that drafting errors had some ambiguity in it to make sure that we're clear with what we want to do with all that. So we're currently working with all stakeholders. Numerous folks have come up and said they had issues. Most have already said they're fine going forward with what we're doing, but we'll continue to work to make sure everybody's in on that. We want to be clear that we want to make sure that this is a floor for training for counties that so wish to use it. Large counties will be able to do what they want, and we don't interfere with poll training.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any questions? You reserve the right to close.
Reserve the right to close.
And the chair calls Lori Gallagher. Good to see you again, Ms. Gallagher. You are Lori Gallagher. You're here testifying on behalf of Texas First and yourself, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, well, I was for the bill. I would have liked to hear a little bit more. Some of the advocates here today are saying that the bill would make the county be responsible for the poll watcher training program.
I'll tell you what.
So if I could get some clarity about whether or not that's the case.
I'll tell you what, maybe we, so I have you for the bill, okay? But now you're seeming to tell me that you're not sure.
I've been lobbied in here. They've told me that.
You got lobbied.
They've told me that there's a problem with it, that it's hidden, a Trojan horse.
You want to wait then?
I would like to wait. If I could hear, and I'd just like clarity about whether or not this takes it. You have to use the county, and no private group could train poll watchers.
Okay, hold on just one second. Ms. Gallagher, if it's all right with you, I'm going to recall you.
Thank you very
later
much.
on.
Thank you.
Absolutely. The chair calls Andrew Eller. You are Andrew Eller, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're testifying on behalf of yourself, Mr. Eller, and you're for the bill, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I'm for the bill is as the bill was originally written, and this is before any committee substitutes or anything that's come up, and I have been working with Representative Paul's office on this, is that it rescinded all the pieces of the code where the counties could do the training on themselves, and then everything was on top of the Secretary of State's office. And that was Section 7 that rescinded those pieces of the code. The Secretary of State's office in Section 1 would then actually be doing the online training section. I did approach Senator Paul's office, requested, said, well, there's a lot of issues that I'd like to see improved with this bill as it was written, and that is the local training, having the local, like for instance, Bell County Elections Office doing training for election judges and clerks, because that's important, and maybe parties doing training for poll watchers or individuals doing training for poll watchers. The committee substitute that I was able to see actually made those changes, but then when I realized as we looked at it, the biggest concern then at that point would be then the poll watch, making sure the county is not responsible for poll watcher training. So I'm actually for the bill with the improvements that we discussed, and that would be that the county parties, individuals could still continue to do their training as they need to work with the individuals, but then also we don't overstep and require the county parties to do poll watcher training.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. Appreciate it. The chair calls Bill Sargent. Your name is Bill Sargent, is that correct?
That's correct.
You are here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sargent.
And I'm the former Chief Deputy Clerk for elections in Galveston County, and why does my phone goes off right when you're calling me? Okay.
I'm just going to make sure for the record, though, to make sure we're clear about that you're just here testifying on behalf of yourself.
That's correct. I'm the former Chief Deputy Clerk. I'm not
You're
voting.
the former.
Right.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
My understanding is that there may be a committee substitute in process, and this legislation will apply only to members of the Early Voting Ballot Board and Signature Verification Committee and members of Central Count, not poll watchers, not regular election day workers. The bottom line is that knowledge and understanding of duties of election workers is critical to the understanding, critical to the ability of workers to do their job. My understanding is that this is a good bill, and it allows the localized training of by election officers. All of this is good. I would encourage the chair to consider another bill which is related to this, which is HB 1669.
You and I can talk about that.
Excuse me?
We're gonna stay on the bill.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to point out is how it relates, because it ties in together, if I may, Mr. Chairman. What that one does, it calls for hands-on experience of people who work elections. It's good to have people being trained by being told what they need to do, but Jatan's bill says you have to have experience in actually working elections. So what I'm suggesting here is that you have two aspects to getting people who are experienced and knowing what they're doing. One is the training, the other is experience of actually doing it on the job. And so it's important that we do both. And this is the representative does a great job. Everything we do is a great job. But the bottom line is that we need to bring both those together at some point. And so I'm in support of the bill and in support of what it's doing.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
The chair calls Russell Hayter. Afternoon, Mr. Hayter. How are you doing?
Afternoon.
Good. You are Russell Hayter, and you're here on behalf of yourself and for the bill, is that right?
For the bill, yes, sir. Russell Hyder. I appreciate the opportunity to extend additional training to early voting ballot board members and signature verification committee members, as well as Central County Station members. I would support if there was a committee substitute that did not require the training, but still allowed for testing and a voluntary testing and a certificate. And so that's the suggestion I would make.
Thank you, Mr. Hyder. Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the suggestion. The chair calls Dr. Susana Carranza. Susana Carranza. We'll wait just a second. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, we might get the sergeant to. There she is. Okay. Good to see you again, Doctor.
It's hard to be in two hearings at once, so
Yeah.
running around.
Thank you. You are Dr. Susana Carranza, is that right?
Yes.
You're testifying on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill?
Yes, and just to clarify, I missed a little bit the sub, so I'm testifying based on the original text of the bill. And I'm in favor because I actually like uniform training. I like the idea of having a training, have some sort of test, and allowing the training to be valid for a period of time. Because I mean, last year I worked like 6 elections, and it was kind of silly to have to do a training after have done a training like 3 weeks before for, the same, pretty much the same election, same equipment. So it's important to have a good, thorough training. It's great to be standardized because it's same rules for everybody. Thank you.
Okay,
For
thank you.
Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Representative Morales.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like some clarification. I know that we've heard the original bill and the substitute bill, and I really want to know what are we considering?
Just the bill, we have not heard a
Well, there's no substitute.
There is no substitute, that's right. So we're just considering 1632 as it is.
All right, good. I was a little worried that I was like, want to make sure this is what I'm testifying on.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And you're for that bill?
I'm for the bill, yeah.
Okay.
I'm all for training, standardizing, streamline, perfect.
Thank you, Doctor. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time. The chair calls Valerie to bill.
It's much colder in here than the other room.
Are you Valerie DeBill?
Yes, I am.
Good to see you. You're here on behalf of yourself, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're for the bill?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
It is in both my capacity as an election judge and as somebody who serves on the voter protection hotline. Having things that are standardized statewide is excellent, so that, like, when I'm talking to somebody who's in, El Paso County, I know what to tell them when they ask me questions about stuff. So anything that establishes a baseline training program for anything elections related, I am in favor of.
Okay.
So
Thank you, ma'am.
that's pretty much it.
Members, any questions of Ms. DeBill? I want the members to note that Dr. Susanna Carranza and Valerie DeBill are both in favor of a bill. That's a big deal. We call Alan Vera. The chair calls Alan Vera. He's not? I'm going to call it 3 times. Alan Vera? Alan Vera? Alan Vera. All right. He is registered for the bill, I believe. Okay, now,
Can recall at the end if he's able to join.
okay. And the chair will call Cindy Castilla. Okay. Cindy Castilla? Cindy Castilla, Cindy Castilla. She was here on behalf of the Texas Eagle Forum and herself, and she was for the bill. The chair calls Laura Presley. Ma'am, you're here on behalf of True Texas Elections,
Yes, sir.
and you are against the bill
I'm against the bill as it is written.
as currently written.
Yes, sir,
All right.
as it's written.
Go ahead.
So the concerns we have had about this is, first of all, the bill is, the line 2 of page 1 says it's relating to standardized testing for election officers. But later in the bill on page 2, it goes into the training program for watchers. Watchers are not election officers. So it really is unclear to us why this bill even tries to touch election watchers, because that's not the intent of the bill. A watcher is not an election officer. So we have talked to the staff and to Representative Paul, and we're grateful that he's interested in looking into correcting these issues that we've raised. It looks to us as if the Secretary of State's standardized training program is going to be removed and put under Chapter 32, which is for election clerks and judges by the counties. So that's the root cause of why it appears that the watcher training now is being moved under Chapter 32, which is entitled Election Judges and Clerks. Okay, so it just is not making sense. The changes that we've talked to the representative and his staff, we'd like to see how the substitute comes along and tries to make sure that there's no confusion over watcher training being under the counties. Representative Burrows and Representative Kane have put up a very strong bill for Code Construction Act change.
We appreciate that.
We have to be very exact in the wording, and that I'm getting back to why that's important.
Okay.
The wording of this stuff needs to be exact, because we can't rely on judges anymore to look at in legislative intent and what the author of the bill intended. That's out the window now. We have to get it right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Thank
Any
you very
questions?
much. Appreciate that. Representative Morales.
Sir?
If that change is made in the committee substitute, are you okay with the bill?
I'd have to see it, sir, because right now the committee substitute I have in front of me, I cannot support either, because it retains that confusion, and we cannot be confused on that.
Okay, well,
So, yeah.
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right.
Good question.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Marcia Strickler. Would you state your name for me?
Marcia Strickler, Williamson County.
You're here, though, testifying only on behalf of yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you are against the bill?
I'm against the bill as it is written. I do believe the spirit, Senator Paul, thank you very much for this bill. I think there are very good things in the bill to help counties across the state have training online, which will resolve some of the issues currently in Williamson County. We bring in for 4 hours of training for the clerks and for the judges and for the alt judges. But where this bill touches poll watchers, which I am one very often, I don't believe the poll watcher belongs in this bill at all. So I look forward to seeing the committee substitute and speaking on that when it comes out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Strickler. The chair calls Kathy Hagler. It's good to see you, Ms. Hagler. You are Kathy Hagler.
Yes, sir.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that right?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Paul has brought us another great election bill, and apparently we've got a little bit more work to do on it. So we're working with him on that, and the substitute, I understand, will address some problems that we've had for quite some time. I say that because I've been teaching ballot boards and central counting station teams for several election cycles without Secretary of State documentation to work from. They don't have a handbook. They don't have the training themselves. I would much rather be teaching from a Secretary of State handbook, and I think that's what we need. So I've provided you a handout identifying what Secretary of State already provides. They already do online training and a handbook for election judges and clerks. They already do online training and a handbook for poll watchers. But the Early Voting Ballot Board and Signature Verification Committee have no online training, although they do have a handbook. And then the Central Counting Station has no handbook and no online training. So basically the 3 no's that we said we don't have, we're trying to turn those into yeses. So just below that chart, you'll see a screen capture of the handbooks that are available on the SOS website, that middle section. And then the chart at the bottom of it is a gray screen capture, and it shows you when you go into the online training, those are your 3 options at SOS, the poll watcher training, and then there's 2 different kinds of election judge and clerk training based on whether you use HART or ES&S. So one of the things that we learned about the first time we tried poll watcher online training right off the bat after last session was that it's not as effective if you just can click through it and get a certificate. They learned that it's better if you break it down into little chapters and you do a little test after each chapter so that we know that you've studied and learned the content before you get a certificate of completion. And I'm hoping that that's what we will do with the online training that we're talking about in this bill. Although the Signature Verification Committee is not required in any election, the EA can call for one, or 15 registered voters in the county can petition for one. So all of those positions on the chart are statutory positions which require training in order to serve, except the poll watcher. The poll watcher is trained by Secretary of State because there is no one else who should be training the poll watchers. I mean, the Secretary of State should not be training poll watchers. So poll watchers are usually appointed by a candidate or a political party, and there's a couple of other ways they can be appointed. But the county elections office should never be training poll watchers. That's not their duty. They're there to train the statutory people. And that's why we have SOS training poll watchers online with that certificate. So training is required by law for everyone who serves in any of these petitions or positions, but most of that training is done at the county level. So what we're hoping is that the committee substitute will not require any new SOS training at all. Well, what's there will stay there, but we're just adding online training for ballot board and signature verification, adding the handbook for central count, adding the online for central count. Election laws, as you know, and you're learning, is very complicated, and the best way to have continuity between the 254 counties is to have one baseline to start with, the bottom floor, and then they can build on it with the county training. And I'm going to stop because my time ran out.
You're getting close, but you're all right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hagley. Appreciate it. The chair calls James Keller. Good afternoon, Mr. Keller. You are James Keller?
I'm James Keller
Are you
from
here
Hayes
on-
County.
Are you here on behalf of yourself?
I'm here on behalf of myself.
Are you against the bill?
I'm against the bill.
Go right ahead.
My opposition is based on one fly in the ointment, as has been mentioned before. If a candidate appoints a poll watcher to witness the counting of the votes and the activity at the polling place, the obvious purpose is to have someone outside of government to have oversight of the process that chooses who will run the government. Government has a profound conflict of interest in overseeing the watchers and should not be involved in the training, testing, or qualifying of poll watchers who oversee the elections, beyond verifying that a candidate on the ballot did in fact appoint the watcher. If anyone is to have a say in how or whether a watcher must be trained, it should be the candidate who appoints them and not the government bureaucracy who might be challenged in the same election. The first draft of the bill was pretty open-ended in that regard, which looked like it could allow for something like a boss hog in a county to determine that they didn't like a watcher and kick them out of the central count, for instance. I'll be looking for a substitute language in this bill that would leave alone existing qualifications of poll watcher. In fact, it'd be best to just leave poll watchers out of the bill. Otherwise, the local training of election judges, et cetera, is a good part of this bill. And I think it'd be a good bill if the first language was changed to completely leave out poll watchers.
Thank you, sir, for your input. Members, any questions? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ed Johnson. You are Ed Johnson and testifying on behalf of yourself, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're for the bill?
I'm for the bill.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
And I'm also substituting for Alan Vera.
No,
So,
wait a minute.
Now, he told me on his notes that I couldn't read his name, but
Let's just make sure we're clear for the record here.
yeah, I know I'm here for myself and I'm for the bill. So,
Thank you very much.
great bill. We need to standardize training across the state. Sorry to cause you complications there. Standardized training across the state. Each county right now, is training the election judges. There really is no set standard or, regulation of what all they're training. There's some suggested manuals that hopefully are done, but there isn't. This would give us, clarity that the Secretary of State, who follows the election law, would be making the training for all of it. In Harris County, we've had problems with all of these. When photo ID came in, there was misunderstanding by poll watchers and by election judges on what was required, and some people were allowing anything with a photo ID and the other ones weren't. Ballot board has been told sometimes that they can look at the signatures, can't. There are various problems, and where training would help clarify these things. One of the things in the bill we should probably look at, though, is the SOS, as I was reading it, it's not real clear if the SOS training is a substitute for the county training or not. And it probably needs to be clarified a little bit. But beside that, this would be a great move forward to have a standardized training for the state.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We sure appreciate you. Members, any questions? No, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your input. The chair calls Eric Opiella. Good afternoon, Mr. Opiella. Thank you for being here. You are that person, and you're here on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
I am, sir, and I'm testifying for the bill.
Thank you.
Our friends over at Ledge Council have a tremendous task to try to get a lot of bills out in a short period of time, and I think that a lot of confusion today is a result of that burden that's placed upon them, because the original draft of the bill really does confuse a lot of the different trainings that are available. And so while the goal of the bill is precisely what needs to be done. We have some big holes in training right now that statute has not tasked the Secretary of State with: your central count, your early voting ballot board, your signature verification committee. They produce manuals that are good, but some of those manuals sometimes aren't even used by the local entities. And so it is important that this bill pass in order to get some of these holes filled. The bills originally drafted eliminated all of your county local training that occurred. And of course, I don't think that's in anybody's best interest to occur. It also, as Dr. Presley said, confused poll watcher training with election officer training. There is a separate section in Chapter 33 dealing specifically with poll watcher training that was added in Senate Bill 1 last session. That would not be affected by the bill either as originally drafted or on whatever versions are going around right now. And it is important that we not create duplicate training for poll watchers in different chapters of the code, because you could end up with a confusing morass of, well, I took this one, but I didn't take that one. Which one should I have? And so I think it's important that we listen to all of the suggestions that were made here today, because I think all of the suggestions that were had by our witnesses really would improve the process. And I applaud Representative Paul for bringing this legislation.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for your testimony. Vice Chair Busey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, because you hit on, I think, one of my concerns, and I'm getting scared I may end up supporting 3 Dennis Paul election bills. My only concern here is, I think what you were just saying, I want to see if we're on the same page. You said, and I agree with you, it's nice to standardize this process, but not necessarily throw out all the local stuff. I'm hearing concerns about, like, local setups are different. Sometimes machines from county to county are different. So are you saying we need to have standardized that you have to do first, but then still some local training?
So the way we handle training for election judges and clerks is the Secretary of State has an online training. That is great. We need to have that for all the other election officer functions, as well as we have the online training already existing for poll watchers. What is important is that we not eliminate the ability for local training to occur on the specific equipment that occurs, right? Because one county might have hard equipment, one county might have ES&S equipment, one might have a different version of the different equipment. And if you don't know how to operate that equipment effectively, you're going to do a real disservice not only to the voters, but also the candidates in the election. Lack of training when we have volunteers, in many cases elderly individuals who volunteer their time to do this, is so important to ensuring that people like me are not having to deal with issues after the election.
Yeah, I think that's right. And so I think if we can move in that direction to make sure that we're still having those in-person, on-site, specific to our county, whatever county, is important to go with this.
If we follow the model for election judges and clerks that currently exists, you have the ability for local counties to do their own training.
So you have to do this also.
Yet, at the same time, you do have this big overview, and you can have certificates of completion that, under the current law, are issued by either the online training that you can take through the Secretary of State or through local training. I mentioned one of the witnesses said, county parties, county elections offices conduct that training for the primary and for the general election. So there are many options available. More options are better options, because so many of our election judges are found at the last minute. We're desperate to try to find people to work elections, and we need to give them as many different options to get the correct information in front of them as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Vice Chair. Yes, Representative Morales.
Sir, do you agree that we should remove the word poll watchers from this section, this proposed bill, and keep it under Chapter 32 or 33?
It's 33. So poll watchers are under Chapter 33. Election officers are under Chapter 32, and I do agree with you, yes, because the training that is already in law is what's there for Chapter 33. And if we create a parallel training in Chapter 32, it's going to confuse everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's just a drafting error from Ledge Council.
Yeah,
so.
I hear you. Then thank you for that. Now, witness Kathy Hagler provided this nifty little chart here, and
I've looked at it, and I believe it's accurate.
And it provides that election judges and clerks are not provided a certificate, is not required for service. It says no.
That's correct.
Would you change that to yes across the board, similar to poll watchers?
So if I remember correctly, and I would have the Secretary of State correct me on this, they're always better at this than I am. But my recollection is that you can get a certificate of completion, but it's not required for service. However, if you do get the certificate of completion, if you are trained, you're paid at a higher rate. That might be old data. I remember that was the law at least a few years ago.
So this bill is specific to election judges and clerks.
We might have changed that. But
Right?
I'd have to look, yes.
And if it
Election judges, clerks, early voting ballot board members, signature verification members, and central count staff.
Central county, correct. Keeping poll watchers out. This is a great opportunity for us to be uniform across the board,
Yes.
which I believe what Mrs. Hagler was trying to propose.
Yes.
So it would just make sense that we turn that no into a yes also. And no matter if we're paying more or not, that we provide for a certificate for those that are election judges and clerks. That we can have uniformity across the board.
I would agree with you. And I think that one of the witnesses, I believe Mr. Hayter, brought it up, that he didn't want certificates required for these workers. And I might be misremembering his testimony. Let me tell you why that could be important. Is, as I stated earlier, we are desperate to find workers. In many cases, you have emergency appointments that occur in the days prior to the election. And if you miss the opportunity or you don't have internet access, and some rural areas might have difficulty accessing these videos online, I would rather have an election worker present so voters can vote than to have to close a polling place for lack of training. We want everyone to get the training, and that should be the preference of everybody.
Got it. So if it says no, that means that it's no certificate, no online certificate is provided. Because I don't think it's making a distinction. It's just providing a certificate. So I understand and I'm fully cognizant of that. And it's at the last minute that we find an election judge or a clerk. The point is to make sure that they get the right training and get the certificate so that then they can use it. And it's good for a year under the proposed wording of this bill.
Yes.
So then they have something in writing that they can actually show if there's another election, like one of the other witnesses testified that 30 days later she had to do it all over again because the statute as currently exists didn't provide for them to use the training that she did 30 days before the election.
So looking at the Chapter 32, and I'm just standing here looking at it because you've asked the question, I don't believe that the statute requires a certificate right now. What I believe happens is that the Secretary of State's training does provide a certificate of completion. It's been a while since I've gone through it, so that's why I'm having difficulty remembering, to prove that you actually did the training.
And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, and so maybe this is a question best for the Secretary of State, because I don't care where they get the certificate. I just want uniformity, and for either the local ones, if they find an election judge at the last minute, or the Secretary of State. But as long as they get a certificate so that we can have uniformity and I can have yeses across the board on this nice chart that Ms. Hagler provided.
And that is for the legislature to decide. So,
but you recommend that also as you sit here?
As I said, more training is better. Just make sure that we can find a way to fill those polling places if we have to at the last minute. And maybe what we do is we require the certificate for original appointments, because they have, when the Commissioner's Court appoints them back in August, they will have a lot of time to do that. But for emergency appointments, perhaps you don't require it, but you encourage it.
You see, if they don't require it, then we're going to have some election judges and clerks that didn't go through the training as everybody else. I'd much rather that they have it, that we require. It doesn't matter that it's a paper certificate that is issued at the last minute, but that a certificate is issued so that they can show that they did get the required training. We end up in the same, at the end,
sure,
the same, it's just a matter of how do we get there, and I think certification is the key.
I would agree with you, sir. I just want to make sure that when it comes time for Election Day, when people don't show up, because people get sick, people have family obligations, that I would rather not have voters turned away from a polling place. And that's the only concern I'd like to raise to the committee.
So maybe some exception for that unfortunate circumstance where we end up on the day of early vote, start of early vote, and something like that happens. Okay, I get it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great questions, great responses. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Let the record reflect that Chairman Burrows is with us, and thank you, Mr. Opiella. The chair calls Laura Gherkin. And I think I said you're a Laura, but you're a Lauren Gherkin, correct?
Yeah,
And you're here for the Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities, is that correct?
correct,
And you're on the bill.
correct.
Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. We are looking at this bill and I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss training in Texas. In my original testimony, I did include a little bit about poll watchers and poll watcher training. I'll leave that in for now. We see it as a platform to really create consistency around information about voters with disabilities and accommodations in the state and federal law. Currently, as you know, the trainings that exist vary greatly from county to county, and you might get a training from an individual who knows a lot about disability and accommodations, and you might get training from someone who does not know a lot about disability and accommodations. It may not even be mentioned in a training at all. So we're looking at this and we're seeing a platform to create that consistency. We would love to offer ourselves to the bill author and to the Secretary of State's office to be involved as a resource to help ensure that the most accurate and useful information about voting with a disability and accommodations is included in any training that may or may not be developed. And in November of this past year, TCD did create a training / PSA video about voting with a disability featuring voters with all kinds of disabilities talk about what they need when they vote, what accommodations they use, to really create awareness about what exists and what voting with a disability is really like. And we invite the Secretary of State office to use that as a platform to kind of build off of. But as I said, TCDD is here as an educational resource for anyone interested in standardizing training to make sure that poll workers or election officials, whoever is involved, don't have to face the stress and confusion of not being sure what a voter is allowed or not allowed to do. We can provide that structure and take away that burden with some training features. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time and your input. Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair would like the record to reflect that Representative Manuel's with us. And I call Lori Gallagher. All right, Ms. Gallagher. You are Lori Gallagher. You are representing Texas First and yourself, and you are for the bill?
I am for the bill if the poll watcher provision is, or the word poll watcher is removed out of it. As Mr. Opiella stated, I'm in agreement with all of that, and I'm in agreement with his comments.
All right, so what we're probably going to have is a committee substitute at some point, but insofar as this bill as it sits here right now, you're registered for this bill.
I think I would like to switch that to on.
Okay, hold on.
Do that one moment.
Yeah, we'll do it. Just a second. Don't get me in trouble with my clerk. She's on top of it.
And I have taken the Texas Secretary of State poll watcher training.
We'll talk about that in just a second. Hold on, let me get you figured out here.
person on the bill.
Okay, so ma'am, right now, the way we have you registered is that you are Lori Gallagher, that you're here for Texas First and yourself, and that you're on the bill. Is all that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I have taken the Texas Secretary of State poll watcher training program online and the Texas Secretary of State poll worker training online, and they were phenomenal resources and really helped us understand the process better in a standardized way. So where we are for the state standard trainings and for the ballot board, we'd also like regular voters to be able to attend those trainings online so that I could say, hey, you want to learn about the ballot board? Go take the training on the Secretary of State. So if you're going to do these standardized trainings, I think they should be available to every tax-paying citizen of Texas to participate in. And I also don't think that I would like any type of certificate necessarily to be made, but you know, you want people to complete the thing. So I know that's a difficult thing. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Members, any questions, Ms. Gallagher, before she takes off on us? All right. No, I don't think we have any questions. We still have Alan Vera registered for the bill. Alan's not here. We have Cindy Castilla. She's gone? Okay. And Christina Atkins with the Texas Secretary of State's office. I know she's doing double duty. She's in the Senate right now. All right, so Christina Atkins, who's been our great resource witness, who's on the bill for the Texas Secretary of State, and she's not here. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 1632?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would like to, I've registered on the bill. I think it's on Robert Reed.
Give us one moment.
Just
please.
1 second.
For the bill?
Yes.
Robert Green?
Yes.
And you would like to testify?
You'd like to testify?
Yes.
Okay. Come on up. That's why we make the announcement.
I would like.
You are Robert L. Green, and you're here on behalf of the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee for Legislation and yourself, and you're for the bill, is that right?
I would like to change that to being on the bill.
Give us one moment.
Just 1 second. All right, so for the record, you are Robert Green here for the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee for Legislation and yourself, and you're on the bill.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
You go right ahead.
Very quickly, my testimony will be very, very short. I agree with uniform testing across the state. I also agree that poll watchers should not be placed in a position where the fox is watching the hen house, so to speak. So their training should be carried out by either by the party or by the candidate who, and of course with the Secretary of State's poll watching training as well. So, but I like the idea of uniform testing in the bill, so that part of it we really agree with, but like to see the poll watchers section being taken out since it already appears in Section 33.
All right.
Any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Green? Thank you so much for being here. I don't see any. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Absolutely. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 1632?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Liz Case Pickens, and I believe I'm registered for, and I would like to be on the bill.
Would you like to testify?
Just a quick comment, yes.
One moment.
Just 1 second, ma'am.
And you would like to be on the bill? Position from 4 to on.
Okay, are you Liz Case Pickens?
I am.
And are you here before yourself?
I am.
And are you on the bill?
I am on the bill
Go right
because,
ahead, please.
as expressed by many other people, I think the poll watcher
they need to be removed from this bill. My only other comment would be is my husband and I have worked in Dallas County for many, many years, and I would be concerned if we put a stipulation on the certificates that those were a necessity for our election workers, because in Dallas County, we fill our slots by July so that we're consistent with the law. But there are so many changes by the time you get to Election Day. We have almost 500 election slots to be filled, and we would have to close down polling locations for sure if we had a requirement of those certificates being a necessity.
Okay. All right. Members, any questions? Ms. Pickens. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1632? If not, I recognize Representative Paul to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Any mention of poll watchers is nowhere going to be near anything in this bill as it goes forward. That was just some mistake by Ledge Council. But we will continue to work with the stakeholders here and work this out and bring that back to you here. I think we should get that substitute drafted very soon, and we'll distribute it to all of y'all.
I know you will. Any questions, members?
Mr. Chairman, my only, we had considerable discussions on this, and I'd really like the input from the Secretary of State. I think her input is invaluable, and so I would also want to consider that. And I understand that she's doing double duties and over at the Senate, so
okay.
I don't know if the opportunity arises or when we can have that discussion or address that.
No, I'd like to have that discussion, absolutely. I think for purposes of this bill, and I don't want to do anything procedurally off here, but would you have any objection to us being able to have those conversations with her at a little bit later on?
No objection from me, Mr. Chair.
And anyone else have an objection to that? Okay. And at this point, though, we'll leave it pending, 1632, unless anyone has questions of Representative Paul. I don't hear any objection to doing that, so House Bill 1632 is left pending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, appreciate your support.
Absolutely. The chair lays out House Bill 3611 and recognizes Representative Kane, Chairman Kane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, committee members. House Bill 3611 is a simple bill. It seeks to amend the election code to clarify the meaning of the term majority vote by prohibiting the use of ranked choice voting, or RCV, in elections for public office. There have been disputes in the past regarding whether the term majority vote in the Texas election code authorizes the use of preferential voting, also known as instant runoff or alternative voting in elections, requiring a majority of votes cast for a candidate to win. Opinions issued by the Secretary of State and the Attorney General, relying on the elections code language, legislative action, and court opinions have concluded that Texas law does not permit ranked choice voting. House Bill 3611 simply formalizes these opinions into statute by clarifying what the majority vote requires in prohibiting the use of RCV systems in elections for public office. This bill is essential for maintaining the integrity of our electoral system and ensuring that the will of the people is accurately reflected in the outcome of our elections. By clarifying the definition of a majority vote, we can avoid any future confusion or disputes regarding RCV methods. Furthermore, by explicitly prohibiting the use of ranked choice voting systems in elections for public office, we can prevent any, confusion and potential issues with the implementation or administration of these systems. For example, while prominent Republicans like Senator John Cornyn and Ted Cruz have publicly spoken out against the use of RCV, so have prominent Democrats such as former California Governor Jerry Brown and current California Governor Gavin Newsom. Back in 2016, former Governor Jerry Brown vetoed a bill to expand ranked choice voting in his state, saying it was overly complicated and confusing and deprives voters of genuinely informed choice. In 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed the California State Legislature's attempt to institute RCV statewide. In fact, in doing so, Newsom had said that he thought it too often led to voter confusion, and the promise that RCV led to greater democracy is not necessarily fulfilled. So I'd say if those two people would say that they're opposed to RCV, then there must be serious grounds for skepticism. In conclusion, I urge this committee to support House Bill 3611 and help clarify the meaning of majority vote in the Texas Election Code by prohibiting the use of preferential voting systems in elections for public office. Together, we can ensure that our electoral system remains fair, transparent, and reflective of the will of the people. I think for that, I'd be able to come back up after witnesses.
Thank you. Chairman, members, any questions of the chairman? Yes, Representative Morales.
Chairman King, what is your understanding of ranked choice voting as it currently exists? How do you tabulate it?
How do you tabulate? You want to give you examples of how it works?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why you're recommending that we abolish it, and so I'm trying to understand how you understand.
All right, well, with RCV, a voter is asked to rank every candidate in a race from his number one choice to their last choice. So, for example, in a race with 5 candidates, a voter is asked to rank the candidates from 1 through 5, with the candidate ranked as number 1 being the voter's first choice. Okay, and so on, until you're ranked through 5. Or if no candidate wins a majority in the tabulation of those ballots, then the candidate with the fewest number of votes is eliminated, and the voters who selected the candidate as their number 1 choice automatically have their votes changed to their second choice. Another round of tabulation continues. So if no candidate wins a majority in the second round of counting, the lowest scoring candidate's again eliminated, and the voters who selected that candidate as their top choice or as their second choice, if that voter's top choice was eliminated after the first round, they'd have their ballots redistributed to their next choice. Another round of voting tabulation occurs. Such candidate elimination, redistribution of ballots, and recounting keeps occurring until one person comes up. There's quite a bit more issues with disenfranchisement and how they toss out ballots that aren't completed. You get people that get tired of it and they'll skip some, and so things are left blank, which even throws the numbers off more. But in the end, ultimately, people that would not have ever gotten the majority end up somehow getting the majority, and people are elected without getting 50% of the vote.
And based on that standard, have you come across any state that has actually, fairly gotten it accurate, or every state that has applied ranked choice voting? Have you analyzed it and figured that there are inherent issues with the tabulation?
Yeah, I think some of the folks here today might be able to talk about what went on in Alaska and some of those issues they've seen in Alaska that's done it. There's a few other states.
I've received some emails with respect to the Alaska issue, and also to a school election. Also, I don't know if you received that, but I'm familiar with the Alaska one. Okay. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Members, any other questions of the chairman? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll reserve your right to close. And the chair calls Chris Saxman. Mr. Saxman, I see your name is Chris Saxman. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You're here on behalf of yourself?
Yes, sir.
Right? And
Yes, sir.
you are on the bill.
I don't know what your terms are in Texas, but I'm neutral.
Neutral, that's
Neutral,
it.
there we go.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, go
I
ahead.
don't want to be confusing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Chris Saxman. I served 8 years in the Virginia House of Delegates as a Republican. I'm the executive director of Virginia Free. Virginia Free has been around since 1988. We evaluate incumbents and candidates for the business community. Our goal is to compete and win against states like Texas for capital, human, and financial. Y'all don't make it easy. This is a very good state. While the Commonwealth is the mother of presidents, we are also election nerd Disneyland. We have an election of consequence every year. There are no off days in Virginia politics. In 2021, Virginia Republicans used ranked choice voting to nominate for governor, attorney general, lieutenant governor, attorney general, 3 rock-solid conservatives, Glenn Youngkin, Winsome Sears, and Jason Miyares, the most diverse ticket in Virginia history. Republicans had faced an existential crisis. If they did not win the statewide office in 2021, they would have become a third party in a two-party state, essentially ending the two-party system in Virginia. The Republican nomination method was party run, paper ballot, and hand counted. I can attest to the following, having watched that process. Ranked choice voting saved the Republican Party of Virginia as a statewide party. It preserved the two-party system. It addressed election integrity just 5 months after January 6th. Virginia Republicans have continued to use ranked choice voting in congressional nominations. Ranked choice voting is a very useful tool in the electoral toolbox. If Texas political parties don't want to use ranked choice voting in their nomination, that's fine, don't. But someday your party might need ranked choice voting. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you for taking the time to come here.
Yes, sir.
Flew in from Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit more detail about the situation with Governor Youngkin, if you would.
Relative to his presidential prospects, sir?
Not even going to touch that one, 10-foot pole.
It's the question I get asked a lot.
Yeah, I apologize for the bad question. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the situation unfolded with regard to ranked choice voting on his nomination?
Well, there has been a fight in the Republican Party for decades on whether to have, for nominations for the statewide offices, with a convention or a primary. It's the convention crowd versus the primary crowd. It's been going on for years. And they could not make up their mind how they wanted to do the 2021 cycle. And this is right after the presidential. And the vote was split, and they had multiple ballots. And it got to the point where it was broadcast, streamed live on Facebook, our state central committee meetings. And it became a national embarrassment. At the same time, January 6th was going on in the aftermath. So the brand for Virginia Republicans was incredibly bad at the time. And they finally compromised and came up with a program where they would use ranked choice voting, which Republicans had used the year prior to elect the state chair of the party. So they had used it a little bit. By the time they chose the method of ranked choice voting in an unassembled convention, because we still had COVID restrictions and we were dispersed throughout the Commonwealth, we had multiple polling sites that we used for the convention, and we had delegates sign up and all that. And then, so they had 90 days essentially to put this together. And thankfully, Kay Cruz from Dallas, Texas, a parliamentarian, helped us put that process together and oversaw the tabulation of the election, which was in early May. So basically, Republicans were out of tools in their toolbox. They couldn't decide, and they reached in their toolbox and pulled out ranked choice voting, and it came across very successfully. And we had it actually increased the number of candidates. The candidates, it gets a little sharp in politics, as we all know. But for the most part, the Republican Party was able to stay united when there were candidates suggesting they were going to run as an independent. This allowed them to have a path forward to get the nomination as a Republican, and the party came out as much more united quicker to take on their opponents in the general election.
Do you have any, in your opinion, based on your experience, do you have any situations where ranked choice voting ends up being a detriment?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm not convinced in some of the states where they have a top 4 or a top 5, where you have multiple candidates from the same political party on the statewide ballot, I have a problem with that, because I think once a party puts up its nominee, that should be the nominee of the party, and that helps unite and strengthen the party from within and keep the two-party system as strong as it can be, because I think our republic needs strong political parties, and I think we're, historically speaking, on the precipice of not having that, unfortunately. So a stronger two-party system, I think, is better for the republic, and I'm not real convinced in the one the gentleman cited about Alaska. I don't think it was well used there, but I don't think the system of ranked choice voting was the problem there. It was the overlay of the top 4 scenario that was the problem, not the tabulation of the votes per se.
I'm not sure I understood what you meant by that, the overlay.
Well, in Alaska, they used ranked choice voting, but they also had 4 statewide candidates on the final ballot. So the top 4 voters, so you had, in the Senate election, they had 2, in the House election, they had 2 Republicans in their final tab in the general election, and in the Senate, they also had 2 on the final ballot. And they were both Republicans, and so that split the Republican vote, which I don't think is good for either party to have their vote split at the general election level. That's where you can get some nefarious activities. I think if you have a political party, you put up a nominee, and the other party puts up a nominee, and they have at it.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Morales.
I'm now a little bit more lost, okay? So, and I'm sorry.
Thank Alaska.
It's my fault. All right, let's take you gave a scenario where you were able to fill under ranked choice voting in Virginia 3 different office seats.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's the state party came up with that for their nomination, their primary.
Okay. But in my mind, I envision ranked choice voting taking place, for example, like in primaries, where a Republican for lieutenant governor, there's 5 different candidates, for example.
In 2021, we had 7 for governor, 6 for lieutenant governor, and 4 for attorney general. 17 total.
All right. And let's just take the governor. How many?
7.
7. And in Virginia, did it require a majority vote in order for you to get the nomination of governor?
Through the rounds of the ranked choice, the voters, the candidates who had the lowest number of votes in the first round dropped off, and their other rankings were dispersed according to how they were ranked. So at the end of the first ballot, Glenn Youngkin had the most votes. I think he had around 35%. And then the succeeding rounds of voting, which are tabulated by round, as we did a hand count, the paper ballots. We had 17 sets of eyes on just about every ballot. I think it was by the 5th round he had the majority. To get the nomination to ranked choice, you have to have the majority, the way the party plan was written for the Republicans.
And so I can understand the issues with respect to doing all this in paper ballots. I'm wondering if you've seen something computerized.
There are, to my knowledge, I've not seen it, there are processes and systems that do that, but I strongly recommend having a paper ballot backup in that regard.
So in this example of the governor and there being 7 different candidates, the one that got the least number of votes, let's say number 7,
dropped off.
What happens? He drops off, he or she drops off, but what happens to their votes?
So say, I think it might have been candidate 7. That person's number 2 becomes the number 1. So if Glenn Youngkin was number 2 for his voters, and we all said candidate 7's second place went to Glenn Youngkin's first, and so on down the line, and they're allocated accordingly. And each succeeding round of voting, how you are ranked is dispersed amongst the other candidates.
So you have to have multiple votes take place, or
When
just
you do
tabulate?
It's tabulate. You do it at one time. Rather than a convention format, which is what the convention folks like, they have to have multiple rounds of voting. It's all done at one time. We don't do runoffs in Virginia. I know it's a distinction with the state of Texas.
Well, I understand that one of the benefits of ranked choice voting would be to do away with the expenses associated with either, runoffs or somebody not getting a majority vote and then eventually going into a runoff.
There's multiple expenses, not just the cost of administering the election, but also the amount of money raised that goes back into the system as well. So sometimes campaign consultants don't like ranked choice voting for that reason as well, because it eliminates part of their business model.
So you're saying if we are able to establish the right parameters and the right foundation by which we're going to tabulate who ends up number 1 and who ends up number 7, and what happens to those votes from the lowest one that ended up at number 7.
Yes, sir.
So long as we get that right, then it should be a fairly easy process by which we can end up with a majority once those votes are assessed and given to the other 6 candidates. And then we go and eliminate number 6 also and appoint their votes to the other remaining members and so on until we end up with a majority.
That's exactly what happens. In the beginning, when we had, I think, 35,000 roughly delegates to the convention who had never seen ranked choice voting before, they very quickly adapted to it. There were probably some ballots that weren't done appropriately, but to my knowledge, it was a very good system for the Virginia Republicans, and it was carried off quite well. And I think people liked it because I got to say to a lot of my friends who were running on the ballot, yeah, I voted for you.
Yeah. Voted for
sure did.
Number 7.
Big guy.
I mean, you voted for everyone.
I sure did. I voted for all 17.
So let me
helps.
What did the state of Virginia do with respect to a ballot? Let's say your ballot, and you decide not to put anyone for number 7. You just leave it blank, or for position number 6.
It depends on the system that tabulates it. I'm not an election expert in this regard. I didn't serve in this committee when I was in the legislature. So thank you for doing this important task. I don't know exactly, but I do believe these are mechanical problems that can be solved through the educational process for voters to say how you should vote, because some people will fill out 111 all the way down the line thinking they're gaming the system, and they're not. And that's part of the education process that comes with this system.
And so the state
The
of
vast
Virginia...
majority of people adapted very quickly and rather enjoyed it.
But somebody, I can foresee somebody like that or didn't understand, and they just put number one for all 7 candidates.
Sure.
There's no way that you, as the tabulator of that, can make a determination as to what the intent of the voter was. Was it number one for Glenn Young or number one for, Eddie Morales?
Yeah, that's a difficult, and we had, like I said, we had 17 sets of eyes, for the most part, looking at all these ballots to determine intent at a certain point. But at a certain point, if the ballot exhausts or it's a ballot that has to be thrown away, it has to be done so or pulled off to the side. But in the end, it didn't factor into any of the elections.
And tell me how many total votes took place during that, let's say, governor's race. How many total votes that you have to tabulate? Because it seems 17 set of eyes in the state of Texas, I don't think that we can do that. It's such a huge state.
I think that's an exaggeration on my part, but the number of candidate campaigns that were in the room, there were 17. So I would imagine that for the gubernatorial election, the gubernatorial candidate campaigns were looking at all these ballots and doing their tabulations. I think they went 7 rounds of counting the votes. It would have been 5 or 6 for governor, I think 3 for attorney general, and maybe 4 for lieutenant governor. And they did it on successive days. It was quite dramatic. It was kind of fun for election nerds like myself who, we don't get to watch these things in real life.
I'm trying to correlate your process with what I see and I envision in the primary in the state of Texas, and I don't think that we are comparing apples.
I don't think so because of the hand ballot, and because the party ran the system. There are electoral systems that can do this electronically, but I strongly recommend having a paper ballot so that the issue of election integrity and ballot security is taken into consideration. I strongly recommend that.
I would like to see an example of a state that actually conducted their process electronically and to see how they were able to maintain accurate tabulation records for anybody that went in to that voting machine and ranked, just as a Virginia governor example, number 1 through number 7, but throughout the state of Texas to end up, and I think a computer can fairly do that in a simple format, but I'm more concerned over whether there's even an example of a state that has actually done it electronically and has tabulated it correctly and maintained accurate records.
Well, I think that has been done at the statewide level. I think for Maine and Alaska have done this to my knowledge. But again, the problems that occurred in Alaska were relative to the overlay of the top 4. The final 4 format that they use, but they have the system to do that. It was done electronically.
Now, when you're saying the overlay of the top 4, that was the problem for Alaska, you're talking about the same race, let's say just for governor.
Yeah.
And the top 4, the foundation was inaccurate, and that's what resulted in the discrepancy.
Well, I don't think there was an accuracy or discrepancy. The problem was more structurally for the 2-party system in Alaska, where you could have multiple candidates on the statewide final ballot, general ballot, from the same political party. I think that's the problem that Alaska Republicans had with it. Now, and for the statewide election for their lone congressional representative, 2 Republicans were up against a Democrat. The Democrat won in the final ballot against former Governor Sarah Palin. But that was a function of her lack of popularity with the Alaskan voters.
But we can have, in Texas, under the scenario you just gave, Texas can easily address that by just saying, well, at the end, you're only going to have 1 candidate from the Republican Party and 1 candidate from the Democratic Party. Yeah. So you don't end up with 2 Republican candidates for governor.
Yeah, I think that's the inherent danger where you'd have too much, I wouldn't call it nefarious activities, but confusing to the voters about who they're voting for and what they're getting in the final analysis. And I think that could be set up to be a structural problem that I think is not healthy for our republic.
Other than Maine and Alaska, can you give us any other examples of any other states that have used ranked choice voting? And
not to my knowledge. I was just a witness to and analyzed the Virginia process and how it benefited the entire electoral system and actually the health of our democracy.
And you're talking thousands of votes, hundreds of thousands of votes that took place
Well,
in Virginia?
in the Republican nominations, we had, I think, over 30,000 delegates to the convention that filled out the ballots. So it was a really healthy test run.
I thank you for your input. I still have a hard time trying to figure out how I can compare the state of Virginia with the state of Texas because of the high number of primary voters that we have, so.
Your football is much better than ours.
Thank you, sir.
So is your barbecue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Representative Ayala.
Real briefly, Mr. Saxon, just to make sure that history is being accurately reflected here. It wasn't ranked choice voting that was the secret weapon for Governor Youngkin in Virginia. It was the First Lady of Virginia from Austin, Texas.
Oh, well.
Suzanne Young. I just want to make sure history is written.
I would never say anything publicly or privately to suggest otherwise. Mrs. Youngkin is a formidable woman, and we greatly admire her. So thank you. I'll pass along your sentiments.
Yes, Chairman Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, everything I know about ranked voting has happened in the last 10 minutes, so I'm trying to understand one thing. So let's say 45% of voters like candidate A, and another 45 as their first choice.
Mm-hmm.
And another 45% like candidate B, right? But a lot of voters pick candidate C as their second or their third choice. Could it end up that neither of the two voters that most voters preferred ends up being the winner, but rather the person that almost everyone had their second or third choice end up winning the contest?
I don't know how in that what you've set up is a 45, 45, 10, and the 10, those last.
But then no one
10.
wins in that first round, right? So
Right.
I go and
Well, to your point, I
Yep.
think if you finish 45, 45, let's just say for argument, 100,000 each.
Yep.
And in the next round of voting, someone of the 45 goes, well, my second choice is the Republican, not not the Libertarian.
Mm-hmm.
And that could tabulate out, but at the end of the day, you're still going to get a 50% vote for that person.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be based on that first round of voting, though.
Okay, because I guess in my mind, I'm still thinking about it more of a primary type of situation. I guess maybe I can't get out of that mindset of, but there's a primary going on, and there's 3 or 4 or 5 people going, and maybe 45 is too difficult, but maybe 40. But there have to be situations where 1 or 2 or 3 candidates that most people wanted end up not actually being the winner, right? Because the one that wins just somehow garnered more of the second or the third or more of the fourth. Is that possible?
That's the only way, in my estimation, you get to a majority. With multiple candidates, the difficulty, many times, is getting to a majority status, which helps in the governing process. It's difficult to serve and represent a district when you have less than the majority of the voters.
Sure.
So the ranked choice voting ultimately gets you that in the general election. And I really haven't looked at it from a general election perspective in Alaska, but from the nomination perspective in the Republican Party, it was quite healthy for the party. It kept it united, it strengthened the two-party system, in my estimation. And relative to the legislation that's before you, I think is a very good tool in the toolbox, not to throw away just yet. I think you definitely want to have it deployable when you need it and explore it a little bit more, because you have obviously more different types of elections here in Texas. So that would be my only recommendation to anyone, is just don't throw it away.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Manuel.
I'm just going to kind of make this kind of short with my question, just to make sure I'm getting the right or the same definition you have of ranked choice voting. So let's say we have 3 candidates, 1, 2, and 3. Basically what happens is no one would get 50%, and then every person's second and third choice would then be tabulated to go up. So if they voted for me and they didn't vote for it, but I didn't win the 50%, then it would basically be everybody's second choice would then be tabulated into the system.
Correct.
So it's kind of like, as I say, it's if someone doesn't get 50%, it's kind of like a forced primary. I mean, not a primary, a runoff. What we have here in Texas. Right. So it's technically what is your runoff?
Right.
Who you would have voted for. It's just you don't have 12 weeks to redo it over again. Correct.
Yes, in some locations, referred to ranked choice voting as instant runoff.
Right.
They just instantly tabulated right there, so you don't have to come back and weeks later spend however millions of dollars later. There's no more administration costs. It saves the taxpayers money, and you don't have to do it all over again. It's just done on site.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. That really helped me clarify it.
Any other questions, members?
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
You're grabbing my hand.
You have good ones.
Please tell us how or why just the first vote that took place of all 7, again, using the Virginia governor position of all 7 seats. Tell me why that one vote couldn't be used just to tabulate everyone up. You know, get rid of number 7, get rid of number 6, and not have these multiple rounds of voting take place.
Well, I think at the time, Virginia Republicans were very sensitive to the needs of the voters and the base of the party to make sure the election integrity was secure. And that's why they did hand counts rather than have machines do the counting for them.
And I'm not concerned about the hand counts. My issue is if you can tabulate 1 through 7 and then put them, just use us as our names, or 1 through 7. It should be, okay, you get rid of Bob, who ended up at 7, and you use all the votes that Bob got for, 1 through 7, and you just add them up to the folks that ended up 1 through 6. And then you keep doing that just automatically without having to bring everyone in to come vote again. That's what I'm trying to.
No, it was a one-time ballot. They filled out the ballot in, say, Lynchburg, Virginia. Of the 1,000 people there, the ballots were secured, driven to Richmond. The Monday following that Saturday vote, they were opened up and counted by hand. There was no, that's how how the Virginia Republicans ran the election.
So there were multiple tabulations, but only one time that they voted.
The tabulation was in one place at one time.
Correct.
Yes, of all the ballots.
Of all the ballots.
Were all brought to
You get rid of
Richmond.
7, you get rid of number 6, and you're adding up their vote tallies to the folks that are remaining until eventually you end up with
50%.
The 50.1% in your nominee.
Yes, sir.
But you don't have to ask your voters to come back the next day.
No,
to come
that
vote
was the
again.
benefit, because that's why the Republicans chose this, because they didn't want to do the convention versus primary. They had that battle for months, and they couldn't decide. And the convention folks wanted the model where everyone had to come to a place in Virginia, do the multiple rounds, and then, people end up getting frustrated and leave, and they end up with a smaller cadre of people who ultimately decide the final ballot. So it sped up that process by using paper ballots driven to Richmond and tabulated separately.
In a state like Texas, and so big, and if people, let's say, the Republican Party decides to hold, or the Democratic Party decides to hold their ranked choice voting, voting in Austin.
Yes, sir.
I can envision, and folks in my district having a very difficult time traveling the 5, 6, 7 hours to Austin just to cast their vote. Why wouldn't the state of Virginia allow anyone in Virginia to vote wherever they wanted to and just tabulate?
The Virginia Republicans had, I think, 30 some odd sites around the state in which the voting was tabulated, took place in those localities.
So it didn't take place at the convention?
The votes were tabulated in Richmond.
At the convention?
Not the convention, but at a convention center, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. People didn't have to drive to Richmond. That's why people don't want the convention. That's the split between the primary and the convention folks. Primary people think that they should be able to go to their home precinct, vote, and be done with it.
Okay, great, because I heard convention, and I understood in my head the convention.
Right.
Okay. And if there's these 30 places in Virginia where they could vote, the election judges had to participate, and you had poll watchers and all of that?
That's all run by the party.
Okay.
So the party bore the cost of all that, overseeing all that. That cost was not borne by the state.
But by that process, then the state of Virginia was able to eliminate any sort of runoffs because it
Well, we don't have runoffs we don't have that.
Well, then why would you need ranked choice voting?
Because the convention crowd wanted to have that part of. They wanted to have a majority of that's how the state party decided to have it. And ranked choice got to the majority vote by that process. That was a function of the state party plan.
Before ranked choice voting, what would happen in Virginia if somebody didn't get 50 plus 1?
In a primary, the plurality would win.
So there were no additional costs
For,
prior ranked choice voting, so why would
no,
they
there was
wanna-
no cost, there was no cost to the state. The state didn't. In Virginia, our primaries, the Democratic and Republican primaries are held on the same day. You go in, you pick a side. You take one ballot or the other. That's it. You can't vote in both. So the localities run the elections, the state oversees it, and they bear the cost. So for the primary, for the Democratic primary, there's less people necessary to be at each polling precinct to oversee the elections. So the cost savings there on that side for the taxpayer relative to having just one primary on primary day in 2021. But this process in 21 was strictly run by the Republicans.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Members, any other questions? Mr. Saxman?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many ballots approximately were invalidated as a result of folks getting confused or whatever?
Yeah, we watched the process very closely. I can't think of a complaint that was filed by any candidate or any voter. Okay. So I don't know how many were thrown out, if any at all were thrown out by ballot exhaustion. I really don't.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye. The chair calls Andrew Eller. Mr. Eller, your name is Andrew Eller. You're here on behalf of the State Republican Executive Committee, SD 24, and yourself, is that right?
That's correct, in the Republican Party of Texas.
So I have here the State Republican Executive Committee, SD 24, comma, the Republican Party of Texas, comma, and yourself.
That's correct, yes.
And you're for the bill?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
go ahead.
Okay, yes, as you stated, my name is Andrew Eller. I'm the State Republican Executive Committee man for Senate District 24, and I'm here representing the Republican Party of Texas and myself, and we are for the bill. Ranked choice voting inherently is really confusing to voters, hence the acronym RCV, and I'm going to continue to use that acronym through this. RCV violates the one voter, one candidate, one vote principle in our Constitution. In fact, that is why a previous Attorney General has stated that ranked choice voting is actually unconstitutional in the state of Texas. We would just like to see this codified in the legislature to make sure that this just does not go any further. What you would like to see in RCV, what actually happens is it's a form of voter suppression as it creates confusion and disenfranchisement for both the voters and the election officials. Ballot exhaustion, which you did hear some terms on, is created when a voter overvotes, undervotes, or only ranks candidates that are no longer in contention, and then that ballot no longer counts in the end. I think the example was given where a voter would vote for the same person 10 different times. So their A choice is candidate A, their second choice is candidate A, their third choice is candidate A. But what happens is if that goes to the second round, that ballot is thrown out and that becomes an exhausted ballot. Also what happens is with undervotes, a candidate would vote, or not a candidate, a voter would vote and say, well, I don't like anybody else. I know I'm only supposed to vote once, so I'm going to vote for candidate A in the first round, leave that candidate there and leave the others blank. Well, what happens if during the second round, they didn't rank anybody in the second round? Well, guess what? That ballot is then also thrown out. That becomes another exhausted ballot. So up to 30% of ballots in ranked choice voting elections are often seen to be exhausted or thrown out. You're disenfranchising 30% of your voters. And I will tell you who you're disenfranchising. The studies have shown, because it's a non-intuitive system, that it's the vulnerable voters who are the ones who are most disenfranchised during this type of voting system. When you're running a convention, such as a Virginia Republican convention, yes, you can do those kind of things because it seems to be easier to educate those types of people, your delegates, in a convention. When you're doing it to the general population of a state, and a state the size of Texas, you're looking at several million votes versus 35,000 votes, and that becomes very difficult to do. Just as an example, New York City spent over $15 million trying to educate voters in their mayoral election. That led to even more confusion and problems. And the mayoral election I'm talking about is the New York City's 2021 Democrat mayoral primary. It took them 15 days to announce a winner because of issues during that primary. Another example is that ranked choice ranking candidates rather than voting for one always results in legitimate, I make mention of that, just being discarded during the cycles. Those are called trash can ballots. So another example of this is Oakland, California, the 2010 mayoral election, which used ranked choice voting. Here, the candidate that received the most votes in the first round lost in the 10th round due to the second and third place votes. 28% of voters did not cast ballots ranking 3 candidates in the race. So again, almost 30% of the ballots were tossed out. Maine was mentioned. In Maine, the 2nd congressional district election in 2018, in that race, 8,253 ballots were exhausted. The Republican received 46.33% of the votes ahead of the Democrat, who had 45.58%. But since the Republican didn't receive 50% of the votes, there was a second round of tabulation, and the Secretary of State threw out those 8,000 plus ballots. Do I need to finish up or just?
Well, how much more do you have going on?
Just another couple sentences.
Go ahead.
So in the end, the Democrat was declared the winner with 50.26% of the ballots, remaining ballots. So only half of the remaining ballots in the Maine election were counted. So that disenfranchised 50% of the voters in that race, or in that election. So I urge you to please pass this ban on ranked choice voting out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eller. Chairman Burrows.
Yeah, I mean, look, from everything I've heard here today, I've got no interest in changing the system that we're used to. It seems more complicated, and I understand that. But help me understand, who in Texas would likely be doing this and kind of why they might want to do this, so I can better, contextualize what it is we're talking about.
Likely, it was mentioned in the primaries, like a party would be doing it.
RPT wouldn't be doing it.
RPT, we actually passed a resolution saying we do not like ranked choice voting.
Okay.
And by the way, the Republican National Committee also passed a resolution saying we do not like ranked choice voting.
Okay.
So just in context. But if a party, if it wasn't banned and a party decided they wanted to do ranked choice voting in a primary, they could do that, and it becomes that instant runoff. It eliminates the runoff election. The other place that it would typically be done would be school boards and municipal elections. That's probably where it would most likely be done.
Because I don't necessarily know, particularly if I care what other parties decide to do with their own rules. However,
Correct.
You're talking about school boards, municipal.
Correct.
And what is their motivation? What do they hear? What is the selling point to them for what you're hearing about why they may want to convert to that?
So they would want to eliminate the possibility of having to do a runoff, going to a runoff type election.
So it's a money-saving thing is how they're being
It's a
pitched?
money-saving thing to them, and especially when you have 10 candidates, let's say, for 1 or 2 seats in a school board, they don't want to have to go back and, okay, now let's take those top 2 candidates, let's do the runoff out of those 10.
So that's essentially why we should be concerned about this, from where I'm looking at is we're worried that school boards, municipalities may adopt this in order to save the money for a runoff.
Yeah, and in the end, it would really confuse the voters, and who's actually getting elected. We don't know if it's actually what the voters wanted to be, who they wanted to be elected in those elections.
All right.
The simplest way is to do the runoff systems that we currently have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Eller.
Thank you.
The chair calls Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. She had to leave? All right, Lori Gallagher, one more time. Okay. Joanne Richards. I have your name as Joanne Richards, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are here on behalf of RCV for Texas. What does RCV stand for?
Ranked choice voting.
Ah,
You haven't heard that enough today.
man, I guess not. Well, I'm just making sure. All right, so you're here on behalf of RCV for Texas and yourself, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, we are.
I have you down here as a doctor as well, is that right?
Not a medical physician, but a PhD, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I have a PhD in physiology, but that has nothing to do with elections.
Okay, all right, well, I just like to know.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't know why it's that way, but there it
Yes,
is.
ma'am, go ahead.
Thanks. So the reason, you've all asked some really interesting questions, and I hope that I can clarify them at some point. But ranked choice voting for Texas is interested in ranked choice voting in certain elections, not all elections. And the reason why we would, and that's why we're against this bill, because this bill would basically prohibit ranked choice voting in every election. And we think that that's wrong. There are 3 instances where we think that ranked choice voting is of benefit. The first one is most of us share the belief that those who serve our country overseas, whether it be through the active military or their families, missionaries, Peace Corps volunteers, of which I was one, foreign service members and others, should have their voices heard in elections. And runoff elections are usually quite problematic for these folks because they can't get the runoff ballot to them and back from them in time for their vote to count. So if there wasn't a runoff for them, that would be a benefit, right? And in fact, six southern states have ranked choice voting for their military and overseas voters. They all happen to be states in the South. And so we think that that is of benefit. And I would wager that maybe the bill author doesn't share the view that we have, that military and overseas voters and those who support the country should have their voice heard. The second situation...
I do want to tell you, the bill author, I don't think would agree with that. I mean, that's a little personal of a characterization.
But the bill bans this.
But I think saying that the bill author doesn't care about our military and them voting is a little bit too far. And I just wanted to step in on that. I appreciate your comments, though.
Thank you very much. Most of us believe that voters want to be represented, but when a vacancy occurs, there's a gap in their representation. And so allowing ranked choice voting in special elections where all the candidates run on one ballot would be a cost-saving measure if we didn't have to have a runoff. And I gave you an example of a special election in Dallas, and you can take a look at how much it costs and how few people come to the runoff. So in fact, because no one gets a majority for the first election, the first round, if there is a runoff, and in this particular case, the 2 candidates, I think there were 10 candidates total, there were 2 candidates at the top. Each of the candidates got 26% of the vote, and they went to a runoff, and the number of folks who voted in that runoff was about 50% less, and it cost about 50% more. And in fact, the people who actually, the person who actually won with a majority of the runoff votes, but they were so small. So it really wasn't a majority of those people who came out for the election to be in for the first time.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the second. And the third, if I might, is nonpartisan municipal elections. The city of Austin, for its city council, would like to have runoff voting. And one of the reasons why is, for me, as someone who is an Austin resident, in the last election, there were something like 6 or 7 folks who ran for mayor. I happen to like several of those candidates, and I was forced to vote for only one of them. And then there was a runoff election with the top 2 candidates, and the runoff election campaigning was rather heated and quite negative. We could have avoided that whole issue if we had runoff voting. And my view would have been that I could have had my voice heard because I could have voted for a number of candidates or ranking them. To answer Representative Morales' question, if this is done by computer, like we vote now in most of our places, if you put 3 people as your first choice, the computer won't let you do that. the computer will say, you have made an error, can't do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Your point's well taken on that. Members, do we have any questions of this witness? Representative Morales.
Ma'am, does this, on page 2, does this take into account, you're citing the Texas 6th Congressional District, which, my personal observation is that the right person ended up winning, an LZ, okay? But that's neither here nor there. Did you tabulate all of the other, it was a special election.
This was a special
multiple
election.
candidates. Did you tabulate what would have happened had we had used ranked choice voting? Because I see that you only consider.
Well, there
right?
wasn't ranked
No,
choice voting, so we had to extrapolate, if you will.
And so that's why you're only citing, that's right. Well, there wasn't
Right?
a way
I mean,
to
there wasn't
determine
one,
1
so
through
we
10.
can't-
I'm
we
sorry.
can't do the
That was
comparison.
That was a
But you
bad
can see
question.
how many folks voted in the runoff, and you can see the expense, and the expense was prohibitive. And in a special election, this is typical, because in a special election, it's a vacated seat, so there is no incumbent, and there are typically multiple candidates in these elections, so there is typically a runoff, and that runoff is extremely expensive.
I understand. I mean, and that resonates with me. I've been involved in city government for over 20 years. I understand the cost associated with that. Any race, no matter how small, whether there's 2 parties or whether there's 7, you're looking at $30,000 to $45,000. And so that resonates with me. But I still have a hard time trying to understand how we can make sure that we're tabulating this correctly and we're ensuring that the right individuals.
So there are something like 100 cities that use this, and if there were anomalies, you would know about them. We don't see them. I think Albuquerque was the city that used it most recently. I can get to you the list of all of the cities that have used it. I know that Cambridge, Massachusetts started this in 1941. It is not new. You can do hand tabulations, but it's much easier to do them by computer. We all said, how difficult would it be when we go vote and we have to go vote by computer instead of marking things down on this little piece of paper? And you couldn't read whether somebody, the 2 circles were so close to each other. Who did they actually vote for? And so the question was, well, if you do it by machine, it's much easier to tell where the vote's going. We had the Chads, and we know what happened with Chads, right? But each time we have tried to improve how we vote, there has always been some resistance to that.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony today. Members, any other questions?
I do. Do you have a response with respect to the previous Mr. Eller talking about, which resonated also with me, the disenfranchisement of, half of the ballots not counted in Maine because...
I'd like to see that data. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I will look for the data and I will get back with you.
And also, do you know what percentage of these 100 cities, what the demographic has been representing a district that is largely Hispanic population?
Sure.
They can bear, my constituents are having a difficult time just voting under the current system. I can only imagine how difficult it must be now when we change it on them and we are asking them to actually vote for all 7, and using the Virginia example of governor.
Yeah. I will certainly tell you that there are 2 factors that are really important. One of them is an education factor. And nobody says if you were to adopt ranked choice voting this month, that next month you're going to use it. So there is an education component that is required. And the other piece that's really absolutely essential is the design of the ballot. And there are groups that have done testing of different types of ballot design to make sure that the ballot design is clear and is understandable. And I can get those examples to you.
If you can't, I'll provide you with my business card so you can provide that to me. Thank you, Miss,
I'd
for
be
taking
more
your
than
time.
happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? Representative Manuel.
Hi, I'm just going to kind of, because I think the chairman does like to play devil's advocate just a little bit. So I'm one of the people who wanted a runoff. And what would you say in the instance of, I think everyone on this committee, we all take elections very seriously, and we know how important it is. But sometimes some candidates don't have a good start, or, it could be a ton of different things. And what would you say to the argument that a runoff actually gives people, granted, yes, people do show up less in a runoff, but that it gives people more time to actually consider who is actually on the ballot and fact checking? Because during that primary time, everything is happening so fast, everything's happening so quick. There's this meeting, there's that meeting, and then all of a sudden you're voting for a person, and then you kind of do have that dead space.
Right, but remember that we're not interested in primaries.
Right, but I'm saying,
Right, so
but I'm saying if we're looking at all of this.
The reason we're opposed to this is because it prohibits us from having runoff elections.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is this would stop that.
Yes, but.
And what I'm saying is, what about people that gives them more time to consider a candidate during that extra
During that
time
time.
frame?
I would wager to guess that because of the number of folks who come out in those runoff elections, that they didn't have any more time to look at those candidates than they did before.
Well, I'm going to disagree on that one.
You can disagree.
But I am going to say I'm not taking either side. I'm just saying I'm also just looking at it for consideration, because that is how some people do win and runoffs, because people have had more time to consider, like especially with Elsie, to look and see what are the qualifications, what has this person actually done. There's time. There's more fact-checking time. So what would you say to someone with that argument?
Right, but what I could say also is that there is no election that is perfect. There is no system that is perfect. We think that the ranked choice voting system is a better system.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that answer.
Under certain circumstances. And the top 4 or top 2, we're not interested. We're not interested in open primaries. We're not interested in top 2, top 4, because there are problems involved.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Any other questions of this witness? We sure appreciate you very much today.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Good to see you. The chair calls Susana Carranza. You are Susana Carranza. You're here representing yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And just reiterating one more time, this prohibits everywhere from happening. It doesn't allow anybody to choose they want that process. And this, to me, it's a bad idea. We're not forcing anybody to use it. We're just not wanting to prohibit it from everybody. So ranked choice voting is an efficient way to make sure voters' voice is heard, and it's particularly useful in nonpartisan elections, like was mentioned, when we have a large number of candidates. We hear people say they don't like ranked choice voting because it's complicated, but in fact, we use ranked choice for a lot of things we do in our current life. For instance, if we go to the grocery store and our preferred brand is not there, we don't go home. We pick our second choice. Like, we do that every day. We don't even think about it. You don't go home just because, Uncle Ben's was not there and you only had the store brand. You just get your second choice. Ranked choice is that. I would like to use an ice cream example. Let's say a group of people had to choose which ice cream they want for the entire group. They would all have to pick one choice. There were 3 flavors: dark chocolate, Belgian chocolate, and vanilla. Well, most people prefer chocolate flavors in general, but they're not too particular, so they split the vote between the 2 chocolates. And the rest of the people vote vanilla. Well, I also know that the second choice for both vanilla folks and dark chocolate folks was Belgian chocolate. So in a ranked choice voting, what would have happened was that Belgian chocolate would win and everybody would be happy, or at least, happy enough. But if it was a runoff, you would get dark chocolate and vanilla to face off, and then the winner would be dark chocolate, and it would make a lot of people unhappy because the vanilla folks didn't like dark chocolate at all. So at the end of the day, the voice of the voters is better heard if everybody can make their choices to begin with. It's not a complicated system. It saves taxpayer money, and this talk about disenfranchising voters is nonsense because it disenfranchises voters much more if you go from a main election that you have like maybe 50, 60% turnout to a runoff that you have like 10 or 15 turnout at best, because you're already disenfranchising that 50% difference. So please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Let me get back here on my deal. Chair calls Elizabeth Garretts. Elizabeth Garretts. I'm somewhere in the neighborhood of it, I think. I'm sneaking in on it. Elizabeth Garretts, I don't think she's responding. She was registered as...
Against?
She on behalf of herself. She was here for herself, and she's against the bill. All right. The chair calls Mary Nugent. Mary Nugent? Thank you, Mary Nugent. All right. She's registered for herself and against the bill. The chair calls Valerie DeBille. No, it's all right. You're Valerie DeBille, of course.
I am.
And you're here on behalf of yourself.
Yes, I am.
True to form, you're against the bill.
Yes, I am.
No offense on that. You shocked me a moment when you were
yeah.
for a bill, so I was just, a moment ago.
I can be for things.
I know you can.
I'm for ranked choice voting.
That you're against
Specifically,
this bill.
I'm against this bill because, as several people have said before, this bill would bar anybody from having the option. Number one, as we've already established, ranked choice voting is also known as instant runoff voting. It eliminates the need for a runoff, which, as you said, and has been stated before, when you have a runoff, you always have a drop-off in voters. So the disenfranchisement is kind of like pick which kind of disenfranchisement you think is better. Ranked choice voting, if you choose somebody who's as your number one, and your number 2 wins out of 7, you're probably going to be okay with that. But if you're number 7, that's the person you really don't want in that job. You have the opportunity to say, this is the person I least want to have that job. And that is, your preferences are taken into consideration, not just your on-off. Second, it encourages candidates to appeal to more than just their base. If you're trying to be somebody's second or third or fourth choice, you want to be their second choice, not their fourth choice. So you might have to temper some of your more extreme views. And the current system rewards extremes. And I think we've seen that play out in a lot of different circumstances, where you've got no real compromise. There's not really compromise candidates. With ranked choice voting, you end up with that a lot. No, you might not get your first choice every time, but you might get your second, and that's better than your 7th. As an example, I'm going to get real nerdy here for a second. But the Hugo Awards are like the Oscars of science fiction and fantasy. And they use ranked choice voting and have used it since 1968. And part of the reason they do that harkens back to what Joanne was saying about worldwide stuff. Because back in 1968, we did not have online voting. And so everybody had to mail in their ballots. And the Hugo is a worldwide award. And so we had ballots coming in from all around the world. And if you needed to go to a runoff for the top 5 science fiction novels of a year, you don't have the people in Australia are not going to have the opportunity to do a runoff. And those were paper ballots initially. They moved to it electronically eventually. We still have some people who send in paper ballots. But it works every year. There's always a winner. And they publish at the end a list. Yeah, last year's was 26 pages long, and it had literally every single vote, every single rank for every single category. So you could see how everything played out. You know, why somebody's second choice won, why somebody's third choice won, and how that all played out, and what votes got allocated where. So it seems more complicated on the back end, but on the front end, like Susanna said, we do this every day in our brains. It's not that hard.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Representative Manuel.
I'm sorry. I just have to. So I'm just going to state this. I'm not placing any statement. I understand ranked choice voting. I grew up in California, so I get it.
Yeah.
But my thing is, and not in every case, and the reason I say this is because I was the moderate candidate to someone who was a little bit more left to than I was. And that was what changed my election, is people realized that, oh, he actually is not just for the party he's running for. He's much more inclusive.
Right. When you go to a runoff, it does get more moderated.
Right.
What I'm saying is, like,
well, no,
when
my
you have just the
candidate
initial,
went even further to the left.
Right.
And than what our district currently is. And so I do understand, like, I get it. It's not as complicated. It really is like choosing, if you have 7 best friends in a room and you pick which one is your best friend, you just don't have to tell them that you picked who was their best friend. I get that part of it.
Yes, I voted for you.
Right, because you did technically vote for all of your best friends. You love them all, but you can only take one on the vacation. And so it just kind of went down the rank. And I get that one. But I will have to, I do have to push back on that, is that not all the time does the far left, right candidate get the win just because there was a runoff, because a lot of times I've found that it makes people pay much further attention. There's legislators who have been with people who are much more to one side than the other, and at least in the building, from my experience of being here, is that a lot of times it's the person who has been more moderate who has to show, because you really have to work to get people out.
Right.
But I just kind of had to say that.
No, I get
That's
that.
just-
And like, as Joanne
Thank
said, there's no such thing as a perfect system. Everything's going to have a drawback.
Members, any other questions?
Are there any members?
No, we don't. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Bill. Alan Vera. Chair calls Alan Vera. I don't think Mr. Vera's here. I'm going to call it 3 times anyway. Alan Vera, Alan Vera, Alan Vera. Alan Vera? Alan Vera, okay, thank you. The chair calls Ed Zinner. Good to see you, Mr. Zinner. Are you Ed Zinner?
Yes, sir.
Are you here on behalf of the State Republican Executive Committee of Texas SD 23, and is that right?
I am.
And are you for the bill?
I am for the bill.
Go ahead.
And I do love the author of the bill also.
As do I.
Yes, and runoffs are no big deal. I found myself in a runoff, which I was embarrassed that I didn't win outright a number of years ago in a precinct chair election. And I did take a little razzing from our appeals court justices for being in a runoff. But I went and I worked my district. I worked my precinct, and I won the runoff overwhelmingly. And I totally support banning ranked choice voting. It is just a weird scheme. They say it saves money. Does it really? Would you rather have your candidates come and talk to you and learn more about them? And, I am all for this bill. I don't think we need to be talking about ice cream, because I would go with Cherry Garcia, which does have both dark chocolate and vanilla and cherries. But yes, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I ask for consideration and passage of this bill.
We appreciate you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Zinner. The chair calls Rui Tua. That's R-U-E-I, Tuo, T-U-O. I'm not going to say that 3 times. They are registered for themselves and against the bill. The chair calls Claudia Yanez. Ma'am, would you state your name for me?
Yes, I'm Claudia Torres Yanez.
And you're here on behalf of yourself, is that
I'm
right?
here on behalf of myself.
And you're
I
against the
am
bill?
Against the bill, that's correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not all that prepared as much as I'd like to be. I got 4, 5, 6 bills to testify, and I've really just read through my notes this morning. It's kind of a lot for someone who has a full-time job and is raising school-aged children. So this process is a bit overwhelming, I think, for the average voter. I've heard references to the ranked choice voting being really confusing. I think that's cute, given how much confusion there is in our election code generally that goes unaddressed. So I think that's a poor excuse to eliminate or prohibit the freedom to have ranked voting if local jurisdictions want to use ranked voting. I think it suppresses the will of local voters who want to use this form of voting, particularly in nonpartisan elections. I think it's more respectful of people's time and money to have the ability to run elections using ranked choice and saving money not only for the body administering the election, but voters themselves. It takes time and money to get out multiple times, and that could be avoided. So I do believe it's a more fiscally conservative approach to administer an election, and I think that's something that we could all get behind. To the comments I heard earlier, and I'm sad I'm missing Representative Morales, who I know represents or is from Eagle Pass. I'm from Del Rio, so I'm very familiar with voters along the border in our communities. So is it different? Is it going to take education? Sure, but we're not stupid. I think we can figure it out. To Dr. Carranza's testimony earlier, we do this all the time. It comes very naturally. It's not a foreign concept. We're not from Mars, even out in Del Rio and Eagle Pass. Furthermore, I've spent 25 years in tech. You know, we hear about advances in AI and ChatGPT. It's 2023, for God's sakes. I find it hard to believe that we don't believe some simple math computations, like literally addition, can't be done error-free and really, really easily. So with that, I urge you to oppose House Bill 3611.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Any questions? No, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. The chair calls Chase Martin. Mr. Martin, would you state your name?
Sure, it's Chase Martin.
Are you here on behalf of Opportunity Solutions Project?
I am.
And are you for the bill?
I am for the bill.
Go ahead.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, honorable members of the committee. My name is Chase Martin, and I'm a visiting fellow at the Opportunity Solutions Project. OSP is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works in over 40 states across the country with one clear goal: to help more people achieve the American dream. Now, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of this legislation. HB 3611 will protect Texas voters from ranked choice voting, a disastrous alternative voting system that discounts votes, diminishes confidence, and threatens fast and accurate ballot counting. This bill will provide important clarity to the current general and administrative prohibition on preferential voting in Texas. Lawmakers across the country have recognized the threat of ranked choice voting. In 2022, Florida and Tennessee both banned it statewide and preempted local jurisdictions from adopting it. Just last week, Governor Noem signed legislation that bans ranked choice voting in South Dakota, and lawmakers in Idaho sent a bill to their governor's desk. Montana is also advancing similar legislation that was recently heard by committees in both chambers. Special interest groups that are very well funded have successfully pushed ranked choice voting at the statewide level in Maine, where I'm from, and Alaska through ballot initiatives. Lawmakers in both states have introduced bills this session that would return their states to plurality voting. Some cities across the country have also implemented ranked choice voting, like we've heard today, New York, San Francisco, and Portland, Oregon. Under ranked choice voting, not every ballot that counts, every ballot that is cast counts towards election results. Now, we heard about the election in Maine in 2018. 8,253 Mainers had their ballots tossed out. Now, he said 50%, and I want to correct, it was 5% of the ballots that did not actually count because those 8,000 ballots were cast out. That wasn't half of our people in the 2nd District that showed up, so I think it was just a numerical error on the previous gentleman's testimony. So it was 5%. Alaska's experience with ranked choice voting has been similar to Maine's. In 2022 special election seat for Dan Young, 15,000 votes were thrown out. 60% of those voters chose a Republican in the first round, but by the last tally, a Democrat came out ahead with 5,200 votes. These exhausted ballots were tossed out simply because they only voted for the other Republican candidate instead of ranking everyone. Ranked choice voting also diminishes voter confidence. Nearly 2 months after November's election, Alameda County in California announced that it systematically counted the ballots incorrectly due to a ranked choice programming error. The third place finisher had actually won in Oakland. So something else I heard, and I just want to close with, the candidates in Virginia won because they were strong candidates. I live in Virginia now. Governor Youngkin, his first lady, and Attorney General Miyares, amazing candidates. They won for that reason. And as a veteran, I appreciate Chairman Kane's bill and have no doubt about his strong support for the armed forces. Thank you.
Do you think that there is a place for ranked choice voting for armed services members?
I don't think it's necessary at all.
Why do you think that?
Yeah. I think that when we're making our votes overseas, we tick our boxes, we send it back overseas. If we need to do a runoff, we can do that as well. They expedite through the mail any elections that we need to participate in. It's a pretty simple process. Doesn't all need to happen at once.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Chair calls Roxy Williamson. Are you Roxy Williamson?
I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I understand that you're here on behalf of the Galveston Island Voter Education Resource and Services Organization, and that you're here for yourself as well?
Yes, sir.
And that you're against the bill, is that right?
I am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
I am here today prayerfully to not just fall on deaf ears. After giving this bill some reading and some thoughtful prayer, I'm just really here to advocate for our already disenfranchised voters. And instead of restricting opportunities to expand voting in Texas, we should really be investing in voter education, voter engagement, and finding better ways to work with what we already have in place and not spend any more taxpayer dollars on things that we can fix, that are administrative things that we can fix in the back office, as opposed to reinventing the wheel. And that's basically all I had to say. And as far as, I have family members that live overseas, and they're very open to whatever opportunities they have to expand and preserve their voting rights. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate you expressing yourself, ma'am. Any members have any questions of Ms. Williamson? No, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Chair calls Robert Green. Good to see you again, Mr. Green. You are Robert L. Green, and you're here on behalf of the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee for Legislation and yourself, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And you are for the bill?
Yes, sir, I am.
Go ahead.
I have been an election judge and a precinct chair for about a little over 12 years now. We have a system in Texas that gives us the opportunity to go through and choose our choices in a primary election, and then standard practice is to go to a runoff election if one is necessary. I do not like the concept of ranked choice voting. I feel like that some of the people here today have mentioned some of the problems associated, that some people wind up getting their votes tossed out, and the person who may not have received the majority of the votes in the first round of voting don't wind up winning the election. So I just say that I'd like to keep what we've got. I don't think we need ranked choice voting. I think that it leads to problems. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Members, any questions? Mr. Manuel?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've probably heard some of the people in here. How do you feel about people in their communities who say their voters are accustomed to it, they're used to it, they think it's great? What would be your...
Accustomed to ranked choice?
To ranked choice, like they're used to it, or are they, they've done it before, or that they don't think it would be that hard to implement?
I guess over a period of time, they might be able to educate themselves. I see too many things on man on the street interviews and whatever. They don't even know who the president of the United States is. And I feel like that we don't do enough stuff to educate ourselves. I mean, I think voters should take the time and the opportunity to learn an individual's platforms, understand their views on voting. But we have people who don't, and too many of them tend to vote for the letter after the last name. And I don't think that's right. We really should look at the views and the platforms of the people that we elect to be our leaders. And I feel like that ranked choice voting doesn't necessarily do that. I think what happens is too often you wind up getting a wrong person into office. And that's just my personal opinion, and it's the opinion of our elections committee that deals with this, that we feel like that it's not broken, don't fix it.
Okay. I just wanted to see that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you, sir.
The chair calls Charles Cruz. Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz. Are you Charles Cruz?
I am Charles Cruz, here
Are
in
you here on
WS.
behalf of yourself?
I am.
And you are against the bill, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Go ahead.
So everybody in the world is familiar with ranked choice voting. They just don't know it. They've been to a grocery store, especially during COVID, and found that the shelf is empty. So the thing that they want isn't there. They make a selection on the second thing that they want. And if that's not there, then they'll choose the third thing that they want. They know how to use ranked choice voting. It just hasn't been explained how to use this in politics. Ranked choice is something that we always do. We have a preference for the thing that we want the most. And if that's not there, then we'll go to the next thing, and the next thing until we get what's available. That's how ranked choice voting works. You make a selection of preferences and rank them in order. Unfortunately, this is very much deja vu. I'm from Baytown, Texas, and this is a repeat of 2017 when Representative Kane tried to outlaw something that he didn't understand, palliative care. He tried to get rid of palliative care in Texas, and he is now, again, trying to get rid of ranked choice voting without realizing the benefit that it provides to the citizens of Texas. I am strongly opposed to this bill, and I was hoping that Representative Capriglione was here because I grew up in Colleyville, but I was going to pump that as well. Anyways, that's, I believe, all I had to say on this, but I think it's a terrible, terrible bill. We should not be eliminating opportunities for progress. I believe that ranked choice voting offers us a superior method, a more efficient method, which will eliminate runoffs any election in which it's used.
All right. Well,
Any questions?
Thank you so much. Members, any questions of Mr. Cruz? Thank you for taking the time to come express yourself.
My pleasure. Take care, y'all.
Take care. The chair calls Liz Pickens. Good to see you again, Ms. Pickens. You are Liz Pickens, is that correct?
Correct.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that right?
I am. I'd like to rise in support of this bill. Having worked elections in Dallas County for years, our voters have difficulty. But I think that this is a crucial time for us to look at this bill because the legislative priorities that came out of our state convention, election integrity is something that the voters of Texas are concerned about. On both sides of the aisle, I believe it's 86% of people are concerned about election integrity and transparency. So based on that, I believe this is not the time for us to try to switch to a new and much more complicated system. Not an expert on this, but if you look at things like the New York mayoral election, 140,000 of their voters were disenfranchised because their ballots were thrown out. That's not something that we need to be doing at a time when we're trying to help our voters have confidence in our election system. A basic ballot where you have simple choices on the ballot as we have now is difficult for some voters. And if we don't want to disenfranchise people, this is not the thing for us to be doing. So I would ask that you support this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Pickens. Members, any questions of Ms. Pickens? Thank you. The chair calls Katja Erisman. Ma'am, would you state your name for me?
Yeah, absolutely. Katya Erisman.
Ms. Erisman, you're here on behalf of Common Cause Texas and yourself, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you're against the bill? Is that
Yes.
right? Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. I will try to make this quick. I know we have a lot of bills on the agenda today, and it's going to be a long night. I kind of actually just want to start off by correcting some, comments that were said earlier. If the election system isn't broke, we shouldn't fix it. The election system is broken. We have runoff elections that have an average of 11% of eligible voters turning out in elections. We have runoff elections that are costing, on average, $6.4 million in general election cycles, costing taxpayers that money. And if we're looking at the levels of disenfranchisement that are happening within the election systems, allowing for local voters to have the will to enable ranked choice voting in nonpartisan elections or partisan elections within their own county or locality, not only enables the will of those voters to not be suppressed by state preempting that decision from local elections, but it also allows for runoff elections to be subverted, which would mean that the majority of the voters that are participating in the general election on this item or on this election or candidacy would actually have their voices heard. What we've seen on average is that there's a 60 to 70% drop-off of voters that participate in a regular election versus if they participate in a runoff election, which means that doing away with that and allowing for cities and localities to permit ranked choice voting is enabled in order to allow for these voices to be heard. At the end of the day, though, I do want to correct some misinformation. This bill isn't about saying ranked choice voting being good or bad. Those are a later conversation for us to consider, especially on a local level by voters and by their local governments. This bill is about permitting the ability for cities and governments to enable or enact ranked choice voting if it is the will of their local citizens. So that's what we need to be considering today as a body. If you have the authority or the right or the privilege to prevent local voters to enact and engage in this election process if they so choose to. The second part is a question of confusion about all of the voters on their ballot. Banning ranked choice voting or prohibiting the use of ranked choice voting in local elections does not prevent or rectify or remedy that confusion. In fact, what we should be doing is on the budget that's going to be happening next week, making sure that we have a remedy for the fact that the voter education funding has been stagnated at $3.5 million since 2016, which was the only increase that we've had because of a lawsuit that was sued against the Secretary of State because of voter ID laws. And so if we want to be making sure that people are educated about what's on their ballot, we should be increasing the funding that is going towards texting voters that they're eligible and registered, that there is an election coming up, making sure that election websites are accessible in every language and has relevant ballot information. But we shouldn't be prohibiting voters from engaging in a reform that can be made on their local election level. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Sure appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Ed Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're testifying on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that right?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
So start with, we've talked about educating voters and everything. Voters are smart. They know how to rank a choice. The problem is when you have multiple candidates on a ballot, voters, like we heard the lady saying she had her kids and not time to really read through every stuff. When you have 12 names on a ballot for mayor's race, people, normal people that are working and busy, don't have time to look and study the qualifications of all 12 ballot names. So they're going to come in and they're going to vote for 1, 2, 3 voters and then leave. And then that leaves an undervote on all those other races. So when they start adding the votes up, those undervotes get just dropped off. Those people lose their vote. They lose their right to, they lose their chance to vote for a candidate because they didn't have time to study all 12 candidates on the ballot for that race. In the runoff system, they come in, they vote for their candidate, it goes to a runoff. Then they have a short period of time that they can decide, okay, out of these two, which one do I like the best, and study it, instead of having to study all 12 candidates that were on the original ballot. It's voter fatigue more that gets ranked choice voting out because people don't have, when you have multiple names on the ballot, they don't have time to study all the candidates to make a informed decision on which ones am I going to vote, how am I going to rank them. And then you have an undervote, and that undervote ends up with that ballot getting tossed out. We mentioned overseas votes. We've pretty well helped the overseas and military voting because those can be sent to those people electronically now. You can email them the ballot. They print it off, vote it, sign it, and send it back. It's a lot faster process, and that happens 45 days before the election is when those ballots are sent out. So they have plenty of time usually to receive it, get it voted, and mail it back, even in a runoff situation. So that's why you have a primary election where you have the primary in March and the runoff at the end of May, is to give the overseas people time to get it in. So, there's really no reason when we always talk about, how precious votes are and how precious the rights of the voters are, and there's really no expense. Why are we trying to save money and cheat people out of voting and just have another election, have the runoff election, let them make an informed decision, and let them have time to study who the candidates are.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The chair calls Tim Dowling. Tim Dowling.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Before you
Good
start to
afternoon.
talk on me, I do want to thank your staff member, Ms. McCarthy. She was very helpful to me yesterday when I was trying to understand this process.
Good.
And you're blessed to have such a professional and courteous person working for you. You probably already know that, but I think she needed to be recognized for that.
Yes, I am. Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you, Mr. Dowling. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
I am, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm a retired attorney who's been a 42-year resident of Corpus Christi, where we're blessed to have Todd Hunter as our representative. The majority of the members of this legislature, unfortunately, are devoting a lot of time to address non-existent or, at best, relatively insignificant election problems. Texas elections, although not perfect, are well run. While at the same time, unfortunately, this majority refuses to expand Medicaid to give thousands of Texas health insurance, despite the blessing of the unprecedented budget surplus that we have, thereby failing to follow the example of the North Carolina Republican legislature just a few days ago. But since you are spending too much time on minor election matters, let me tell you why you should not approve 3611. This bill arrogantly refuses to let local communities decide for themselves if they want to use ranked choice voting to determine who represents them. Let local people decide this question. Ranked choice voting elections avoid the cost for a second runoff election, where very few voters participate. The city or county should be allowed to decide if it wants the expense of a runoff election or the inherent delay of a runoff where very few people actually participate. Local officials and local voters should be allowed to decide ranked choice voting if they want to use it or they don't. There is no need for you to imperially impose your will on them and not let them make this decision for themselves. Presumably, you believe in the principle that the level of government closest to the local people is the level of government that governs best. If you profess that belief, but you support HB 3611, you clearly will be acting hypocritically. You should actually amend this bill to have it provide that cities and counties and towns and school districts may choose ranked choice voting if they wish. This is a legitimate debate. I saw Representative Kane, the gentleman from Virginia back there, 2 Republican gentlemen, one is for it, one's against it. That tells us something. That tells us this is a legitimate debate. Don't preempt local citizens from having the opportunity to decide whether they want it or they don't want it. You will have to vote on many matters this session. I would ask the Republican members to stop putting up so much time and energy on very minor election matters, and that these members instead start to prioritize second graders and their classmates ahead of the Second Amendment. Prioritize children ahead of enabling those who wish to massacre people so that they are able to do it, unfortunately, so efficiently the way the laws are in Texas now. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me tell you why you should not infringe the freedom of local cities, towns, councils, and ISDs by adopting 3611. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you have.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Members, any questions? No, thank you very much. Chair calls Joe Roberts. Are you Joe Roberts?
Yes, sir, I am.
And are you here on behalf of yourself?
I am here on behalf of myself, sir, yes.
And are you against the bill?
I am against the bill, yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so first of all, I'm not going to reiterate what many others have said regarding how this does suppress the will of local subdivisions. I do echo that, but I think enough has been said on that. Secondly, a lot of the complaints about it have had to do with the implementation of ranked choice voting versus the concept itself. For example, there's nothing requiring, for example, undervotes to be thrown out. If someone wanted to vote for one candidate or 2 candidates and they didn't vote for all 7 or 12, it would be the same effect as if they voted in the first election and they didn't show up for the runoff if their candidate didn't make it. All right. So in that sense, that's something that could be corrected without banning ranked choice voting outright. We talked a little bit about suppression, and Mr. Morales addressed this as well as far as the education aspect of it goes. However, there is the other aspect of voter suppression, which is access to the ballot, to the polls in the first place. As you know, there have been lots of complaints and lots of controversy within both houses here regarding the access to polling places. Now, if we're talking about the disenfranchised having access, when we're doing a runoff election, we're actually requiring them to go not once, but twice to make those arrangements to either get their mail-in ballots or to access the polls. So there is going to be a certain sense of disenfranchisement either way. I wanted to address another aspect that hasn't been brought up because people have been talking about primary elections, people have been talking about nonpartisan local races, and people have been talking about special elections. I want to address this as a third-party member and as a former candidate for the Texas House. There is another sort of psychological suppression of votes when someone is considering, for example, a third-party candidate, but they say, well, this person can't win, so I'm not going to vote for them. All right. Whereas there's not any law saying that they can't vote for them. With ranked choice voting, what can happen is they can choose that person as their first choice. It's either a third-party candidate or an independent candidate. And then their second choice would be one of the 2 primary party candidates. This is a logical solution where people wouldn't have to, come out twice. Lastly, I want to address something that hasn't happened in Texas, but in Georgia. In 2020, the U.S. Senate race, because the Libertarian candidate got enough of the ballot that no one got 50% of the vote, they had to have a statewide runoff. Same thing happened in 2022 in Georgia with the gubernatorial election because the Libertarian candidate got enough of the votes to, quote unquote, spoil the election. That there were a lot of people furious about the expense that was involved in that. If we had ranked choice voting in those situations, yes, the Libertarian candidate wouldn't have won, but had someone been able to vote for either the Republican or the Democratic candidate in both of those cases, that would have saved the taxpayers of Georgia millions and millions of dollars. This is a very simple thing that just involves a little bit of education and proper implementation and oversight so that people aren't disenfranchised because they didn't vote for everybody. And as was mentioned by another citizen, how the computer system itself, the balloting system, can be made so that prevents any errors along the lines of leaving somebody off.
Thanks, sir, for your testimony. Members, any questions?
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Chair calls Brittany Darbani. Yes, ma'am. Would you pronounce your name for me, please?
Brittany Darbon.
Darbon. Okay, and you are here on behalf of yourself?
I am.
And you're for the bill?
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to point out that it's my observation, based on some of our research, that they would like to use ranked choice voting to push internet voting, and I haven't really heard anybody talking about that. There are companies such as Skydle that are advertising that type of voting online. They're an Italian company, which puts us at risk for foreign interference, right? We don't want that. There are, like the Get app has the best voting software with ranked choice voting 2023. So they're already using it just to get statistical numbers, okay? And so we also have a lack of in-person oversight, right? Also, there's, you know, we talk about cybersecurity and people seem to be secure, feel secure with it, but let's be real. The cybersecurity issues that we have are vast and many, and no, not a lot of people understand them. And there's interference coming from so many directions that most people can't even put their finger on it, okay? It's hard to explain to an everyday person. And I don't even understand all of it because I'm not a cyber expert, but I know that we have issues. Also, our personal data is being breached. We already know there are allegations of other countries receiving our voting data overseas through underwater lines and whatnot, correct? So do we want to do, yes, sir?
Let's keep it to the.
Okay, so do we want to have a ranked choice voting system where it looks like they're pushing for online voting, which could put us at risk for, like I said, foreign interference, personal data breaches? There's no in-person oversight. How do we know that the people voting are the people who they say they are? I think that also gives us vote dilution. And then, I want to know what's the end goal. They're presenting ranked choice voting, but what is their end goal? What is the purpose of all of it, especially based on the capabilities already being marketed online right now?
All right, thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Darbon.
Thank you.
The chair calls Christina Adkins. Christina, thank you for being here. You're Christina Atkins, testifying on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you're on the bill. Members, do we have any questions of Ms. Atkins for ranked choice voting? Sure. Ban.
And if I may I first also just apologize for not being here earlier when you were looking for me. I apparently failed the loyalty test between the Senate and the House, so I'm sorry about that.
You can make it up to us at some point. That's okay. But Vice Chair Busey has a
Yes, sir.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Atkins, I just want to talk, we've heard a lot about ranked choice voting today, all over the place. I want to talk about it from a nonpartisan election process. Maybe not even how, can you talk about like City of Austin? We have an election and November ballot for mayor, and then we have a December runoff. The December runoff costs taxpayer money. I'm trying to get at how ranked choice voting could save taxpayers lots of dollars in these nonpartisan races. Do you have any feedback on that?
That's actually a really great example, the City of Austin election, because the City of Austin falls in 3 different counties. Primarily in Travis County, there's pieces in Williamson, pieces in Hayes County. So to implement something like ranked choice voting that spans into multiple counties, particularly counties that use different types of voting systems, because Hayes County is the system that they use is different than Travis and Williamson. You would have to have some way of aggregating all of that information and performing the different, like the series of calculations to determine, who your winner is. There currently aren't any software applications or any other third-party systems that are available today that can aggregate that data between different types of voting systems. So it would very likely have to be a manual process of some sort.
Okay.
So that there may be, and my point in telling you all of that is that that's going to be a very labor-intensive process for a jurisdiction as large as the city of Austin. So, and I couldn't tell you what the cost would be, but while it may offset the costs of having a runoff, there will be some additional costs
To
related
do
to
the tabulation.
Yes, sir.
No, and I think it's a good point. I think this is why I've supported it, because I've specifically thought about this bill mainly from a municipal standpoint of view. A lot of these runoffs, I don't know if you know these dates, I don't know how much you're having to oversee that stuff, but it's like December 12th, 13th or something like that when we have these runoffs. And I think this, for example, this mayor's race in Austin, electing a new mayor, it was, a lot of attention to it. But we had a third of the participation in the runoff that we had in the November ballot. And I think about some of the narrative today is participation, are my ballots going to count, or did I drop off and not go far enough? But I think ranked choice voting, we could have had, triple the participation in selecting our mayor if we had ranked choice voting that way. Also, I think roughly, and I'm going to throw out a number that's not 100% accurate, I had to pull all three counties, but about $1 million to run that runoff. And this would avoid us having to do that. And anyways, I just wanted to kind of get your perspective. I think you brought up some interesting points. But I think back to our very first witness about my biggest concern with this is taking away a tool in the toolbox that a local municipality could choose. And I don't know if you had any more feedback on that.
Well, I think on that particular issue, I just want to remind everybody that currently the position of the state is that it's not authorized right now.
Sure.
That there's no law authorizing the use of ranked choice voting. And so this is codifying, a position that's been taken by the state for a long time. So that's why it's not currently used today in any jurisdiction. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that point.
I am clear on that. And, we have some good legislation that would codify it the other way. But I guess my big concern is pushing it this way is going to make it harder for us to get to that local option to save taxpayer money if local communities want it. But that's not a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, members? Ms. Atkins, in reference to the state's position on it currently, am I recalling correctly, has there been some legal precedent of some sort to address that issue that you were aware of?
Yes, I mean, our office actually has an opinion that we wrote a number of years back. I believe there's also an Attorney General's opinion on this, where this question has come up because it's not expressly authorized under Texas law. This is not a mechanism that the law provides for to be used for a runoff situation. And so the position was, because the legislature hasn't authorized it, it's not currently permitted. And so that's been the position of our office for a number of years.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Members, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3611? We have two people. All right, y'all get it figured out who's coming. There we go.
What is your name?
My name is Ray Tuel, T-U-L. I think I registered before.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And I missed the call earlier.
Perfect.
And I'm from Katy, Texas. I'm representing myself.
Ma'am, we got you in there.
Hold on just one second. Let me. Would you state your name again, please?
Ray Tuel.
And you're here for yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was listening to this nice lady speaking, and she came up with all these logistical issues, and they are just logistical issues with solutions. If we stop at any problem that comes up with anything without providing a solution for logistical reasons, we would still be in living caves, right? Because nothing will get done. And because ranked voting has been proven all around the world to be much better choice than what we're doing now. It preserves our democracy. It eases the divisiveness that we have now, the political environments. And who knows, ranked voting may be able to bring the country back to where we used to still work together and listen to each other. And to completely write it off in Texas is wrong. And another argument that I heard other people testifying against as well, it's too complicated. So I compare it to like how my grandma, she still uses a flip phone. Why? Because she doesn't know how to use a smartphone. So if we can, this is just a backward way of solving a problem. I mean, if you think it's complicated, talk about your election codes. It's getting complicated and complicated. And after this session, it's going to be even more complicated. And ranked voting can actually solve a lot of issues and make a lot of the election codes that you're pushing obsolete. And then it will boost voter participation and improve our democracy, the environment. I hope one day that we will all agree to do ranked voting. Look at what happened in Alaska. I mean, they did it, and it saves a lot of money. Oh, I want to say that last May, actually, it was very confusing because we had 2 elections in 1 month because of the current system, the runoff system, and 2 elections in the month of May. And that's just crazy. But with ranked voting, we can avoid that. We can even reduce the number of elections so that voters are less, they're more likely to participate when they don't feel bothered. Wait, I just voted, and why do I have to vote again? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
Any questions, members? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
My name is Lindsay Gramont, and I'm representing myself. I didn't register yet, but I am for Gramont, Gremont. I'm registered to talk on some other bills, but not this one.
We're just locating your registration. 1 second, thank you.
No problem.
I'm not showing your record, but Kia, our assistant clerk, can help register
Okay.
you.
Okay, should I do that now?
Yeah, just
Yes?
go right ahead. Take
That
your
way
time.
we can have it in the record.
Thank you. Okay.
On here. Okay. You are Lindsay Gramont, is that right?
Correct.
And you're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so thank you. I really appreciate the process, coming in here and listening to both sides. That's what we all want. It helps us to understand all the sides of a potential bill. So I now wanted to register as for the bill and to testify. I am a resident of Austin and participated in that mayoral election and the runoff. And I really felt like it helped, giving that extra time really helped to change the direction and help people to become more educated. And I think the people that do come to a runoff election are, very educated on the candidates that are running in that runoff. And so I do appreciate runoff elections. And I think that if we hadn't had that in Austin, I think the election would have turned out a lot differently because it really did help. Because people really had to make a lot of hard choices. A lot of, as you guys know, in Austin, it was a very tough election. So I appreciated that runoff, and I think it's important to give people that time to understand, whereas in the first part of the election, you may just be like all for your, top candidate, and you don't really look at any of the other ones at that time. And I think that it would make things more difficult. On the technology front, I think that doing this kind of ranked choice voting would be, it's not that I don't trust computers to be able to programmatically be able to figure these things out. I trust the people who do the programming, and I trust the people who are interfering into the systems, which we know has been an issue, and a lot of people have lost trust, and so then now is not the time to be doing that. The other thing that concerns me, having been someone who is on both sides, has been on both sides of the aisle in my life, I think that when I heard the gentleman say this really solidified the two-party system, that bothered me. I think that's why we're in the problem that we have right now. So I think that we don't want to solidify more division. We want to be able to come together. Another point on why I am for this bill is because of what happened during COVID with a lot of our local jurisdictions just kind of flying against, what our state as a whole really needed to be at, and to preserve people's rights. And I think when we see these things sliding into certain jurisdictions, like we did with the COVID stuff, with the masks and everything, I think it just, it really hurts a lot of people because it's something that's very different, and here we are in this, in Austin doing something this way when in other, other cities in Texas we're voting a different way. I think that's very confusing and very disconcerting to a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gramont. Members, any questions? All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Chair? Yes, ma'am. Would you come up to the microphone and state your name?
Yes, I'm Carol Olowin. I had signed up earlier, and I had not intended to give written testimony, or oral testimony, I'm sorry, but I would like to.
Okay, just 1 second, okay?
Can you say your last name one more time, please, ma'am?
Olowin, it's Olewin.
Carol?
Yes.
Okay, we got you in there.
So you are Carol Olwin. You're here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. In April of last year, of 2022, the League of Women Voters had their biannual convention, and at that convention, they adopted a resolution in support of ranked choice voting. So we are opposed to House Bill 3611, which bans preferential voting in all elections in Texas, and we believe that preferential voting is beneficial, one, for military and overseas voters who often do not receive and cannot return runoff ballots in time. Two, for special elections when it's beneficial to avoid runoff elections to minimize the gap in representation. And three, especially in nonpartisan municipal elections to avoid costly, low turnout runoff elections. Within the past few years, preferential voting, which is also known as ranked choice voting, has been used successfully in municipal elections across the country. Therefore, we are in opposition to 3611. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Vice Chair Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carol, do y'all have that resolution that you could share with the committee somewhere, what you just testified to? Do y'all have that in writing somewhere so we could all have it?
I can get that to you.
I think that'd be helpful. I agree with your 3 points. I think they're very helpful reasons. It's one of my concerns with this bill. I don't think I want to see this go, in all races, but I think the 3 examples you point out are very practical, whether it be to help our servicemen abroad or our servicemen and women or our, save costs to taxpayers permissible at a local level election. I just think they're great examples. I think it would help us as a committee to have League of Women Voters feedback on that. If you could get us printed copies, I would appreciate it.
Certainly will do that.
Thank you.
And just a comment, you mentioned earlier it cost about $1 million to have the runoff election in Austin. And if that $1 million was put to overcoming the issues of multiple jurisdictions or counties, in the city of Austin example, you've got the 3 counties, could that $1 million have pay for the technology to offset that?
And it's been brought to my attention since the earlier question that technology is being worked on now. So hopefully we'll get there soon.
Great.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Members, any other questions of Ms. Olwen? Thank you, Ms. Olwen.
Great.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak on, for, or against House Bill 3611? Not hearing anybody. I would just ask that Chair Kane come close on his bill. Yes, sir.
Guess it all depends on the mood of members on the dais. With that, though, I do close.
Okay. Members, any questions of the chairman? Yes, Representative Morales.
What are your reservations if, as some of these witnesses have testified, they'd like to have it more for the local municipalities? And if it's a liberal county like Travis and Austin, and if they want to do it for their local municipalities, what are your reservations?
How does it work on let's say it's a November election, the state elections are also on the same ballot?
Well, we don't have, it's not dealing with primaries from what.
Let's say it's a November election, that would be a general election, and locals are also.
Or
local elections are on the same ballot, or on the same machine, rather. You imagine the confusion as they're voting, RDL, whatever, green, and they get down to this section that's an unknown thing of this ranked choice voting, much less the exhaustion of even getting there is a problem. Some of the great concerns, though, is I've heard some people, they didn't use the term right, we call it ballot exhaustion. Studies show that 1 in 3 voters in ranked choice voting systems kind of suffer, it almost sounds funny, just suffer from ballot exhaustion, but where they begin to drop off. And it is true that if maybe they only put 1 of those 5 people in the second round of tabulations, their ballots are actually thrown out. And so we're seeing we're in some rates of 1 in 3 are being tossed. And while some may say that's kind of a runoff and therefore they're not being counted anymore because they didn't select one, especially when we continue to look at really long ballots. And the exhaustion that continues to occur, I think it's a true problem. The solution, rather, we already have, which is runoffs. Runoffs would be great. We see votes change in that. It gives people more time to maybe determine and decide on a candidate, do their research. I think our system's working fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Chairman.
Members of the committee, though, I have to work with you all, continue to discuss. I will tell you there was a floor amendment in the Senate that added some language. Maybe discuss whether we should follow that route. In fact, I even think some of the Senate may have learned since then and want to discuss what they did. And so look forward to meeting with any of you and discuss your concerns and how we can cater this. I'm sympathetic to the concept of overseas ballots. We actually did something like that last session, and we should explore that as well. That's all. Thank you. I close.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection, House Bill 3611 will be left pending. I'm not hearing any. House Bill 3611 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 703 and recognize, wait a minute. Hold on just a second.
Right here.
Everybody's ready already.
Scratch that. The chair lays out House Bill 2020 and recognizes Chairman Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I was going to have a palpitation for a second there. It's a great pleasure to be with you today and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 2020. I seem to have gotten all these really cool bills this year, 2020, 2017. Yeah, it's just all these cool numbers. This is a pretty straightforward bill, members. The concept is probably not simple, and I expect that we're probably going to have a robust debate about it, and I'm prepared, and I hope that you are too, because I'm excited about it. But the simple matter is that in my community, we have had a sustained pattern over the last several election cycles of elections being run by appointed, not elected, election officials who, for one reason or another, have consistently disenfranchised large numbers of voters through what I would categorize as just essentially incompetence in poorly run elections. You can look at the election in 2020 where there were thousands of misplaced ballots that couldn't be found, and then they were found. And you can look at the primary elections that we had in 2022 and election judges being sent to the wrong locations and people being told that certain election locations were not handicapped accessible when they were locations that had been on the books in previous elections as being handicapped accessible. You could look at people being sent to the wrong polling location. And then ultimately, for me, this kind of came to a head in the fall of 2022 in our most recent election when there was a I would say just gross malfeasance where many precincts were basically shorted the number of paper ballots that they had requested and that they needed. And there was a general lack of willingness. I remember being on the phone with several folks in my community, in my district, and they were calling me as early as 11 a.m. saying, we're about to run out of paper. I said, well, did you call, the election administrator's office? Yes, they answered. Then they hung up on us, and now the line is dead. And there were polling locations that were shut down across Northwest Harris County and into Representative De Ayala's district for hours because of just, oh gosh, we didn't plan ahead. At some point, members, a pattern of incompetence becomes its own new definition of intentional disenfranchisement. I believe, strongly. Obviously, that is for you to decide as well, but essentially what this bill does is it seeks to remedy this problem by simply stating that if the Secretary of State receives enough complaints about incompetence from appointed election officials in a particular jurisdiction, that they have the authority to take action, and that they may step in and remove the election administrator who is doing such a bad job that people's right to vote is literally being stolen from them time and time again, and replace, after removing that person, with a person that they appoint until such time as the issues of incompetence and the ability to run a fair and competent election is resolved. And so that's essentially what it does. Pretty straightforward. I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is a truly nonpartisan bill and that there's not going to be any controversy. But I would just ask you to contemplate at what point does a pattern of incompetence roll over into fraud. And I think that's where I'd like to leave it for now. I have many witnesses here, I think, to testify and share their experience. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'd like to reserve my right to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, any questions? I think Representative Manuel does.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I had a quick question.
Yes, sir.
When would a county be able to have the authority to basically get their elections back to them, back?
The way the bill was drafted, since the problem essentially originated at the county level, they would not be able to until such time as the Secretary of State determined that the incompetence issue had been resolved.
Okay, and how would that be?
That would be up to the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State. Oops, sorry. Okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Vice Chair Beasley.
Thank you, Dr. Oliverson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of my problems with this bill are philosophical, and you just kind of hit at that. We're going to have a disagreement. I do believe this should be local, the idea of an outside person. But for now, and I know you've got a ton of witnesses, and so I want to hear from them, and so maybe some follow-up on that at the end. But I do want to get into a few just specifics on the bill. Do you have a copy of the bill?
I do, actually, yes,
okay.
sir.
So, kind of two sections, and I know we talked briefly beforehand, but with specifics that I have concerns. Page 1, kind of line 18, when you say a recurring pattern of problems, and at the heart of these first three questions is just kind of being more specific. Recurring pattern of problems, can we define that? Are you looking to define what that means? What I'm getting at, besides maybe our philosophical disagreement, is I want to make sure if we pass this law that the administrators are very clear of what they need to be following, when it would violate, and when they would potentially be taken over. I just want to make sure the parameters,
Sure.
Using like the
I think the best way to answer that question is with an offer, Vice Chair, and that is to just say to you, my friend, in good faith, if you would like to help me refine that language to make it more precise, I would be happy to work with you.
Absolutely. And I'd love to get with individuals, because the way I read it, it could potentially be like a one strike in a massive
That's
place.
not what we're
I would assume. And so I just want to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that we're setting up realistic expectations for the people on the ground to follow.
Truly, and I would say to you that I think you'll hear some testimony today, and one of my hopes from the testimony that you'll hear today is that it will become clear to you that this wasn't a one-off event, that this was a pattern of behavior that persisted over multiple different election administrators.
Mm-hmm.
And so just replacing the administrator at the county level did not solve the problem. And people were still having their votes taken away from them. There were many people in my county who showed up to vote on election day who were registered voters who had every right to be there, and they were turned away because of a technological or, just a poor process planning piece. And I think you would agree that, we can philosophically disagree, but especially anyone who finds themselves in a particular jurisdiction where they're in the minority, and the majority essentially is in a position to appoint a person to oversee the elections, and the result of that person's actions is to selectively disenfranchise the minority. Not necessarily intentional fraud per se, but just through a pattern of incompetent behaviors, failure to plan ahead, just not executing well at all. And seeing that persist over not just one election, but multiple election cycles. That speaks for itself.
So, to that point, I think, well, I want to step back and then come back to that point. So step back quickly, line 20, and I appreciate you saying you're willing to sit down and work to define these parameters more.
Mm-hmm.
Line 20 goes at machine malfunction, and I guess part of my concern is I'm not sure how much that would fall on the administrator versus vendor, and so I just think as we're defining these parameters, I want to make sure we talk through like what should be their responsibility versus what, some are reasonable things that might be outside of their control.
So what I'm going to say to you on that, and again, you are my friend and I'm happy to work with you. This list basically came from a list of irregularities that were reported to our office when we reached out to folks, poll watchers, election judges, people that had experience over multiple cycles. Like, well, what was it that was an obstacle to people being able to cast their vote?
Sure.
That's how we came up with this list. So it may be that some of your questions could be resolved by some of the testimony that you'll hear today from some of the folks that were eyewitnesses to the events that happened.
Well, let me jump to the second section here on page 2, line 12. The recurring pattern appears to be allowable. I mean, I think what you're trying to get at is saying if somebody's not getting the job done, they need to be replaced. What I'm concerned here in this section, though, on page 2, is the Secretary of State then gets to define when the job is now adequate, but what if their appointee is having these challenges? Will they get to keep in that role, or do they have to be replaced every cycle? It's still maybe by the Secretary of State, but are they going to How
I think
would that
that's
be?
a reasonable question, and that, actually, I would tell you that we didn't really contemplate that. But I will tell you that what you said was, speaking about the actions of an individual, I think from my perspective, it goes far beyond that. It could be the actions of an individual, but most certainly when it's a pattern of multiple individuals, essentially a basically parade of, okay, this person's done a bad enough job, we'll get rid of them, bring in the next guy, let him do a bad enough job for a while, get rid of him, bring in the next guy. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about here. We're not talking about a situation where one-off circumstances beyond your control resulted in election irregularities. That, we've all lived through COVID. We've all seen, that there can be challenges, right? But what I'm talking about is a persistent pattern that evolves over time, over multiple people. That it's clearly recognizable that this is something systemic going on here, and it awfully certainly looks like it's intentional.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your offer to sit down and work on some of these parameters, and I look forward to doing that with you.
Yes, sir.
And we'll hear some testimony and then maybe some follow-up afterwards. Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Chairman, I had like a 2-3-part question. The first one would be, what would be the qualifications for that person who's coming in to take over in that instance when the Secretary of State is placing that person?
Well, I would assume that would be somebody who would be experienced and capable and qualified in running an election. I hear that I see that it doesn't necessarily spell that out. Right. And I'm happy
to
just
wondering if it
discuss it. If that's something that you feel would make the bill better, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I would love to see who would that person or.
I guess the way I contemplated that, and maybe this is overly simplistic and maybe it needs to be more explicit, but I think that the Secretary of State's office has, especially if they're going to go to the level of saying, we think that the pattern of incompetence here in this county is so bad that we have to now step in and fire the person that was appointed by Commissioner's Court to do this position, and that we are going to replace that person with a person that we believe to be a neutral, objective person to basically, man the bilge pumps and right the ship. We're sinking. Let's salvage this thing. I think they have every indication and desire at that point to want to step in and pick someone who's highly qualified, who is essentially beyond reproach, because obviously I don't think I have to tell anyone on this committee that, there's always partisan concerns that could come up in a situation like this. Well, okay, so what if the Secretary of State just goes around and targets, election precincts that are controlled by the party that they're not in, and so, then there becomes this kind of thing. None of this is being done under cover of darkness. This all has to be done in the light of day. So I think that they obviously would be held to a very high standard ethically and by the public. And, essentially as an appointed official who is confirmed by the entirety of the Senate to a very high ethical standard as far as finding that person's replacement.
Right. And then would you want there to be any residency requirements that the person would live within the county or the city or whatever where they are over that election, or is that, I'm wondering that one.
Well, again, I'm happy to, if you feel that that's important, I'm happy to work with you.
I'm just kind of trying to look at it from both ends. I know,
so here's how I look at it, and you may approach it slightly differently, and again, I'm happy to work with you, but I think that if in the event this gets triggered, it's probably getting triggered in the middle of an election or a primary or during early voting or in the middle of a process, right? It's not like we wait until the day after the election's over and then take action. That's how I envision it. Maybe that's not right, but that's how I would envision it. There's a problem. There's been a problem. The problem is manifesting itself again. I am compelled on behalf of all of these voters who are going to be disenfranchised to step in. So I don't want to tie the Secretary of State's hands too much in terms of, because this could be a situation where we need somebody who is nonpartisan, above reproach, highly qualified, and it's next man up. Like,
I know
where
that's
do we
kind of
find
what I
that
was looking
person?
for, to hear
Yeah.
exactly like what you were saying, is making sure no one would have a vendetta against any person who would be in part of that election. And I know you have talked about this, and maybe I'm just kind of not hearing it correctly, or I didn't catch it. But based upon, I know it says that there would be, if it's multiple occasions, how many occasions? Because I know that for sure, like for instance, like, and I've been very vocal, I really did not pay attention to Harris County. I was really in my own race. But for instance, how would it be a year? Would this be all of these things happening in the same election? Or would this be something that, it's been consistent of 5 years, then this would kick in? I was wondering, how long would it take for this piece of legislation, if it went into effect, to kick in and we could come in and say, Jefferson or Travis or wherever?
So I guess I would answer that maybe two ways. The first way is if you look at my home county and what's happened there, this is a pattern of behavior that has gone through the last two election administrators. And the pattern of behavior has intensified. In other words, the irregularities have gotten progressively worse, not better. And so I don't think it's a one-off circumstance, if that's what you're asking. I don't think, as I was talking with Vice Chair Busey, I don't anticipate this is like one mistake, maybe it was even beyond your control, now we're dropping the hammer, haha, we caught you kind of thing. And look, I've been around this building long enough to know that the one thing I know about the Elections Committee is that every bill is partisan, every bill can have unintended consequences, and it's never a bad idea to have safeguards so that people don't abuse what we legitimately try to put in place to make a system work more fair for everyone.
Well, what made me think about it, and I don't want to get off subject, but thinking of what's happening with HISD right now, and I know that there's legislation that gave it so many years, so I was wondering if that was something, and again, but also elections are very sensitive, and I know none of us want to have 3 years of elections because that just further divides people.
Yeah.
But I guess that was a little bit of my concern, is wondering when it would be triggered, if it would, I understand, like, if all 5 things are happening at one time, that's something that should, I think, freak everybody out. But I'm wondering, what would be the process really for me? Just wondering, what would be that process for this to trigger something? Would it be, if it's 2 things this year, if it's 1 the next, or do we say, hey, if you can't get it right, if there's 2 elections in a year, this automatically comes in? But, like we were talking earlier, if you have a primary, a runoff, and then a general, and you're having horrible problems in the primary and the runoff, will we kick it in then and say, okay, we can't play with the general election at this point? So that's kind of where I was coming from with that.
Sure, and I think those are all very fair questions. And, I sort of drafted it the way that I drafted it so that we could have these conversations and sort of figure out what the right trigger threshold would be. I would tell you that from my perspective as a registered voter in Harris County, I would hope that the behavior of the elections department in my home county over the last 2 election cycles and, primaries, general elections would have triggered it by now.
I'm always here to listen to my bedroom community. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I believe next was Representative Morales.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Alderson, Chairman, I love what I'm hearing with respect to you willing to work with some of the concerns that we've raised. Unfortunately, the bill doesn't currently, in its current format, doesn't include, the words such as, hey, this one-off circumstance is not under consideration. It would have to take more than that. And I venture to say that in every election in every county, someone is liable to raise a concern. Whether it's valid is a different story. Now, I can only imagine what happens in a community and in a county like Harris County and the multiple voting locations. So I can understand the concerns of the constituents, but I can also see that there can be a number of trivial irregularities, and that's where we need to make sure that we have the right bumpers so that we don't get into the situation. And so with respect to the issue of due process, are you open, or have you considered the possibility of also implementing some due process requirements for these individuals that use the term fire? So that, I mean, it's something very
It's a
serious to
replacement.
that individual.
Oh, absolutely.
An individual, and I think that at the very least, I mean, we're even talking about due process requirements, even if we were to implement red flag laws, right, under the gun, some gun restrictions that, you know, that we're tossing around with our constituents. And even in that situation, we're talking about due process, right, for the individuals. Would you be open to something like that also and being considering some sort of changes to the bill?
Representative, I appreciate your comments and your concerns, and I'm always open to talking with you. And I definitely believe in due process, but I also know that elections are timely. And when I think of due process, I think of a process that plays out over months, maybe years. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a humble doctor here before the Elections Committee. And I know you guys got a bunch of smart attorneys up here, and I'm not one of them. So maybe I don't understand due process well, but I want to make sure that obviously that we're doing all the right things, but at the same time, again, the fundamental underlying problem that we're trying to address here is this is a break glass in case of emergency kind of thing. Ultimately, my hope is if this becomes law, that our various county election boards and county and commissioners' courts will do a far better job screening their EAs and making sure that we have highly qualified, competent, nonpartisan people who are not going to engage in the kind of things that we've seen in my home county. And so I guess I would ask you to just weigh the summation of the testimony that you'll hear from the witnesses and ask yourself, if this was my home county, would I not want a law like this to be triggered in this circumstance, given what has happened over multiple elections?
And I agree with you. I wouldn't want it to get caught up in a trial or, a prolonged hearing with vexatious litigation that's taking years. We obviously need to address the core issue, maybe appointing a 2 or 3 member nonpartisan tribunal that can make a decision within 6 months and take all of the information, something along those lines, but just so that we can have some sort of decision making that at least, and here's my concern. If somebody wants in a community like Harris County or some big community county like that, and if they really want to get the elections administrator out, I mean, there's some nefarious characters that can go out there to different polling locations and mess with the machines and make them either stop being operable to where it raises an issue. Everyone has to stop what they're doing. The machines are not operable because they either jammed it or did something. And that has nothing to do with the elections administrator and how they ran. But
Totally get
under the
that.
current bill, the Secretary of State would have every right to fire the elections administrator and appoint somebody else. And I think those are the concerns, and that's where I'm coming with the due process.
I get you, and the only thing I would say back to you is just that I agree with what you just said, but I also hope that you would agree with me that shortchanging 121 precincts, 110 of which are in Republican-heavy areas, paper ballots, and forcing them to shut down for 5 hours while refusing to answer your own phones, and, by the way, threatening to arrest somebody from the minority party that shows up to alert everybody and say, we know there's paper here, can we please get it out? People are trying to vote, saying if you don't leave the premises immediately, we'll have you arrested. I want to send a clear message that we're just simply not, this is the 21st century, we are not going to tolerate voter intimidation, voter fraud, and people having their right to vote thieved from them, regardless of who's in power. It doesn't really matter to me at the end of the day. To me, this is a nonpartisan issue. I want every lawful citizen of this state to be able to cast their ballot on Election Day. And the idea of one person who was there at the right precinct on the right day to cast their ballot being turned away because of incompetence is too much for me to stomach. It really is. And I think it should be for all of us. This is the 21st century, and our citizens deserve better than that.
It is, and I've been in during the early voting phase. I think we're on the same page. We just need to make sure that we can come up with some due process requirements that address your concerns and that this is not stuck in courts forever, while at the same time being cognizant, just like you wouldn't want that one individual who's at the right time, at the right place, and can exercise their right to vote, we wouldn't want also to unfairly prejudice an elections administrator and terminate him or her when it was due to nothing that they did.
Right, and I completely agree with you on that. And I would also say that, respectfully, that I sometimes think about the situation that I find myself in my home county, and I'm not really sure that it's the election administrators that are driving this process as much as it is the commissioners in the way that they choose the people to run the elections and the directions these folks are given. So, in other words, what I'm saying is that I believe this is an effective deterrent to bad behavior, but I hope that it would never be used.
Here's another concern that I have, Doctor. In the last 10 years from my search here, we have had 8 Secretary of States in the last 10 years, 7 of which have been appointed by Governor Greg Abbott in that time period. And we have this revolving door at the Secretary of State's office. And my concern also would be if we give this much power to one state agency that's mostly controlled in a partisan way, that also it would lead to these partisan attacks that you pointed out and that we pointed out on the dais. Would you agree with me?
I would, except that I would submit to you that we give the Secretary of State pretty broad powers already with regards to election integrity and the ability to intervene in a wide variety of circumstances if there appears to be irregularities, abnormalities, problems, and things such as that. And you know as well as I do that over the last couple of election cycles, there have been occasions where the Secretary of State's office has been called to act because of something that was happening in a local election. So I felt like it was a natural fit because they're kind of doing this on a certain level already across a wide variety of the places in the election code. They ultimately are the ultimate check in our state to ensure that there's statewide and fair and equitable elections. That is, ultimately that falls on the Secretary of State's office to ensure that is happening across the board. And when I think about a lot of the legislation that we've passed to try to protect people's rights to vote, a lot of times these sections fall back on, it'll be up to the Secretary of State to check. And, you know, for example, the Secretary of State's office, I believe, has to maintain a copy of the firmware for every voting machine, and that has to be kept so that it can be compared, and if there was an audit after the fact, that they want to make sure that nobody tampered with the software, right? Yeah. So we do put a lot of responsibility on the Secretary of State already with the assumption that they are the de facto last buck stops here person to ensure integrity in our election process. So I'm happy to work with you on that. I am sensitive to what you're saying, but I also feel like we ask the Secretary of State to do many things, and sometimes very quickly to intervene in situations where there are problems.
But in that time period where we've exercised, where a Secretary of State has exercised that much authority, as you mentioned, have we ever faced a scenario where they've actually terminated or taken an elections administrator off and themselves appointed somebody else to run an election?
This would be new.
You can understand the differences between what we
totally get it.
Provided? Okay.
But we do allow them to be the ultimate arbiter in situations where there's disputes about elections across a wide variety of situations in the election code.
Would it make any difference to you whether the Secretary of State that is current, whichever he or she may be serving, whether they were, the decision to appoint the Secretary of State was ratified, the appointment was ratified by the Senate, or whether they're just there serving and they haven't been ratified by the Senate?
I'm not totally opposed to what you're saying, although I would point out that obviously we're typically not in session when elections are going on, and I would anticipate if this were to happen, like I said, it's probably more likely this happens in the fall than the spring, although I suppose it could happen in the spring. But I guess my concern is if we tied it to a Senate action and the legislature is not in session, then I'm not sure that there's a way to actually take that action.
And did I hear you right that you envision that this would take effect immediately? If you got enough complaints, the Secretary of State would have the...
They would have to investigate, right? This isn't just sort of a, well, gee, I've received a bunch of complaints, so I'm unilaterally acting today on the basis of this stack of paper I have in my hand here. I would assume that there would be a process to substantiate the complaints that were received, just as there are in many other sections of the election code where we sort of require, we trust but verify kind of, proof. In other words, there's a burden of proof kind of thing, right?
And that's a great point, because I don't think that that's in the bill either. The thoroughness of the investigation that would take place in order to justify the termination of the elections administrators.
Yeah, it just says good cause.
Correct.
Right. But
That's my concern.
But you could
Good
say
cause
if
for you
there
is
was
very
an
different.
investigation and the Secretary of State believed as a result of their own investigation that this was in fact the case, then they could act.
Do you envision the investigation taking place while the election is underway and actually the termination of an elections administrator in the middle of a...
Yes, because I think these issues are usually pretty cut and dry. When you hear the testimony, I think you're going to hear a lot of things that don't really require months and months of investigation. I mean, there's either paper or there's not. You're either answering the phone or you're not. You're either giving the right advice to people when they call in or you're not. You're either telling them polls are open or you're not. I mean, these things can be verified in a matter of hours.
And, all right. And so I would just, before I move on to the next, I would just like to see the thoroughness of the investigation or what it would entail would also be addressed in the bill, something more than just good cause. All right.
Okay. We can certainly talk about it.
Now, 10 complaints to the Secretary of State from Maverick County is very different from 10 complaints in Harris County. You agree with me, right? I mean, just based on the population numbers.
I mean, I guess it would depend on what the complaint was, right? So, I mean, is this a complaint from an individual about their own personal experience, or are we talking about a complaint from a group of election judges in the same area of the county who magically all had the same problem at the same exact time?
Yeah.
In a very unusual set of circumstances.
So I'm just trying to understand how that would be weighed, because the bill also doesn't make that distinction between the number of complaints received and the validity that comes with it. I mean, let's say they are valid, but 10 complaints in Maverick County, I think, are substantially more noticeable, and they should be addressed, and they should be addressed immediately, as opposed to 10 complaints in a population of a county like Harris that has millions.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that.
You think?
I think
10 in Harris or 10 in Maverick, we should equally apply.
I think it depends. I think it depends on, what are we talking about in terms of a complaint? What is the circumstances? Is this an entire precinct polling location that has gone down on election day? Is this a situation where a voter who was seeking, to be able to vote by car, curbside because they have disabled and they're able to do that, and they felt like that process wasn't how it was supposed to be? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a difference there. I think I would just say listen to the listen to the testimony today. And I think, whether it's one complaint or 10 complaints, I think the reality is that the nature of the complaints essentially speaks for itself.
Got it.
When you hear what actually happened, I think it speaks for itself.
And that's where I'm headed, where I don't think the bill, again, other than just good cause, I don't think it addresses the issue, whether there's 10 complaints or whether they're all valid in Maverick or in Harris County. I think we need to weigh the credibility of the complaint process and where it's come. I can get 10 of my family members in Maverick County if I just
Sure.
really make it difficult for the elections administrator because he or she, upset me, last.
Well, sure. No, I get it. But I think respectfully, I think the Secretary of State's election division is already receiving complaints. And they're pretty used to triaging complaints in terms of, what is sort of a one-off thing and what represents a pattern of bad behavior.
Now, this bill also doesn't make a distinction as to when it would apply. Are we starting the slate clean, let's say if the bill were to pass and be signed by the governor in September, moving forward, or would the Secretary of State take into account all of the complaints that it may have received from one particular county in the past?
Well, I think you could do it either way, Representative, but I will tell you that I look at this bill as being a deterrent towards future bad behavior. I think I think it's incredibly difficult to retroactively apply a statute. And so I think it would be likely that it would be a forward-looking thing.
I like that.
But I think that, again, I don't know that it's necessarily that the Secretary of State wouldn't be able to look back and say that this is a continuation of what you've been doing for the last several years. But again, I think I don't know. I mean, we can talk about that. I want to make sure that that there's some balance there, but I also want to make sure that people, if essentially this is a long-standing pattern of behavior, that can also be taken into account. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
And the only thing I would say is, let's talk about what those rules are going to be, and let's make sure that they are, so we have the bumpers, so that everybody knows what the rules are moving forward, and whether you're going to be taking into account serial offenses that have taken place repeatedly over previous years.
Right.
Or if you're not, and just moving forward from when the bill is, then everyone is on notice as well. But right now, because we're talking, both ways, it's all going to be depending on the Secretary, and that's where we get back into the issue of, is someone playing partisan politics?
Well, and it could be that maybe the way that you and I might look at this together is it's not so much about what the conduct was as it was what was the net result of the conduct that was engaged in, and that was that it disenfranchised voters.
Yeah.
I appreciate the discussion we're having. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I do know that we have a lot of witnesses here. We have about 32 witnesses that want to testify.
We'll be here a while.
I know y'all are having a great discussion. It's been very good.
I'm happy to visit with you more, sir.
Points are well taken. If there's not any other questions, I'd like to go ahead and move to the testimony. Go ahead, Representative.
I'll make it a short answer, I promise.
You were talking about fixing the problems, and I know there was like the shortage of paper and phone calls. And I know in the bill it says that until everything is rectified. So what would be this solution to, and I know it wouldn't be as simple as, because I don't want to be facetious, like, oh, Harris County got paper or Jefferson County got paper, so everything's back, you take it over. What would then be the way to show, oh, well, the county has fixed their problem, it seems, and this is how we can now let them go back and take over? What would be that solution?
Representative, happy to discuss that with you. I will tell you, as the bill author, I intentionally made that vague because I wanted this to be a big hammer. I wanted this to be something that every county commissioner's court thought about the next time they picked an election administrator, to make sure that they were selecting a highly competent, highly qualified, nonpartisan person to run the election, because this could come into effect and there's no telling how long it might last. So if you think it should be shorter, we can talk about it. But honestly, I'll tell you, my legislative intent is that when this happens, everybody in the state's going to know about it. And that's good, because I think it makes it an effective deterrent.
So what would be what would rectify that problem? I guess that's what I'm trying to
When the Secretary of State believes that the irregularities have been
okay,
completely
you left it
resolved.
broad for that point.
So
Thank you so
it may be very much like the movie, sorry, it may be, well, never mind. He'll talk to you about that later. I said a short answer, sorry.
I'll make them leading.
Representative
Thank you,
Daly.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Chairman Alderson, just a couple things we were talking about, or you were talking about some of the questions that were asked of you. And the first is, the ultimate body, agency responsible for elections in the state of Texas is the Secretary of State, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not saying let's put some new responsibility on the Secretary of State necessarily. The Secretary of State has, over the course of time, I don't know how many years, has delegated a lot of that to counties and so forth, right? So,
Yes, sir.
Real big picture. So this is something that is a tool for the Secretary of State to achieve the responsibility it already has. Is that's the way I read it?
I think they're a very good ultimate arbiter of fairness, and that is their duty, right, to make sure that there are free and fair elections.
And the way I read your bill, and you mentioned it earlier, was the vagueness in what's the remedy going to look like? Because you can't anticipate the foul.
Yeah.
It's for the Secretary of State and whichever county it is that is running that election to come together to determine that. Is that how you see it?
I think that's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, right before, I'd just like to leave you, Dr. Oliverson, with this. What happens when a person appointed by the Secretary of State commits the same infractions by which the previous elections administrator was removed? And it's such a difficulty for, I believe, for an individual to assume that they committed an error, you know, and especially at that level where everyone's eyes in the state of Texas. So,
Yeah.
And that's not in the bill either. So just some thought, and I think
No
that
problem.
we can have those discussions.
Of course. Always happy to talk to you, my friend.
All great comments. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move to testimony. I do want to point out for those of us who are testifying that the chair may limit testimony time and number of testifying witnesses to ensure consideration of posted and pending business, especially if testimony would cause the public hearing to extend into the next calendar day. We do have 32 witnesses scheduled on this. 33 now. It's climbing, all right. And we're going to hear it out, but we do have an ambitious schedule today, given where we are in the time frame on things. I'm going to reserve the right. What I would do is just admonish you. If you hear yourself saying things that 5 other witnesses have already said, let's be considerate of everybody else's time, and I will work to move it along as I see fit. But the chair is going to call Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. All right. The chair calls Russ Long. Mr. Long, you are Russ Long, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're testifying on behalf of yourself, is that right?
That's correct.
And you are for the bill?
I am for the bill. Currently, I'm an HCRP precinct chair and an election judge. I'm from Dr. Oliverson's district.
But you are here for yourself today?
Yes,
All right,
that's
go ahead.
correct. I live in Harris County. I'm here to speak about how this bill will affect voter integrity in Harris County. As you're aware, the November 8th, 2022 general election was marred by multiple preventable irregularities. For clarity, I'm only going to specifically address the ballot shortage issue at the various polling locations, during which at least 121 polling locations were undersupplied paper ballots, resulting in 26 polling locations turning away voters. The map before you is my analysis, in which the data confirms that an exceedingly high correlation exists between the undersupplied polling locations and the historic home of Republican voters. This region impacts over 208,000 Republican voters. Mathematically, the probability of 111 out of 121 only affecting Republican areas being a random occurrence is less than 1%, indicating that these predominantly Republican polling locations were intentionally disenfranchised. Conversely, the math implies greater than 99% probability that the ballot shortages were absolutely intentional. The root cause of this problem lies with the transitioning of the Harris County Election Administrator from an elected administrator to an appointed employee directly responsible to his employer, which is the County Commissioners Court. This means that the HCEA director is no longer accountable to the voters, and that the incentive to disenfranchise opposition voters is now greater than ever. In conclusion, I urge you to support House Bill 2020, which will give the Secretary of State the authority to suspend the employment of a county elections administrator in certain circumstances. This bill is not only important to the integrity of the elections, but to ensure that the director remains accountable to the voters. Thank you, and I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions to this witness? We appreciate it very much. Thank you. The chair calls Yasmin Smith. Yasmin Smith? Yes, ma'am. Hello, Ms. Smith. Are you Yasmin Smith?
I am.
Are you here on behalf of the Austin Area Urban League and yourself?
Yes, sir.
And are you against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to try to go quickly. As you said, I'm also not trying to be with y'all for the rest of the night. So my name is Yasmin Smith. I am a born and raised Austinite, very proud of that. I also happen to be the Vice President of Justice and Advocacy for the Austin Area Urban League. I'm here in partnership and coalition with the Texas delegation of the Urban League as well as Common Cause Texas. I'm here to echo the outcry against legislation related to voting that would disproportionately impact vulnerable populations. HB 2020 is just one of the weapons of attack against our constituents, our clients, and our people. It is designed poorly, may I add, and similarly with foreseeable negative consequences like HB 3611, 5131, and 5053. Further, it will take away the freedom of all Texas's 254 counties, big and small, rural and urban, red or blue, to administer their own elections, and gives an unelected agent of the governor unfettered power to wield without any accountability to the people of Texas. Let me be simple. This is a clear power grab by the governor that would allow his agents to fire officials by and through a threshold that is nearly non-existent. Again, written poorly. This will make our elections less efficient, will burn taxpayer dollars, and will impact us all, no matter what side of the aisle we're on. The state should not overstep the wishes of the voters who we have elected to represent us. The Secretary of State is appointed by the governor, and neither has shown themselves to be capable of mitigating harm to our constituents. If the state wishes to actually be helpful in these matters, we should focus more on placing more power in the hands of voters versus completely taking it away. HB 2020, three more sentences, HB 2020 would allow the Secretary of State to infringe on local control of elections by removing a county administrator at, quote, any time. The standards for removal are very low and ill-defined. The Secretary of State only needs, quote, good cause to believe that a recurring pattern of problems with an election administration exists. This bill creates deterrence to secure public confidence, imposes risks to safeguard vulnerable communities, opens portals to abusive practices, and could disrupt the entire foundation of equitable opportunities to improve outcomes for communities of Texas. Incompetence versus potential ill will is a game where no Texan, except for the governor and his agents, will benefit. And though I will not be here for the rest of the night, we, the Austin Area Urban League, will be here for the rest of your lives. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any questions of Ms. Smith? All right. No. Thank you very much. The chair calls Susana Carranza.
I had a feeling it was next.
You are. Susana Carranza, you're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead.
And I agree with the sentiment that we want to find solutions to fix any problems with elections, including equipment and supply problems, because disenfranchising voters is never a good thing. We agree there. That's where my agreement ends. I second the concerns brought up by Representative Morales and Manuel that, the criteria for remove is too broad and ill-defined. Also, the fact that we had a high turnover of Secretary of States and many without getting confirmation by this legislative body. Essentially, it's at the will of the governor. This is a huge overreach because it allows the Secretary of State to simply jump in and get somebody out of power based on a complaint filed that could be filed by anyone. It doesn't even say you have to be a Texas voter. It's just open. So it's like, at least make sure it's a voter or somebody with a standing in that place. But even then, it would still be bad. I have an idea, maybe a way to amend this bill and make it more interesting. If there's a pattern of problems and better defined than what's on the bill, why not sending somebody from the Secretary of State to help the officials, to help be there as a guiding hand, be there to teach them the process so that when they think they are ready, they will be trained. Because if you just replace them and leave, well, the people that were running the place would not know what to do. So if you want the Secretary of State to help, send an advisor, somebody to be there holding their hands, but definitely needs to define the criteria for, when that will be triggered and also when to get out of it, because right now it's completely open-ended. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Elizabeth Garretts. Elizabeth Garretts. Elizabeth Garretts. We will show Elizabeth Garretts not testifying against the bill. The chair calls David Stout.
Good evening, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. Let me just confirm, we show you registered as David Stout on behalf of El Paso County and self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much. As you said, my name is David Stout. I'm a county commissioner in El Paso, Texas. I'm here to oppose HB 2020 on behalf of the county. First, this bill damages a strong working relationship between the Secretary of State and our elections administrators. Second, it disrupts the election process, and it fails to consider real-time minor technical issues that arise when conducting an election. Third, it imposes unnecessary costs on counties. And fourth, it continues the erosion of local control. First, speaking of the working relationship, our elections administrator is tasked with the massive responsibility of running our elections. They do this with the guidance and assistance of the Texas Secretary of State, including when flexible mistakes happen during the election process, such as incorrect races, mistakenly printed on a ballot, or a malfunction of a voting machine during voting. This new law would destroy this collaborative relationship between the SOS and our Texas election administrators. Second, when it comes to disruption, suspending or terminating an elections administrator while they're either preparing for or conducting an election would not only disrupt but threaten our ability to run a successful election. Regarding technical issues, voting equipment sometimes malfunctions. When a printer is not working or a ballot box jams, these occurrences happen in every election. These occurrences don't interrupt the voting process because they do not keep a voter from voting. Again, allowing the state to swap out election administrators at moment's notice for such issues is irresponsible and disrupts the process more than working through those issues. Third, costs. In addition to the disruption caused by a suspension of an elections administrator during the middle of an election, the financial costs to the county would be significant, where counties would now be required to pay for interim elections administrators in addition to their suspended election administrator. And finally, this is yet another attempt to usurp local control and oversight on the election process by local elections administrators. The state governs the elections process through policies, procedures, and guidance. At the end of the day, the state should not be vested with the power to fire or suspend local county employees. There is already a mechanism put in place with checks and balances to be able to hire and fire the elections administrators locally if issues exist. It's the Commissioner's Court does not appoint, at least in El Paso County, the Commissioner's Court does not appoint the elections administrator. It's the tax assessor collector, the county clerk, the county judge, and the two-party chairs. They are the body that appoints these people, and that is local control, and we must maintain that control. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. Members, any questions?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Morales.
Commissioner, good seeing you again, and I know you're from El Paso. It's my newest part of the district that I represent. Thank you for making the long trek, or if you've been here in Austin. You've, I believe that you were here throughout most of my comments with respect to the chairman, Dr. Oliverson. The reality is, I mean, if the Republicans want to pass this, they're going to pass this. They have the votes. So we might as well have a seat at the table and make sure that we put the right parameters in place so that we can have what we've termed the due process, the due process concerns that have been raised. I know that you work with the Border Trade.
Texas Border Coalition.
Yes. Have they proposed any language with respect to due process, or are you working with any other organization that may come up with some language that may assist us in reaching a consensus as to what we can live? Because even the issue of the Secretary of State's own appointment creating the same infractions as the previous one that was terminated, we need to have a checks and balance with that and make sure that sometimes it may be necessary for the Secretary of State to be called out on their own actions also.
Of course. Yeah, you know, the Texas Border Coalition as a body, I don't think has really discussed this issue. But I can say as a county representative, you know, I can remember prior Secretary of States, especially one in particular that purged thousands of voters, Hispanic voters from the rolls.
There you go.
An unethical and really an act that did not have integrity. I heard the author talking about integrity of the Secretary of State. Maybe this current Secretary of State has more integrity than that one, but it's very frightening to think that that type of individual is going to be having authority over our elections administrators in El Paso. And I do understand the issue of due process. I think that there should be also, just as when you're talking about a crime that's committed, you have to be able to prove intent. Right? If somebody is intentionally trying to disenfranchise voters, intentionally trying to cause these problems, then, you know, I think that then something would be warranted, but I think you have to prove that intent. And there are those checks and balances already in place. The Republican Party, the Republican chair, the Democratic chair, and a couple of other elected officials.
Well, you know, I know that you may think that, or you may say that they're in place, but obviously if this were to, and I haven't validated this data, but just from the way this looks and from the short conversation I had with Dr. Oliverson and the person that prepared this, if it is accurate data, even if it's half accurate, it still presents concern for me, because just like it could right now be applying to Republicans, it could easily be applying in democratically controlled areas, and I wouldn't want it one way or the other. And so obviously it's been egregious. It's happened over repeated years, and nothing has changed, right? The concerns are still there from Harris County folks that go out there and vote, and the issues are still persist. So I can understand that something needs to be done. And this is not just for you, but to anybody else that may be here and testifying. I really would like for you all to talk to us about whether you have come up with language with respect to due process, or what are we going to do in the event that we have to call out the Secretary of State herself or himself in those situations? And what process are we going to use so that we're not stuck in a court system? I wouldn't want that. As a lawyer, I can understand how, you know, in certain situations, you know, we can get stuck in litigation forever. And so I look forward to being able to work with you. I've always enjoyed our conversations, and hopefully this gives you a little bit of something for you to take back and discuss with the Border Trade Coalition, because I know it's important for them.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that back to them as well as my court. You know, I'm not going to refute the issues in Harris County. There's people here to do that on their own behalf, but in El Paso County, we have, I think, a very great record of making sure that our elections are running very smoothly.
And I think finding the right balance, right, where we still maintain local control, but with some due process, I think we can all serve every voter and every constituent and every one of our 254 counties.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Valerie DeBill.
Sorry? Okay, let us change your status in the record.
Okay, so we will show Valerie DeBill against the legislation, against House Bill 2020 and not testifying.
Correct.
Okay, next on the list to testify for the bill is Alan Vera. Chairman calls Alan Vera. I don't think he's here, but I'm going to call him. I'm sorry? He's over in the Senate? Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to call him 3 times. Alan Vera, not Ala Vera. Alan Vera, Alan Vera, Alan Vera. He's not here. He was registered on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee and was for the bill. The next witness is Emily French. That'd be great. Yeah, thank you so much. Good to see you, Ms. French. Are you Emily French?
I am.
Are you here on behalf of the Texas Civil Rights Project?
I am.
Are you against the bill?
I am.
All right,
3
go
for
ahead.
3. I'm here to testify against HB 2020. Removing a duly appointed official from office is a deeply serious matter. It is shocking to see this bill treat that matter with so little gravity, specificity, or care. The criteria used to justify the state removing an elections administrator is ludicrously minimal. One complaint filed with the Secretary of State and the SOS having good cause to believe that a recurring pattern of problems exists. In theory, 2 broken voting machines could constitute a recurring pattern of problems, even in a county with 1 million voters. Problems like these happen in every election in every county. It's no secret that HB 2020 has Harris County in its crosshairs, but with such a ludicrously low standard, the bill could result in the takeover of any of the 134 counties in Texas that employ an elections administrator. At no point does HB 2020 afford an elections administrator due process or even an opportunity to speak up for themselves. HB 2020 prescribes no reinstatement procedure. It does not even require a determination of actual wrongdoing. The elections administrator could have run an accurate, successful election, but under the current language of the bill, as long as the SOS gets 1 complaint and sees 2 problems, they can suspend an EA indefinitely. The process for replacing an EA under HB 2020 is also woefully insufficient. Under HB 2020, the state-appointed EA could serve until the recurring pattern of problems with election administration are rectified. In practice, this can allow the new EA to serve indefinitely or until the unelected SOS decides based on no objective standard that the problem is fixed. Elections administrators have a massive responsibility to Texas voters, and we are not opposed to accountability for any official in this state. But HB 2020 does not provide accountability. Instead, it allows retribution. We oppose this bill and ask you not to pass it out of this committee, especially without any of the bumpers that the author discussed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Ms. French? Yes, sir, Mr. Rouse.
Hi, Ms. Emily. Thank you. I think we're very much aware of what the problems are, and thank you for pointing them out. But I think at this point, and again, for the rest of the witnesses, it would really help us if you can work with us in finding solutions. So I look forward. I don't see your contact information here. I'll give you my card so that we can, as you heard me, I'm really looking forward to being able to provide to the author some possible word choices with respect to due process, what happens if the Secretary of State has to be called out on their own appointment, those sorts of issues.
Absolutely. I can guarantee you my colleagues and I have no shortage of ideas and would be happy to reach out to your office.
Members, yes, Vice Chair Busey.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. C.B. French, thank you so much for being here and all the work you do. And we would love, as Rep Morales said, to work through with the bill authors some of these parameters just to make sure it's very clear what the expectations are. And you may not be the one to speak to this. Are you aware of this KHOU, K Houston article that references the 121 sites, the paper issue? Are you able to speak to that? I have some questions, but if it's not you.
I am aware of it. I might want to do a little more reading before speaking to it.
My big concern, and maybe someone else can speak to it later, if it's not you, is we've heard about this 121 sites, but what I've seen is their use of calling out these sites was amount of votes cast based on the paper allocation to start the election process. Doesn't take into account any replenishment of paper that might have shown up to those sites. Therefore, not taking into account that just because more votes were cast here than original allocation doesn't mean all of those sites did not have paper when needed. Are you able, I just didn't know if you had some experience.
I don't know that I could speak to that, but I do think that that sort of problem is the exact kind of thing we would love to see resources going to Harris County to make sure it doesn't happen again, and they're able to make sure that they have ballots in place that can get to those locations that they need. And I did not see anything like that in HB 2020, but would love to.
Sure, I agree. One thing, if there is an issue and it's needing more money and resources, then let's help them do that, A. B, we want to make sure that we're not using misleading stats by looking at an original allocation to a vote and not factoring in replenishment along the process. And I think that could be going on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hubert, you good? Okay. I think we're good. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. French. Appreciate it. The chair calls Juan Cardoza Oquendo. That's Oquendo. Did he? You think he had to leave? Okay, Juan Cardoza Oquendo. Juan Cardoza Oquendo, he was here on behalf of Houston in Action and himself and against the bill. And he's not testifying, no. Grace Pankel. Grace Pankel. Grace Pankel. She was registered as for herself and against the bill, and now she's not, we'll show her as not testifying. Cindy Siegel. Not here. She's not here. Cindy Siegel. Cindy Siegel, we've indication she's not here. She was here on behalf of the Harris County GOP and for the bill. And now we're going to show her as not testifying. Andrew Hendrickson. Are you Mr. Hendrickson?
I am.
Show you as testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Texas and against the bill. Is that
That's correct?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Smith. Most of the points I want to make, or wanted to make, have pretty well been covered at this point, so I'm just going to jump ahead in my testimony to one that has not. I think HB 2020 has a problem with workability, and that's because it creates a perverse incentive for county commissioners' courts to preemptively abolish election administrators' office to prevent county elections from being taken over by the state. Most Texas counties currently have an EA. I think it's 134 of the 254 who have an EA now. In counties that don't, it's the tax assessor, a collector that serves as the voter registrar, and the county clerk that's responsible for administering elections. If a county determines that it would be more efficient for both functions to be housed under the same office, it should be free to do so, and it's a logical conclusion, right? I mean, we don't have these two divided offices doing two separate parts that are both related to the same function. The problem with Bill is that this bill would discourage them from having an EA, because if you don't have an EA, you don't lose local control of elections. You don't have that risk of losing that local control. And so the problem that I see with this bill is that, you know, if you, in the time between if this bill were to move through the House, move through the Senate, and before it hit the governor's desk, if Harris County feels threatened by it, it can simply abolish the EA's office, and they would do so just to maintain local control of the election. So just want to point that out here and say that, you know, that I think is a huge flaw with this bill that hasn't been brought up in this conversation yet. So thank you.
Representative Ayala.
Is that a recommendation you're making for Harris County?
No, sir.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you. The chair calls Brittany Dobon. Good to see you again, Ms. Dobon.
Yes, thank you for having
You're
me.
here on behalf of yourself, and you are on the bill, is that right, or neutral?
No, I'm neutral.
You're neutral?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to try to go through this quickly. I know everybody has somewhere to go right now. I am in favor of accountability. However, who has the authority to address administrative grievances? The county officials, the state officials, and/or the people. Further, in Brazoria County, our elections are run by our county clerk, who is responsible for holding her accountable. Also, what are the penalties to violators other than suspension or loss of employment? If our officials are violating election code, shouldn't there be stiffer penalties? Something else I'd like to understand is who is held accountable in the instance there are machine discrepancies? When noting a discrepancy, are we auditing, penalizing the paperwork, the machines, or the votes? And then I want to step back a second. We were talking about the county clerk, but also the Secretary of State. For a Secretary of State, whether it be he or she, if they're violating state codes or federal acts like the HAVA Act, who's in charge of holding the Secretary of State accountable? And it appears that that is something that we're facing right now in our court system. So it's a real concern. In regards to the machine discrepancies and accountability, how do we know if the scanners are accurate if we can't read the barcodes? I don't feel Ms. Adkins satisfactorily explained how the audit can confirm what the scanners are reading or what the barcodes are communicating to the scanners. It seems it's not about counting choices, but it's about data and demographics. Moreover, why are only 5 potential complaints listed on the bill? What is the penalty for the county officials who certify elections that were performed with machines that were not certified per state codes and/or the HAVA Act of 2002, which is the federal act, which is an issue right now in Texas. There are lawsuits in many counties. Lastly, the bill discusses adjacent counties holding nearby counties accountable. Well, it's my observation that our local authorities are very good friends with our adjacent county officials. So how can they hold them accountable, right? It seems like there may be a conflict of interest. And I'd like to end with this. Our votes, if they're not fair and free, are we even free? Our election officials need to be held to the highest standards to ensure we continue to function as a constitutional republic, which, by the way, we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. We don't want to be an oligarchy. We don't want to be a democracy. And we have a lot of issues that we need to face. And also, there are a lot of people in this room that keep talking about state overreach. But what I think a lot of people in here may not realize is we've already handed, per MOUs that we have, we've handed over authority to the federal government. Why are they running our elections? Thank you.
Hold on just a second. I just want to confirm that you are, based on your testimony, that you are still neutral on the bill.
I am neutral. I'm in favor of accountability, but I feel like there are a lot of issues that were mentioned that need to be addressed for it to be a functional bill.
Thank you. No,
Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Dobon.
Have a great day.
Yes, ma'am. You too. The chair calls Roy Tuo. Ms. Tuo? That's Rueituo. Okay. She's here registered to testify on behalf of herself and against the bill, but we're going to show her as not testifying. What's that? She may be at the Senate? Okay, thank you very much. Of course, there's always an opportunity at the end if there's anyone that wishes to testify and didn't get a chance to. Claudia Torre Yanez. Would you state your name one more time for me?
Yes, I'm Claudia Torres Yanez.
Yanez, and you are here on behalf of yourself and against the bill, is that right?
That is right.
You go right ahead.
Right. So I used this quote in the Senate earlier today, so I'm going to use it in the House committee hearing. Socrates said over 2,500 years ago, it's a long time ago, the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. And I believe this bill leaves a lot to be desired. with respect to definitions, and that is why I am opposed to this bill. You've already heard some of the witnesses testify, so I won't belabor the point, but, terms like good cause is not well-defined. Recurring pattern is not well-defined. As little as 2 instances of irregularity could be enough to trigger removal of an election administrator. I heard the bill author reference hoping this is never used. I don't believe hope is a good enough strategy for something as important as election administration, nor an excuse for poor or lack of definitions in this bill. My understanding is that a logical consequence, as pointed out earlier, is that for leaders to maintain local control of election cost and administration would be to eliminate election administrators, which more than half of our counties have an election administrator, and vest those responsibilities back with election clerks and tax assessor collectors. I will say in my professional life, as someone who manages multiple functional areas, I believe it's more efficient and effective to have experts and focus on the election administration role in one role versus splitting up those duties across tax assessors and county clerks, and am opposed to this. I believe that leads, and I've seen it again in my professional life, just increases the risk of error, cost, and inefficiency, and Texas voters deserve better. And for that reason, I ask you to oppose House Bill 2020.
Thank you, ma'am. Members? Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Chair calls Stephanie Swanson.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Swanson. You are here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, is that correct?
I am,
And
yes.
you're against the bill?
We are, yes. My testimony might be repetitive, but the League is a stickler for a fair and open legislative process, so I would like to read it because we are speaking on behalf of our 13,000 grassroots members across the state.
You go right ahead.
I am Stephanie Swanson, the issue chair of redistricting. I am speaking on behalf of the League today as well as for myself, and we are against HB 2020. The League of Women Voters believes that HB 2020 will infringe on the rights of county governments. We believe the decision to both use and select an elections administrator should be made by the duly elected officials of each county. Having the Secretary of State step in and remove county-appointed officials would demean the meaning of local governance. The League believes that this bill is currently written too broadly and would lead to subjective interpretation. The bill does not specify who can file a complaint or what evidence must be provided to the Secretary of State to verify that the complaint is valid. This would create a system that is fraught for abuse by bad actors trying to undermine elections. The bill also neglects to define how these complaints should be investigated. It merely states that the Secretary of State can remove the elections administrator if they believe there is a recurring pattern of problems. While the problems listed in the bill are serious problems that should be addressed, these problems are poorly defined in the legislation. Examples of problems include any malfunction of voting equipment, unfair distribution of election supplies, errors in the tabulation of the results, delays in reporting of election returns and discovery of voted ballots after the polls close. Some of these examples may be out of the control of local elected officials. For example, unforeseen problems with voting machines can arise at any time. What would make a county susceptible to this? Would it make the county susceptible to this penalty? Delays in reporting election returns can occur in geographically large counties where traffic is an issue. Finally, the bill does not clearly define how long the replacement administrator would serve for or establish how and when a county could regain their authority, meaning that this takeover could be indefinite. The League believes that HB 2020 threatens local control of already secure elections, allows state leadership to micromanage our election systems, and undermines the authority of trusted local elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions of Ms. Swanson?
I have a couple.
Representative Dayala.
And I heard your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you agree with me that ultimately the responsibility of having, accurate, free, fair elections lies with the Secretary of State?
I know that the state is in control. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not.
It's okay. I don't want to make you one. I don't want to put you on the spot. I just wanted to know kind of a frame of reference where we are.
I agree. It was Representative Morales that said that the Secretary of State is responsible for implementing or overseeing the state's election laws. So,
and I don't want to belabor that point too much. I was just trying to kind of get a starting reference point to ask this question. In your testimony, you talked about there are some times where there's some wrongs, and we need to find ways to right them. Words to that effect. At least that's what I heard. If 2020 isn't it, what is?
We would like to see more proactive strategies being put in place, similar to what Dr. Carranza had suggested.
But what if it is intentional? The employer of an election administrator wants the election administrator to conduct an election a certain way. If it is an intentional act, how do you do that? How do you fix a problem like that? And this is a hypothetical, by the way. How do you fix that type of conduct without some governing body from outside? How do you do that?
I could say the same for a lot of the bills that have been filed this session, to be honest with you.
Let's just talk about this one, though.
Yes, that's fine. I think what we have outlined in our testimony specifically for this bill, though, we have suggested that there is no, it's not defined what sort of evidence needs to be presented, right? And so that's what our concern is. Our advocacy chair is a former prosecutor, and she is very much aware of what needs to go into that investigative process.
And last question. This isn't a criminal bill. You understand that?
No, I know it's not a criminal bill, but if you're going to be, well, to be honest with you, there's also other bills that have been filed that are going to wage criminal penalties, right? And it's just a very...
Not this bill, though.
Not this bill, no. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Look, I really, if anything else, I just hope it creates some thought on it. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. If there are no other questions of this witness, the chair is going to call Roxy Williamson. Ms. Williamson? You're here on behalf of the Galveston Island Voter Education Resource and Services, also known as Givers, and yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're against the bill?
I am.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Language, as Rep. Morales pointed out earlier, it's all in the language. In the words of the author, this is simplistic and purposely vague. All of the evidence has been kind of laid out about what's wrong with the bill. And when it comes to the language, I agree with the representative that there should be more care put into the actual language of whatever this final bill looks like. Though it was disheartening to hear him say that, that particular group, because I'm nonpartisan, so it really doesn't matter to me about which group, but the group that has the votes and is determined to pass what I consider bills that are assaulting the process. I am prayerful that this committee takes into consideration that the language really needs a lot of work before it moves forward. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Ms. Williamson, thank you very much. The chair calls Cindy Nahera, N-A-J-E-R-A, Cindy Nahera. Cindy Nahera. She's here on behalf of CCDF USA, Travis County, and herself, and she is for the bill. We'll show her as not testifying. The chair calls Lindsay Gramont. Ms. Gramont, it's good to see you again. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are neutral on the bill, is that right?
I am neutral on the bill, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was and am an election judge in Travis County, and I want wanted to hear the presentation of the bill and hear what everyone was saying on either sides. And I echo your sentiments, Rep. De Ayala. Like, there has to be some way to hold people accountable for violations. And I think that's the real issue here, is that we're trying to find a way to hold people accountable, right? And I just don't know if this is the best way, because in my experience and in Travis County, I was able to get through PIAs that are the voting system that we used in Travis County for the November 2020 election was ES&S version 6.1.1.0, and I have here from the Secretary of State stating that that version was not certified for use until January of 2021. So how do we handle violations like this? I've been trying to figure that out for the past 2.5 years, and it's extremely frustrating. And I feel like a bill like this, again, takes the control away from the people. We're taking the control away from the counties, which I don't really like, even though I live in a county that I might consider to be pretty corrupt, right, or in some way, and just like you might feel that way about your county or whatever. We can all feel that way at some point in time. But in the end, we are a republic, and so it's good to have that decentralized control in place. And so I struggle with this one. I want there to be a remedy, but I think the remedy needs to be with the people. Our election code has a lot of pieces to it, but we have no penalties in our election code for our election officials not upholding the code. When the systems are not certified, there's no remedy. We're 2.5 years later and we have no remedy. They were not certified. That is a violation of election code. And when our counties do things like, you know, getting contracts with companies that are not on the up and up, we have no way to hold them accountable. So to me, that putting the power into the Secretary of State, which is also an elected office, isn't that great either. I feel like we should be putting it back to the people to allow the people to sue ourselves, to allow us to hold our officials accountable when they violate election code. Right now, we don't have the ability to do that. And I think that that is where the real problem lies, and all of these other things are simply Band-Aids to the bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Guerrant. Appreciate your
Thank you.
thoughts. The chair calls Charles Cruz. Mr. Cruz, you're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Howdy. Thanks for the time. My name is Charles Cruz. I am a chemical engineer, or was. I left the industry about 6 or 7 years ago. The neat thing about being a chemical engineer is we participate in a thing known as turnarounds. If you're not familiar with the oil and gas industry, this is when we shut down the entire plant, clean it out, put it back together, replace all the broken parts, get back up and run. This mobilizes, in cases, tens of thousands of people for a very short time. This is intensely relevant to elections because elections also mobilize tens of thousands of people, especially in Harris County, where I live and have served as an election judge. Elections follow a very similar process, and what we do in the petrochemical industry, which has unfortunately not been done with the Harris County Commissioner's Court and the Harris County Elections Commission, is to report on the planning in advance of the election and have a failure analysis after the election to talk about what went wrong and how we're going to fix that. I think this bill is terrible because it does not provide any solution for improving local control. Local control should remain local. It is not a good idea to come in and seize control from where there's a problem child, so to speak. We need to reinforce, strengthen, and provide legislation that will strengthen those elections commissions to make sure that they are doing what they ought. From what I have witnessed, the Harris County Elections Commission basically appointed election administrator and said, go do elections. That is not an effective way to get elections run. The evidence for this is from there was a span of over a year in which the Elections Commission did not meet as a body. That is horrible. They should have been meeting in advance of the elections, making sure that the new election administrators were taking care of the planning, that all the machines were properly allocated, that they were all properly tested, and saying, yes, we are ready to launch this election. Not go do elections, oh no, everything fell apart, oops. That's not the way to do it. The legislation needs to focus on making sure that these elections commissions are getting good reports, that their election administrators are doing their work properly, following up when they do have problems, because these problems absolutely do exist. Unfortunately, this bill seems to target Harris County because most of the criteria listed happened in Harris County. I witnessed most of these myself. These things happen. But we are supposed to figure out solutions to eliminate them in the future. And that has not been happening.
Members, any questions? Mr. Cruz, thank you very much.
It's an honor.
Yes, sir. The chair calls Paul Washer Sharwani. Ms. Sharwani, I hope I'm doing justice to your name.
You are.
Good,
actually.
good. I understand that you are here on behalf of, and is this Engage or M-Gage?
It's M-Gage.
M-Gage,
Texas.
M-Gage, Texas, and yourself, and that you're against the bill. Is that right?
Yes, I am against the bill, and I will also speak as a former employee of the Harris County EA office. Unfortunately, they do not have any representation here.
So, just to make sure, we're trying to make sure we're cool on this, all right? We don't have a problem. And there's certain rules that we have to follow on it. So I understand you may have that experience. But today, you're here testifying on behalf of M-Gage, Texas, and yourself.
Yes.
And that's it, right?
Oh, yes.
And you're against the bill.
I am against the bill.
Go ahead.
All right, so first, my name is Paula Sharwani. I'm testifying against this bill, HB 2020. The Election Commission of Harris County selected the first EA. They were appointed by a process and installed based on consensus. That was the process for the first EA. The second EA, based on what happened with the first one, our current, was scouted via an intensive nationwide search led by an outside party and appointed, again, by consensus. So I just want to make clear there is no tested onboarding process that can prepare and acclimate an election administrator to Harris County, the third most populous county in the country, largest in the state of Texas. There is no trial by fire. You're just fired. And to recruit for this position again now will be futile. Lastly, if the SOS installs somebody, they will be interpreted as a proxy of the state. So how is this supposed to build more reassurance and trust? And what will happen if a Democrat becomes Secretary of State? Will we all come back here again and get creative? So Harris County, I believe, cannot lose its autonomy over its own elections to the state in any capacity whatsoever. It will further corrode trust between all kinds of parties involved with the advocacy for and against this bill. It's not a solution because we did handle it the first time and we can handle it the second time if, God forbid, there is a second time. But Harris County can handle its own business. I guess I want to speak to that. But just to add, the EA of the office is under constant attack. It's underfunded. It's comprised of underpaid staff from 2 separate Harris County departments and supplemented by contract labor. And my suggestion would be that Harris County needs to pull itself together and perhaps prioritize the establishment and foundation of the office in a way you would oversee any other large-scale bureaucratic merger. That makes sense.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Representative Day-Hall.
Just a quick question. Are you familiar or aware of, and I think your experience has been with Harris County, right? The cost of elections in Harris County a decade ago versus this last cycle. Do you know the increase in dollars that have been spent in Harris County for elections?
I don't know the exact number, but there's been an increase because there's also been an increase of population.
Right. But do you know the rate of that increase? And I know it's significant. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I thought you may know that. No?
I would not know from 10 years ago from whether it was
Just a period of time, 8 years ago or something. Have you seen those numbers?
I have not seen the escalation of numbers for elections.
I don't want to get off rails on that too much. Let me just stop there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Sharwani, anybody else have any questions? Ms. Sharwani, I know you're here on behalf of M-Gage, Texas, and yourself, but I want to ask you a few questions. Are you currently employed with the Harris County Elections Administration Office?
I am not employed. My organization, MGAGE, works with the EA office as a stakeholder.
Okay, so you've never been employed with them
With the EA office,
in Harris County?
I have been.
When were you employed with them?
I would have liked Dr. Oliverson to be here because I would have liked to talk to him about this. I was there up until the 2022 primary. Are you there? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the face. I saw the back of your head.
Yeah, he's hanging out.
Because I was the EA coordinator for his region, and I loved it.
So when were you employed there?
When was I employed? I was employed from 2021 to 2022. I don't remember the months at this point. And then I came to MGAGE.
And then as with MGAGE, you are working as what with the Harris County EA's office?
The EA office works with us in the selection of basically creating access for our electorate. And our electorate is Muslim.
So are you familiar with the issues that occurred or allegedly occurred in connection with the 2022 general election in Harris County?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that there was a lack of paper, so to speak, at a number of polling locations in Harris County?
For the gubernatorial, that was what happened. There was not a proper calculation of paper allocation.
And
But I was not there for the gubernatorial. I was there for the primary.
okay, but you were working closely with the EA's office for the gubernatorial, right?
Yes.
All right.
All stakeholders do.
Now, there were problems. Were there problems with regard to Harris County elections during the primary of 2022?
Yes.
Now, you've heard Dr. Oliverson's representations today. You've heard some testimony about certain problems and whatnot. Are there any of those problems that you've heard represented today that you do not think happened with Harris County elections in either the primary or the general election of 2022?
I don't believe there was any kind of intentional or malicious occurrence to distort the election in any way whatsoever.
And I'm not asking you that. I appreciate your representation on that. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about that in a moment. But do you have any of these complaints that were lodged about breakdowns on paper or communications, et cetera, that you think are untrue?
No, they were true.
Okay. So going back to your point a moment ago, you don't think any of these things were intentional. Let me just ask you, because you're one of the few people here that's had an opportunity to kind of go back behind the veil, so to speak, right? And the people of Texas want to know, and I appreciate you coming forward to kind of help us on this, because whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent, or whatever it is you are, you want the third largest county in the country to have an election that's as good as it can possibly be, right? Just like every other county. So tell me, how is it that you know that these were not intentional or nefarious, as you said?
The staff of the EA office itself is very small. And the majority of the people working on behalf of the EA office during election day are the election workers. And then our job, or their job, is to manage thousands of election workers and ensure to the best of their ability as a small office that they're doing their job correctly.
Why do you think the staff was so small?
I think that the office wasn't funded correctly. I don't think
Who was responsible for the funding on that?
I would imagine it's Commissioner's Court.
And had there been a reduction in funding for the EA office, or had it been historically that way, as far as you know?
The EA office had just started, and the EA office was established because we needed to meet the need of our voting population in Harris County.
And help me out, when was it started?
I believe it was December 2020 was the first election they held, but my colleague may have more accurate information.
And so, after the primary of 2022, was there and I don't know what the timing is on Harris County's funding, but was there any kind of an increase in funding after the primary of 2022?
There's been a decrease from what I understand.
How do you know that?
Because that's what you hear around town, that like for people that I still know and am connected to in the office, I don't believe there's been an increase in their funding. I think there was.
No. Excuse me, ma'am, you'll need to sit down, please.
She's our legislative director.
That's
with
great.
Engage.
And you can talk to her in a minute. Thank you very much. Ma'am, if you'll have a seat. So, do you know how much the budget was reduced?
I wouldn't know numbers because I'm not a part of Commissioner's Court. I'm not in any level of the EA office.
And I appreciate it.
I'm a person that connects with election workers.
You know
That's the
why
level I'm
it
at.
was reduced? Let's just assume it was, okay? Do you have a reason to understand why it was reduced?
There was a dispute within Commissioner's Court, and there was a holdout on the budget.
A dispute between who?
From what I read in the news, it was between the Republicans and the Democrats.
Okay. And who's...
But it was not instigated from what I saw on the outside as a person, not as an employee or a representative of my organization, but just an everyday citizen. It was instigated by the Republican Party.
Well, but whatever happened, as a result, it's your understanding that there was a reduction in the budget between the primary of 2022 and the general election of 2000.
Well, it didn't increase.
Right.
So
was there a reduction in staff?
I think there has been staff turnover. People are held accountable in the EA office as the...
Well, what I mean by that is between the primary of 2022 and the general election of 2022, was there a reduction in staff?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know the numbers of that. I wasn't chief of staff. I was just a person working on a coordinator team.
I get that.
And I think that you guys should take what I say as with a grain of salt, because I am not in charge of the EA office, and I am not a part of Commissioner's Court. I'm an everyday person, a citizen, and I can tell you what I experienced because I sympathize with what those judges went through that night. And I sympathize with the argument that Dr. Oliverson is making, which is why I would like to talk to him on the side and just figure out this bill.
And I appreciate that. But I'm just trying to understand a few things, and I'm not here trying to trick you.
Into getting sued?
I want to commit to you that I'm not going to...
Don't get me sued.
I'm not going to try and get you sued. I'm not going to get you... I don't want you to be intimidated.
I don't want to lose my job, yeah.
What I want to do is just for the people of Texas, whatever color they are, whatever political side they're on, I want to understand what happened to an election that involves 20% of the electorate of Texas. Okay? So let's talk some more about this, okay? Just have a conversation between you and I. Okay? There were staff reductions, there was a budget reduction between the primary in 2022 and the general election. That's your understanding, right?
As a citizen on the outside, but also I think I need to stop this because I didn't go to the EA office and say, hey, I'm going to go and I'm going to testify for you. I'm basing it, and I'm speaking on behalf of my own experience as an employee, a former employee of the EA office.
Yes, but you're speaking also, you're just here today on behalf of Engage Texas and yourself, and I understand that.
And we work very well with the EA, yes.
You have certain experience that I'm trying to understand, okay?
But we can do that privately. Like, I don't need to be on public record. I can talk to you in your office.
We could talk some more about that. I just want to ask you this.
There are people that are being sued right now in the EA office. The EA is being sued, so I do not want to say anything else that would affect him.
Ma'am, is there somebody that's intimidating you on this issue?
Absolutely. You're intimidating me, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Y'all are intimidating me.
This is an intimidating situation, and I understand that. But besides that
And
lady,
I'm totally unprepared for this.
I understand, but besides that lady who walked up here a moment ago.
That's our ledge director with Engage Texas. He's
Engage-
an advisor.
What I'm trying to understand is, what do you, let's just talk about this. This will be a lot easier. From your experience, what should have happened after the primary in 2022?
In an ideal world, what I wish could have happened was more staffing. And what I wish could have happened, and what I wish could happen for all of the elections in the state of Texas, is we've got to figure out a way to train people to work the polls that are appointed by political parties. And in addition to that, they get to hire, as a presiding judge, their clerks. And so you can have a whole team of incompetent people because one person was appointed by a party. How do we train these people? And how do we manage an election when the administrator or the county clerk doesn't really have that much control, according to the code, for this entire workforce? They do the best they can. And so the issues are deeper. And those issues I just have not seen addressed yet. I'm not seeing it anywhere in this session. What can we do better to fix that problem?
Would you like to talk to me privately at some point?
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate that. I'll let Vice Chair Busey ask you the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quick clarity question. Ms. Sharwani, I just want to confirm, as you did just a minute ago, but just make sure you're here with Engage Texas and yourself. You are not here on behalf of the EA of Harris County or the County Commissioners Court, is that?
Absolutely not.
You weren't
I
them?
am a citizen of Harris County. I can only speak to what I see in the news and to what I experienced in 2022.
So we're all clear. You're not in any official or formal capacity.
No, I don't believe they even have a rep here, the EA of.
And what you're speaking to is what you've seen in the news, what you've heard, but not in any
What I've heard
inside
through
information.
circles of organizer friends and whatever, the television. I don't know where.
Absolutely.
I can't
understand.
trace where
Thank you,
I
Ms.
got it.
Sharwani. I appreciate everything you do. Thanks so much.
Representative Day-Young.
A couple of very non-intimidating.
I'm really scared now. I really think I'm going to get a lawsuit.
No.
Because y'all we get sued all the time in Harris County.
Curiosity. And I'll tell you, it's because you do have some boots on the ground experience. You've seen what's happened in Harris County. And I understand as an employee, and you're not here testifying on their behalf, but it does provide some insight, and it helps in the entire process. So thank you for that. But just a couple of cleanups. And one of the things you said, and I wrote it down because you said when now no longer employed, you're working a stakeholder with the EA, some relationship. And I wrote it down. It said creating assets for our electorate. What does that mean?
Creating voting access for our electorate. Our electorate is immigrant, heavy, Muslim, people of color. And so we've always advocated for meeting the needs of our voting population, which is what every voting rights entity is also doing. So polling places, like within reach for them, language translation, that's good and accurate. And that's also something that people will continue working on in the state of Texas because there's a lot of languages that are not currently represented.
Okay, when you said the word assets, I see how you're using that. And
Access, I'm sorry.
it's fine.
I have a retainer.
It just, for some reason, struck me. And then one last thing. Since we've had in Harris County an election administrator, sitting here today, you don't know whether that budget has gone down over the years or whether it's gone up.
I'm not privy to.
That's it. I don't want you to be. I think I heard you.
Because you have to, the EA office is young. It's a couple of years old.
Right.
Before that, when it was the county clerk, that was a whole other system. That was a whole other commissioner's court. So right now with the EA office, I, as an outsider, think I know what they need to get going and to be ready.
Then you need to definitely talk to Chairman Oliverson.
Yes, I do. I do. He's worked with MPH
Thank you.
before. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions of this witness? We sure appreciate you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that cares to testify tonight? The chair calls Katia Arisman. Ms. Arisman, you are here on behalf of Common Cause Texas and yourself, is that correct? And
Yeah.
you're against the bill, is that right?
Yes, not representing Harris County either.
Do you, yeah.
Sorry. Wanted to break the ice a little bit.
It's hilarious. Do you have anything else to add that's not already been said?
No, I think that's it. Sorry, to the thing, yes, actually we do, sorry.
Okay, thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I thank you for having this testimony. I know we have a long day. With Common Cause Texas, we're against this bill for a number of reasons, as well as the Senate companion, which we just got finished testifying on the other side. And so I think the only thing we want to add on this is the really dangerous concept of subverting local control, just reiterating that concept, but also add that the reporting and transparency requirements are surely lacking from this bill. I don't think any version of this bill should pass in its current state or move to the floor, but if we were going to be trying to add some bumpers to the bill, issues of the Secretary of State not being able to, or not currently written into the statute to provide any reporting as to what the issue was that the election administrator would be removed on, as to cause, what the issue next steps would be for removal, any interim date that is ending for the county to then appoint a new election administrator that might have more experience locally. There are a lot of transparency issues with this bill that aren't answered, which is why largely our groups are in opposition to the House bill and Senate version of this legislation, and largely wanting to look at the dangerous precedent that this would set. I think someone earlier brought up that if a Democratic Secretary of State were to be here, would we have the same kind of motivations? But we also want to think about the precedent that this would set for other appointees of local office. A chief of fire departments or a chief of police departments also are, fired or administered by a nonpartisan governing board or the county commissioner's court. And if they don't do their jobs as well as they should be or correctly, there are processes in place for being able to correct, fire, and rehire a position or a person for that position that could be more amenable to accomplishing this. And so
I appreciate that. However, how do you rectify that through the processes that you said, and still salvage the election at hand?
Absolutely. I don't think that this bill as it stands would be able to salvage the election at hand. What this bill is written to do is to be reactive to an election, to allow for a Secretary of State to then remove and replace for preceding elections to come. If we want to be proactive about election administration and making sure that we are improving issues so that way there are no paper ballot shortages in a county of size, then we want to make sure that we are, making sure that we extend the time period for a central count to be able to receive ballots, because we shouldn't be risking the integrity of an election result because someone is stuck on I-35 or stuck on I-10, right? Those are things that are not an issue with an election administrator having malfeasance for doing their job. It's an issue of things outside of their control, but under the current writing of this bill, that would be subject to removal because of the low threshold requirements. So there are other bills that have been heard by this committee, and we can review with your office as well about other ways that we can be investing in election administration, but this bill would not be proactive for it.
And so a moment ago, the witness before you, I think it was right before you, yes, had said, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that they want, for instance, with Harris County, they want Harris County to pull themselves together. And that's kind of what I'm hearing you say, okay? The question I've got is, what do you do when the election administrator's office for 20% of the electorate of the state of Texas doesn't pull itself together?
Absolutely.
What are we going to do? Are we just going to keep going election after election, oops after oops? Or do you expect, as a voter in Texas, as a citizen of Texas, would you expect for your government to act and somehow pull this together?
Yeah, and I think we do expect action. I don't think this bill is the action that provides that necessary accountability. If I actually could answer the question substantively, though,
Sure.
There are a number of ways of which we have seen election administration actually be improved by the creation of this delineated election administrator office, county clerks and election administrators being consolidated into one office, which would happen likely if this bill were to pass, because counties would either be worried of this kind of subversion and takeover, so they would get rid of the office altogether, which I believe one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, or they would be worried about who this new appointee for election administrator would be, would just consolidate the responsibilities of election administration into an already underfunded and overworked office of the county clerk, who, as you all know, as elected officials, already has enough record-keeping issues as it is in business administration, that it would actually most likely be worse for election administration if they were also susceptible to or required to have to worry about polling location requirements, trainings, election worker recruitment, and any of the other things that are falling under an EA's office. So there are, things that we can do and recommendations that we can make that would actually provide that accountability for, as you mentioned, this one of the biggest counties in the country to be improving their elections. And we can't say that, the election this past cycle was perfect, but what we can do is speak to the germaneness of this bill, and that this bill would not be a proactive step in the right direction to improving election administration.
Thank you. Representative Dayola.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
And I think you heard from testimony before that the EA function in Harris County is relatively new, 2020 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And yet that's when all these problems are happening, is with this new office. And prior to that, it was run by the county clerk. Do you have an opinion one way or another whether in large counties one is a better function than the other, or a better?
Yeah, absolutely. I would maybe push back on the assumption that this is when the problems started, and that the problems that we saw in this most recent election were because of the creation of the election administrator's office in Harris County. This was also the first election of which we were using a number of new laws in place that were passed by the last legislature that changed the way that we were administering elections, that took a lot of learning curves for offices to be able to adapt to. And I believe a member of the Secretary of State's office at y'all's organizational hearing testified that a lot of it has to do with just the sheer size of Harris County. And that seems to be an issue that, having additional staff to be able to be working at Central Count, or, be able to provide more than one drive-through location to be able to receive those ballots could mitigate, as opposed to removing that office altogether. Additionally, we saw the creation of systems that were partially correct or partially robust when previous county clerks were running Harris County elections. There are a number of instances that we can cite, and they can contact your office with issues that we saw in Harris County in 2016 and 2014 under Republican county clerks, as well as Democratic county clerks that were not as effective as they could be at administering elections. So I do think being mindful of the learning curve with adapting to SB1, which we saw issues across the state, being mindful of the fact that a lot of ballot and paper shortages is because of projection of turnout. And so that's also an improper science that we need to be providing better guidance and trainings for election judges to predict and oversee, are things that we should be recommending as a body. But, this type of bill would not be remedying that.
Two things I want to follow up on. Number one, if you went to the projection of voting in the certain precincts or areas of these polling locations, if they just followed the last election cycle, we'd have plenty of paper. Do you understand that to be an accurate statement?
I can't speak to what the projections look like.
You testified about that was one of the issues, that they just misprojected it, but the projections said that these places should have had a lot more paper than they got.
Sometimes they get it from 2018 if you're looking at midterm cycles, so I couldn't speak to that, and I believe that as a member, as a y'all's committee, maybe receiving testimony from the county attorney's office or the election administrator would be helpful in that regard.
And we've heard a lot of that locally, I think, in Harris County already. Then last thing is, Harris County, you said the size. Harris County was still pretty big in 14, 16, and 18. Mm-hmm. And yet problems like this wasn't happening, or weren't happening like this. And again, it goes back to the same question. There are a number of people that are coming up here and saying, I don't like this one. And they're not saying, but this would solve that problem of the recurring oops, the recurring call it negligence, incompetence, whether intentional or not. At some point, we got to do something. And I'm hearing very little from witnesses saying this would be a better way to do it. So to the extent that we have any witnesses on that, I'd like to hear that.
Absolutely, and we can contact your office as well. We've been looking at a number of recommendations, and I believe y'all's committee has been referred some bills that would actually be improving like the training and guidance of election administrators. I think largely it could also be on the precinct by precinct location level, that judges are not receiving the appropriate training or standardized trainings for administering their elections, and reporting that back to the county about what resources they do need. And so there are a number of recommendations we would provide to improving administration. Just on the germaneness of this question, we don't think HB 2020 is the solution to that for a number of reasons.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gatti, I cannot pronounce your last name, so.
I'm used to it. The public school is hard.
Let me ask you, one, you're an impressive young lady. Are you an attorney?
No.
Good. My God, you should go to law school.
Thank you.
All right. So it seems that right now, for a vast majority of the discussion that we've had, we've been focused on the issue with respect to the Harris County and the paper ballot issue as to whether there was enough in some of the precincts or not. Have you looked at the data and seen actually how many total votes were tallied in Harris County? And if I were to give you the number that it was 1,113,000 voters that voted on November the 8th of 2022, would that be an accurate or somewhat accurate number, or do you have any opinion?
You could say that was a number, and I would not be able to tell you if that was or wasn't, but I mean, we can also get back to your committee about it. But I mean, that seems accurate given the size of Harris County.
So I'm looking at the election reconciliation official totals online, and that's what it's telling me. And so it shows, I've never voted in Harris. I don't know what the total number of folks in Harris end up voting, but it seems that on early voting, there were 692,000 or so, and on election day, you had 349,000 people. Now, the elections administrator for Harris County, by the name of Clifford Tatum, conducted, or Jeremy Rogalski, who is one of the reporters that provided the analysis as far as the discrepancies with the paper ballots, asked some questions of the election administrator, Mr. Tatum. And in that back and forth, from January 31st of 2023, the question was asked, or Tatum answered, there were over 4 million sheets of paper in the street on election day. And if only 1 million, that's counting early vote, it would seem that there was more than enough paper out there in Harris County. So then KHOU 11, which is where the reporter's from, asks, do you know how much supplemental paper was delivered on election day? And Tatum answers, did you hear what I said? There were over 4 million sheets of paper in the street on election day. And then they go on, well, that doesn't answer my question, and Tatum disagrees and says, yes, it does. But it seems that there was more than enough paper out there. So now I'm more of a concern is, was the paper just not allocated adequately within the precincts? And if so, do you have any opinion, and have you looked at any data to see if they went at the macro level to determine just how many paper ballots went out into each precinct?
Yeah, that's, a helpful resource. We would not be able to speak to what the macro level planning of the Harris County Election Administrator's Office would be. That seems like a question for them and the county attorney. I would say on a statutory level, this seems like recommendations that we can give in terms of apportionment of resources and providing better guidance on how election administrators in a really critical office that it is, allocates that appropriately to precincts, especially based off predictive turnout. Based off the quote, I would say, they say they're in the streets of Harris County. There's a lot of streets of Harris County, and so I'm sure that there might be an issue with also just time and getting there when the election judges needed it. I would also say maybe just quoting previous testimony, I believe was on this bill, but it might have been on another one. I know we've been here for a while, that there was also an issue of, the call line that election judges had for contacting the county being overwhelmed because there are a lot of judges trying to ask a lot of questions because, as mentioned earlier, the training is not always adequate, or they have just questions about wanting to make sure they do their jobs right, which is a really endearing, thing to have. And that would probably be accommodated by having more staff and more funding be directed towards the election administrator's office so more people can answer those lines and provide that more immediate guidance to election judges and be able to respond to the problem quicker. So that would probably be an opinion of investing in election administration as opposed to what this bill would do.
If possible, I would like your organization to assist us in those efforts because, I'm inundated with work on my end and we can barely stay afloat. But I'd really like to see if there was a study or a report conducted post the November 8, 2022 election in Harris County that actually detailed which precincts and what amount of paper ballots they received, just so that we can see, because it seems, they printed 4 times the amount of paper if we were to take Mr. Tatum's response to this reporter.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of where it was allocated or where it was not, or whether it was stuck, on the highway en route, and then the issues with respect to the training of administrators. But it doesn't seem that it was systematic, and then also, I'm going to provide you with a copy of this, just so that you can also see of your organization at the macro level, because at the bottom it says that this was allocated on election day to the total number of votes cast, the heat, of where the heat map of where the Republicans are in relation to Harris County. But it does not seem to take into account if in the transit of election day, if there were workers going over to the precincts and dropping off additional paper which then made it okay for a lot of these precincts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I'd like to have that data so that we can make an informed decision as to whether this was systematic and it was really an issue that was taking place, just specifically isolating Republican precincts, or whether, the heat map does not take into account that during the transition of the day, there were additional paper ballots being delivered. And so the heat map is not a true representation of what the total voters were in the paper ballots that were at their disposal.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense, and we'll definitely be reaching out to your office to provide resource. If I could just add one comment on that, which I do want to reaffirm for the committee. You mentioned that this bill pertains to Harris County. This bill would pertain to far more than just Harris County. I know that's been the subject of our conversation, and mine and other witnesses that have come up here, but we do really need to worry about the precedent that this bill would set to allow for the very thin level of threshold for removal. And so I appreciate all the deep dives that we're doing, and I don't think that our nonpartisan organizations are maybe the best spokespeople to testify as to what happened within decision-making of the election administrators' offices, but we can speak to the larger concern that this bill would play into Texas elections.
Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Representative Dayala.
Real quick follow-up. You're not a Harris County voter, I take it?
No, I live in Austin,
Okay.
so I could be here all night.
Now, I'm told, now this is just hearsay, we have in Harris County the second largest ballot in the country.
Sure.
90-some candidates and what, we are 2 pages per voter. Did you know that?
That sounds right. I
Just,
could not speak
just letting you
to.
know, and just for Representative Morales to understand that it takes 2 pages to cast that vote in November of 2022 in Harris County. So,
Okay, thank you so much.
Vice Chair Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually thought y'all had the biggest ballot, but we'll have to find out. Katia, just because it was brought up, and you may not be the person to speak to this, but my colleagues asked you questions about how this evolved under the EA. Do you have any knowledge going back before the EA? To my understanding, we had a clerk of Harris County from 11 to 18, and in that time, I think just going back to one cycle, 2018, it's my understanding that, he was sued for failing to open election venues on time, and that there were other issues around not following and complying with Korean interpreters. Can you speak to any of this? Because we're acting like this just started overnight.
Yeah.
Seems like there's issues that span back to some of the clerk days.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to exactly what those problems look like, but we have looked at that data and seen the trend line, and I think largely the issue of size and scalability comes to mind when we think about it, in using the current resources that election administrators have, or county clerks have. How do you scale it to the size of Harris County, which seems to be a formidable beast in and of its own? And so I think that those examples speak to a larger trend of what we are doing right now. The status quo is not working. It clearly seems like the last legislative session, our attempts to change election law did not work. It sent us in the wrong direction. And now, as a body, we have the steps to take 3 steps forward as opposed to 2 steps backwards, and think about investing in that election administration as opposed to investing in, the subversion of those offices.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And if we've had an ongoing trend, whether it was EA, Democratic leadership now, Republican clerk, we've got proof that there's been challenges. What's the best way to help moving forward?
Yeah, I think the best way to help moving forward, again, you'll have a budget night next week, I believe. It's actually on my birthday, which is going to be really fun. I think, using line items in, I-90 or 194, the Secretary of State's budget in Article 1, there are ways that we can be investing in voter system checks to make sure none of the machines are malfunctioning, which is largely the issue of lines that cause delays and delays in access for voters. We can make sure that we are investing in, the standardized trainings, of which I believe y'all have maybe heard that bill yet or haven't yet. Today's honestly blurring together at this point. And making sure that the trainings for judges are standardized. And truthfully, I think, using the budget or the recommendations from the Secretary of State's office to counties like Harris County, that the commissioners should be allocating more money to the Office of Election Administration seems to be recommendations that maybe y'all can't make, but as a state we should be encouraging, because, again, speaking to this bill, this would not be the solution.
I appreciate it, and we look forward to working with you to find those solutions. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, likewise.
I don't think anybody else had any more questions. The chair calls Chris Harris. Chris Harris. He had to leave? All right, Chris Harris, he was here on behalf of the Austin Justice Coalition and himself against the bill, and we'll show him as not testifying. I think he had to leave. Catherine Williams. Ms. Williams, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I know you're Catherine Williams.
See, actually, Kathy.
And you're here on behalf of the Texas Grassroots Alliance and yourself, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're against the bill?
I am.
You go right ahead.
My name is Kathy Williams, and I'm representing Texas Grassroots Alliance, and myself as a newspaper journalist for 27 years and an election judge and volunteer with the Voter Assistance Hotline for the past 6 years. Thank you for letting me testify today. Dr. Oliverson said opened his layout of this bill bemoaning that elections are in such a terrible shape because they are run by partisan appointed elections administrator. His solution is to put all that power in administering all Texas elections in the hands of a partisan appointed official, and one that is much farther removed from the voting communities. The record of that position's occupants has been terrible in the recent past, 8 and 10 years, something like that. So much authority and so much chaos, so many unintended consequences. This is a sea change in how we conduct Texas elections. I'm really glad to hear the questions that were asked about what can we do, how can we do it, because I think there's some really commonsensical things that we can do here. The several problems that I encountered at my polls as a judge in 2022, primary and general, were caused in large part by the Secretary of State's office. Voters who had registered close to the deadline often weren't posted to the state's websites, and so they weren't available to local election officials. Voters who had also, the ballot tracking for the mail-in ballot system wasn't updated regularly enough. to keep from creating problems. In large counties, these are huge systems in which county election offices create and manage a giant workforce of temporary, part-time jobs. And they have to, composed of people like me who are free to take part-time temporary jobs, retirees, school kids, that kind of thing. Thousands and thousands of employees to train, pay, assign, supply, resupply. All of these systems are set up and then taken down, and set up and taken down. And the laws change. It's difficult to do that rationally. I think anyone here would be beleaguered by standing up essentially a pop-up business every election. If I may, Arm & Hammer theory of letting the people closest to a task design the spaces and rules of that employment, that task, works. Everyone who proposes a new election law, I think, should work as an election judge. If you don't get it right, democracy suffers. Vote against this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any members have questions, Ms. Williams? Members, I just want to tell you all that Ms. Williams was a very respected journalist in Sherman, Texas, which is in my district, and she's been there for years and was with our hometown newspaper, and it's just really good to see her.
It's good to see
today.
you.
I didn't know you were coming, so it's good to see you.
Well, I'm not sure we did that.
Well, she tells it like she sees it.
That's right.
Thank you so much. You bet. Yeah, thank you. The chair calls Tim Dowling. Tim Dowling. That's right. Good evening, Mr. Dowling.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for hanging in there with us.
No problem.
I understand that you're here on behalf of yourself and that you're against the bill, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Do you have something new to add that hasn't already been said?
I think so.
Go ahead.
So I heard Representative Morales, and I see Representative Diallo is no longer here, but they basically said, how can we fix this bill? And I have some ideas for you on that. Give the Secretary of State very clear standards. This bill has recurring problems. That's the standard. We need to have a public hearing where the Secretary of State is there. The hearing is under the Texas Rules of Evidence. I've been a lawyer in Texas for 42 years. The rules of evidence are great. They keep out hearsay stuff, and they keep out irrelevant stuff. The Secretary's decision should be subject to judicial review. So if it's clear that the Secretary is really just being a partisan actor and says, I don't like that partisan over in Harris County or whatever county, I want to put my partisan in there. No. That's not the standard. Not your partisan versus another person. Here are the rules, and here's why the person should be removed. If the person is removed, then the Secretary of State they want to get that person in. The way the election code reads right now, it's 038 of this section. It says when the person who's the EA is gone, then the county, the 5 people in the county, they appoint a new EA. Or if you say, no, we're going to let the Secretary appoint his or her EA. So if that EA doesn't work, say, okay, same standards apply, and then the 5 people in the county can say, we're getting your person out. And we'll have a hearing with the same rules, same standards, and if the Secretary's person isn't doing the job, you're out. I went a little bit out of order there to be responsive to your question, Mr. Chairman. And let me get back to kind of the order I had at the beginning. Many of the proposed election bills proposed by the majority party have a common theme. Common theme is we're going to take away local control from you if we fear that you're not going to give us the election results we want. We're going to do that in those areas where we believe the most likely threat to our power comes from, the cities of Texas. Most of Texas's minority voters live in large counties, so your goal of making it harder for those people to vote to elect candidates of their choice is very, very clear. By proposing this and other bills like the one that got passed in the Senate today to get rid of countywide voting, you're showing that you're making a very deliberate choice to violate the Federal Voting Rights Act. HB 20 gives the Secretary of State, a partisan actor who no one elected, the power to take over elections and this is the most egregious example of that trend. The trigger of the Secretary's proposed power are recurring problems. No procedure is provided for fairly and impartially determining in a nonpartisan way if there are recurring problems. Would it be enough if if the complainant said, I hear there are problems in County X. Many people are telling me that, believe me. That could be the standard. This tripwire is so vague, and how severe do the problems have to be? Over how long a period? These matters should not be left to the whims of a politically appointed person, Secretary of State, who has no accountability to the electorate. How does the Secretary get the information? We don't know.
I'll need you to wrap it up.
Okay. Talked about the rules of evidence. There's no judicial review at all. We need to have judicial review of this process so that if the Secretary is making a blatant partisan decision and not one based on fairness, that decision can be overturned. This person, the administrator, is basically being accused of bad conduct. That person needs to be provided due process. There's no due process provided. And if there is a person removed, and the Secretary says that person is out, you need to have the local people appoint a new one instead of having this partisan official saying, I'm appointing my person. And probably the worst part of this bill is it can go on forever. So if the Secretary of State, I still think there are recurring problems over there, who can challenge that decision? Nobody. Secretary of State is unfettered control.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Members, do y'all have any questions of the witness? All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Points are well taken. The chair calls Stephanie Swanson. She already testified? Wait a minute, I think I've got my list off here. Hold on just a second. You don't want to testify again?
Here we go.
I'm sorry, hold on just 1 second. This is what happens, I get left by myself over here. Oh, to my own devices, I'm at Charles Reed. Charles Reed? Charles Reed, I show him on behalf of the Dallas County Commissioners Court and against the bill, and we'll show him not testifying.
Do you want to call that right now or later?
Later. Nicole Pedersen. Good evening, Ms. Pedersen.
Good evening.
I understand you're here on behalf of Emgage, E-M-G-A-G-E. I think we've had one person from Emgage also. Is it the same organization?
It is the same organization, and I was going to...
What's the name of it?
Emgage, E-M-G-A-G-E.
And for yourself, correct?
Yes, I was going to testify on behalf of Emgage and share with you my my thoughts on this bill, which I oppose, and the questions I have on it that are along the lines of Representative Morales's questions. However, I think given the way that the testimony has gone tonight, I may be more valuable testifying on behalf of myself to share with you. Sorry, do you want me?
So here's what we'll do.
We'll just get that.
We're going to go ahead and get it right. And there's all kinds of particular reasons why we've got to get this right, so bear with me.
I understand.
Okay? So
So
your
why
name
don't-
is Nicole Pedersen, and you're going to be testifying on behalf of yourself only.
That's correct.
We can edit that, just give us 1 minute.
Just 1 second.
Self and then position.
So you're Nicole Pedersen, you're on behalf of yourself only, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have something to add that hasn't been discussed yet?
I do. I would like to share with you my experience working in election protection on an election protection hotline in 2018. I can speak to some of the issues that Representative Busey brought up that occurred in 2018, which is well before the time that Harris County had an election administrator. Representative Busey referred to this, but it is true that there were a number of polling locations that opened late, which prompted, I believe it was TCRP. I was not part of that organization, so I was not part of this decision, and I can't speak to it. But
I do know that they filed for a injunction to keep the polls open an extra hour that night because of the issues that we had with polls opening in the morning. I also fielded some calls having to do with the other incident that he referred to, which is when a group of Korean Americans were turned away from a polling location because the election judge felt overwhelmed by the number who showed up. And so they were just turned away and were not given the right to vote. So I mostly just, I had written I spent a lot of time writing some testimony, which I'm not giving to you and I'm not reading to you because you have heard much of it tonight, but I did want to confirm at least my recollection of the issues that happened in 2018 before we had an election administrator, which this bill would do nothing to solve because it is only aimed at election administrators. That's it. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm a Harris County voter.
You heard to Ms. Scott the other questions that I asked. Is 1.1 million total voters in Harris County. Does that sound accurate?
I don't know the numbers.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Those factual statements that you made just a moment ago, counsel, you are an attorney, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. How do you know those things?
Of what happened in 2018?
Yes.
I was working on an election protection hotline.
That's right. Okay.
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Yeah. Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Ken Moore. Mr. Moore, you've been very patient sitting over there. I appreciate that. You are Ken Moore, is that correct?
That is correct.
You're testifying on behalf of the State Republican Executive Committee, Senate District 11?
Yes.
And for the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. The battery in my computer died, so I tried to transfer everything I could to the phone, and but I don't know. To be honest, I'm going to put that aside because I used to live in Harris County. I was a resident there I think I moved there in the early 90s, and I was there till 2018. I was election judge there for 8 years, from 2010 to 2018. I was a precinct chair in the Republican Party. I sat on the Ballot Security Committee for 4 years, Alan Vera. I'm now in Missouri County, and I chair the Ballot Integrity Committee for the Missouri County Republican Party, and I'm on this REC. But going back to my experiences, though, in Harris County, back then, by and large, things worked. Yes, we had issues from time to time. Of course, we would have issues that kind of that large. But we didn't have, multiple polls shut down. We didn't have voters, by and large, turned away. When I dropped things off, they had this one time when there's only one drop-off place, and that was NRG Stadium. And I don't know where they got them, but they had like 100, these 20-something-year-old college girls who went in there, and they unpacked things, they moved them around, they did the forms, they put them in front of me, here, sign this, now, have a good night, we got other people behind you. And they got things out. There was one night when I had a clerk that did not keep track of the number of voters on the poll list as compared to the machine. And so we had to stay there for a while to find out who were missing. And the county clerk's office started calling me pretty regular, wanting those numbers in. And I was one of the last ones to report because back then, things basically worked. We didn't have 2 days to find a count. We didn't have supply issues. When we put the machines together, they worked. And this is some of the things they've had problems with in the last 4 years.
So what do you think about this particular bill? Is there anything you would do differently with it?
Well, I'm listening to the talk about some way to hold the Secretary of State accountable, and I can't say I disagree with it. I can see the possible abuse of that. But, when you get in a situation where your EA is not doing the job, whether through malfeasance, whether it's incompetence, it doesn't matter. And you've got a commissioner's court or elections commission that won't rein them in. And you've got a county attorney that won't act. And you've got a DA that won't act. Citizens need an alternative. And there may be some imperfections in this bill. There may be things you can do to add to it, to change it, to improve it. Okay, I can see that. But citizens need an alternative when the whole system falls apart, like they've been doing in Harris County for the last several years.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? We really appreciate you. Representative Dale.
Yes, sir.
So your history with Harris County, the time that you were working with elections in Harris County, the whole time there was the county clerk was in charge and responsible, right?
Yes, sir.
Accountable to the voters, right?
Yes, sir.
The EA, not accountable to the voters, right?
I would argue no.
Okay.
He's accountable to the Elections Commission. The Elections Commission, I think, some may argue they appointed an EA so that they could be shielded from the voters. But yes, when you have the county clerk, you had one person you had to replace or one person you had to hold accountable.
Right.
With the EA, you've got an entire commissioner's court you got to hold accountable. You got several people you have to vote out or at least scare.
The reason I bring kind of that premise up is this bill focuses on that function, the EA function, which is not accountable to voters. Did you understand the reading of that way?
Well, my understanding is it does focus on the EA, okay? Yeah. And if the EA is not doing their job, you got other people that won't hold them accountable, then yeah, it holds the EA accountable.
Okay. Just wanted to see if our reading was the same. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? Mr. Moore, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much, Mr. Moore. Thank you. Appreciate it. And just to make sure, for the record, you're for this bill, just to make sure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. The chair calls Brian Rowland. Brian Rowland. Brian Rowland, I show him testifying for himself and against the bill. We don't have him here. Luis Figueroa. Luis Figueroa. We show him testifying on behalf of every Texas and against the bill, and we're showing him not testifying at this point. Julie Gramillion. Did I pronounce that correctly, Ms. Gramillion?
It's the Texas pronunciation.
Well, you go ahead and give me the pronunciation.
The correct pronunciation is Gremio. I'm from Louisiana originally.
Well, dadgummit. All right. That's messed me up. Julie Gramillion, you're here on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have anything additional to add that hasn't already been said?
Yes, I believe I do.
What is that?
I have been a presiding judge for the last 3 years in 2020, 2021, and 2022 in Harris County, and I am ready to face the firing squad in front of me today. The additional thoughts that I'd like to respond to coming from the questions that have come out, specifically with the paper and the supplies and equipment malfunctions. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that I think many of these problems are not solvable. I can tell a voter 5 times, please don't bend the paper and please use both hands. And they will walk away from my table and bend the paper and use one hand. That's not anything an election administrator can fix. And if Dr. Oliverson has a solution for how to hire 6,000 to 15,000 employees to work one day for $15 an hour and 15 hours with half a day of training, I'd love to hear the solutions because I have to hire my own clerks. And it's very challenging. I have had equipment breakdowns at my polling places. None of them resulted in a voter being unable to vote. In part, I'm a little technologically savvy. Some of my clerks, because many of our clerks are of a retired age, because that is the most common person who can work an election and is willing to work, frankly, would maybe not have been able to fix it as quickly as I would have. I love my mother. She was one of my clerks, but she's 67 and I wouldn't have put her in charge of fixing equipment. The other thing relating to the paper that we faced, and we had a shortage of supplies on change of address forms, not on ballot paper at my location. On election day in 2022, we had a roughly, I think, 5 locations within about 1.5 miles of each other in my section of Harris County. I did not run out of ballot paper. A location within 3/4 of a mile did. Their solution to running out was to send a worker to me 3/4 of a mile away and ask for some of my paper. And we gave it to them, and we shared it, and we called the county, and we confirmed that. I'm not sure there's a great way to solve the prediction of which paper should go where. I've voted at a different location in every single election I've ever voted in Texas. And using last year's predictive methodology is not necessarily going to be true based on the next election, based on where people are and where they vote. The other question, Representative Morales, that I think you have to ask in connection with your search for the 1 versus 4 million ballot paper is how much of that ballot paper was spoiled because it was torn, written on, bent, and so it wasn't voted, but it also was used, was at the location, and how quickly were the election officials or the clerks at that location blowing through paper because it was being bent, torn, or written on, which would throw off the predictive algorithms on how much paper should have been at that location to begin with. And that is not any information that we have seen discussed in the report. Thank you.
Representative Ayala, do you have anything you want to ask about?
I do.
Yes, sir. Representative Morales.
So, knowing that you are on the hot seat here, and knowing the issues that we've raised with the current format of the bill, does it raise the same objections that, or the same concerns that we have stressed as far as no due process, you know, especially when you're taking into account that a number of these are beyond your control?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I remember in 2020 when some of the judicial decisions were coming down during early voting, and we were getting notices day to day at polling places, okay, do this now, not this, okay, you can't do that, try to send voters here because they're gonna have a better time there. So we were getting real-time communications that require real-time adaptation. It takes a pretty savvy and intelligent judge and election clerk to adapt to those real-time changes. And my fear is that this sort of turnover would only create more of those problems, not less of them.
Now, you understood, were you here when Representative Busey was mentioning oh my God, I lost my train of thought here. It happens, I'm 40-something now.
Oh, you poor thing.
Ayala brought up, Representative Ayala brought up a good point that, you know, they are, and I had read that somewhere in the online stories with respect to Harris County, that it takes you all, I mean, with the longest ballot, you know, I think in the United States, it takes you all two pages. Mm-hmm. So do you have an opinion one way or the other whether Tatum, the elections administrator, was noting that when he said there's 4 million paper sheets out there, that mean that there were 4 million individual sheets, or like one of them represented actually a full ballot of 2 pages?
So what I can speak to that we were asked to do as presiding judges is we were asked to count individual pieces of paper. We were asked to count what we started with at the beginning of the day. We had to keep track of every piece of paper that was spoiled or was unable to be used, and we had to count every blank piece of paper at the end of the day. So based on what I experienced and was instructed, my best guess is that the 4 million would refer to pieces of paper, not duplicate sets representing a single ballot. We were not asked to count them or account for them in that manner.
Now, is there a process by which you have to keep those papers that either were bent or written on or you could not use? Or is there a safety mechanism by which you have to keep them and store them and also provide them so that they can be properly accounted for if an audit were to take place?
Yes, that's correct. We were given procedures. We were trained on those procedures, and we were given a separate envelope and a tally list, and you had to identify the reason why the paper was being spoiled and was unable to be used, put it in your designated folder, they're all colored, and then turn it in at the end of the night with your election supplies.
Knowing your testimony today and taking into account that from what you've said, a lot of these things are beyond the control of the election administrator in that specific precinct that's running the precinct. Do you still have an opinion that there are issues in Harris County that need to be addressed? Either the distribution of the paper ballots could be done in a better way?
I am not sure what the algorithm they used was. If it was based on previous elections, that would make sense to me. I don't know for sure that that's what they did. One of the challenges that they're going to face, regardless of what this bill does, is as the laws change each year, because every year I've been a presiding judge, the laws have changed and we have had to adapt to them in very short order. The algorithm will then necessarily change. And so, for example, I believe this body is considering a bill to ban countywide voting. That will have a significant impact on the algorithm and how we calculate where people vote if now they cannot vote where they voted the previous election. Locations also change. A polling place location is not the same every single year. How will the algorithm, I don't, that's where I'm saying I think I'm confused how we could possibly predict it with such great certainty, including a human error allowance where the paper will always be perfectly distributed. And I think the EA is going to have trouble with that, Harris County is going to have trouble with that, and the Secretary of State's going to have trouble with that.
So I remember Representative Busey's comments. Some of these incidents took place even in Harris County, took place even before the election administrator was actually at the helm running the operations. And so it seems that it's been somewhat of a number of issues or voter issues in the past and historically for a number of years, even before the election administrator. Would you feel more comfortable continuing to do your work if there was due process considerations taken into account and implemented so that we could have some parameters on the bill?
Yes. In particular, I'm a corporate lawyer by trade. What I would think at a minimum you would need to have is a notice and cure period. I'm going to give you notice of the problem that I'm addressing. I'm going to tell you how to fix it, and I'm going to give you a certain amount of time to fix it, whether that's 24 hours or 10 days, whatever it is. That would demonstrate that the Secretary of State knows how to fix it, that the problem is in fact fixable, and is not a human error of an election clerk at a random location.
Thank you for your input with respect to that. You are an attorney, so you can understand the concerns as an attorney myself whenever we're seeing on a bill that all an individual would have to show is good cause. You
Absolutely.
understand that that's such a low threshold that basically any sort of complaint could fall under that, guise, and why we need to put also bumpers and parameters in place so that we can carefully delineate what will be considered and how thoroughly it'll be investigated. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely. I am very troubled by the amount of assumptions that Dr. Oliverson communicated he believes could or would come out of the bill without actually being expressed. And I'm troubled whether he's a lawyer or a doctor at the use of how many assumptions are happening without clear, documented, written procedures.
Now, we also raised the issue of the concerns of once, let's say an election administrator is removed, and let's say that there was due process in place and, the investigation was conducted thoroughly and it was found to have been valid and the removal of the election administrator was valid. But then the Secretary of State then appoints an election administrator. The bill does not say anything with respect to what will happen at that point once the Secretary of State makes the appointment and then similar incidents take place. As an attorney and in your service as an election administrator, does that also raise concerns to you?
Absolutely. It also seems to be a pretty easy fix to the bill that you would make the person appointed subject to the exact same thing that the election administrator is appointed to. So it's unclear to me why that wasn't already included.
Now, one of the previous witnesses testified that there is currently in the process, I believe, and if an election administrator is removed, the commissioners would get to appoint. Have you seen that exercised anywhere in the state of Texas or in any other jurisdiction in the United States?
I am not familiar with such a thing, no.
Okay. As an attorney, would you feel that, let's say we reverted to that sort of language where we would have another body, if the investigation is found to have just cause for the removal of the election administrator, to have somebody like a commissioner's court within that jurisdiction so that there could be local control still within the community. Would it be something that you would support?
Yes, absolutely. A bipartisan panel or some sort of locally elected body would be the best person to replace and address issues at the election administrator's office.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your input.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, Representative Ayala.
You mentioned work during the 2020 election. Where was that work?
I was the presiding judge at an early voting location and on election day in Harris County.
In Harris County?
Yes. I do not remember the polling place number. Just know how I got
If you did, I would have been impressed. Representative Morales, I think perhaps was trying to say that there's this series of problems in Harris County, pre-EA, post-EA, and I just want to go into that a little bit because I think you have some firsthand knowledge of that. In 2022, during the primary, we had 10,000 ballots misplaced. You recall that?
I recall hearing of that in the news.
Well, I mean, it either happened or it didn't happen. You don't,
I do not personally know whether or not it happened, but I remember hearing about the story.
and you don't dispute it happened.
I have no basis to dispute it.
Just want to make sure about that. That sort of thing didn't happen before the EA role was introduced in Harris County, did it? That you know of?
No, not that I know of, but also the incidence of mail-in balloting took off significantly in 2020, not necessarily before 2020. And the ballot machines were changed, so we were dealing with new machines in 2022, which would not have happened prior to.
But I'm just talking about misplaced 10,000 ballots.
Well, I believe the magnitude would likely be tied to the magnitude of the increase in mail-in voting, which did increase significantly in 2020 from 2018, to my knowledge.
And I'm just trying to compare a little bit some of the missteps that may have happened prior to 2020, post-2020. We've talked about paper a bunch. You talked about some bill pending that deals with doing away with countywide voting. Not suggesting that one way or the other, but the truth of the matter is, if there was precinct-based voting, there would be absolute certainty about how many folks could vote in a certain precinct, right?
On election day?
On election
Not
day.
early voting?
Just election day.
Right. I agree.
Meaning there wouldn't need to be an algorithm. It would be known, right? This issue would never happen if there was precinct-based voting. On
You
election
would
day
at
only.
least know the maximum amount of.
Right.
Well, you would know the maximum number of votes that could be counted. You wouldn't know the maximum amount of paper you need for the spoliation issues that we've previously discussed.
But history tells us what that would look like. The percentage.
I'm not sure it does because we've only had the paper machines in place for 2 election cycles.
But that's some history of, I'm assuming we're going to be better at spoliation going forward than we are.
You know, I would hope so, but when you face those voters and they just, it is tough.
Do you agree, though, that what's going on in Harris County these last 2 cycles cannot continue?
I agree that Harris County has had trouble administering elections for many years.
And that cannot continue?
I would love to see improvement, sure. I'm not sure this bill does that, so I want to continue to state my opposition that this bill.
And I didn't ask,
moves.
my question wasn't specific about this bill. I want to get away from this bill, but then come back to it. Meaning, we want improvements anywhere we can find it. We don't like to tread water. We like to improve in everything we do. So I think improvement, we can talk statewide in all respects. I want to focus on Harris County just a minute. The level of fill in the blank, incompetence, negligence, whatever you want to call it, whether the incompetence was done by design or by negligence or whatever it is, it cannot stand as it has the last 2 cycles. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I will say, though, that I have seen improvements since I became a presiding judge for the first time in 2020. For example, in 2022, they completely revamped the training with significantly better training materials that were made available in a better format for people. And that did help a lot. So I do believe they are making improvements. I honestly don't know how to solve individual election workers being recruited and trained without significant resources or changes to how we hold elections, so
And
the
I think-
timing is better.
I think you're looking at over a period of time. I'm talking about the specific instances in 2020 and 2022 with 10,000 misplaced ballots, with, thousands and thousands of paper ballots lacking in many polling locations for hours without phones being answered. I'm talking about those things. What I fear is voter confidence is at a low in Harris County, which, every election I've ever voted has been in Harris County. And I've never seen it like this. And I'll just say that something has to change. And if it's not being done by within, something has to happen. And my question to you is, do you agree with that?
I do not agree that the problems that you are describing are new to Harris County. I believe that one political party may be experiencing more than the other one did prior to 2020, because I have heard about and experienced election problems in Harris County well before 2020. Do I believe and agree with you that we need to continue improving the administration of elections in Harris County and throughout the state? Absolutely.
I hear what you're saying. I disagree with you on the severity, and we can agree to disagree.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions of this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Lori Gallagher. Lori, you're here on behalf of Texas First and yourself, is that right? And you're for the bill? Is that also right?
I'd like to change some things after listening to some of the testimony. I'd like to just speak here on behalf of myself.
Okay, just one second.
Would you like to keep your position?
I'd like to, there's nobody that wants this more than me, that wants this bill.
So you're still for it?
However, I also, 254 counties is a very large state, and I do not want the state to take the power away from the county. So I'd like to be on it.
Okay, you're going to be neutral?
I'm going to be neutral.
So we're going to show you then, I'm just going to get this narrowed down. Your name is Lori Gallagher. You're going to be testifying for yourself, and then you're neutral on the bill.
Yes.
Go right ahead. Do you have anything additional to offer to this that hasn't already been said?
Yes, I do. For the last 2 years, Williamson County has used ES&S, EVS voting systems with 10X poll books, and our elections have been unknowable and unrecoverable for the last 2 years. So that means that billions of bonds were passed, and voters were denied the opportunity to vote on those bonds. I'm a licensed real estate agent in Texas. I've got clients calling me now having to put their houses on the market because those bonds that passed that they can't afford are now going through, and they're going to have to put their house on the market.
We're going to keep our comments germane to this.
Yes, so our election administrator, there has been no accountability to him, and I've spent every Tuesday that I can at my county commissioner's court calling for a hearing at the Executive Election Commission to the 5-member board that's supposed to bring the election administrator up when there are malfunctions in the voting machines, which we had catastrophic. My election administrator, Christopher Davis, is here. He just showed up. Christopher Davis's own words were our elections were catastrophic and unprecedented electronic election system failures. And instead of removing malfunctioning machines and going to an alternative emergency method of voting, Christopher Davis kept those machines running our elections for the last 2 years, destroying every last bit of confidence in our republic that we have. Okay. We have not been able to get him out. We've tried, we cannot speak badly about him. And so to have another body come in and take over this process, I would think that the Texas Ethics Commission would be a body if the Secretary of State could refer or must refer for these things come up and refer this over to the Ethics Commission, and the Ethics Commission can then have a hearing on the election administrator. But our election administrator was not truthful to voters. He told the judge in the court that no voter got the wrong ballot, and for 2.5 years, voters across the county have been voting on the wrong ballot. Potentially every voter has been voting on the wrong ballot.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your input. Members, any questions? All right, thank you so much, Ms. Gallagher. The chair calls Ms. Tuo, Rui Tuo. I think we missed out on you earlier.
Yes, I was testifying out of Senate.
All right, you are here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
From hearing all the wonderful testimonies, and I agree that there's issues that need to be solved. And however, the Texas legislators can help by, number one, do not pass the ban on county-wide poll centers.
Okay, now that's
Can
a
you
different
imagine?
bill. Just a second. That's a different bill. Let's talk about that.
I understand, but that's related. It's about, you want to know why Harris County was having problem. If you ban the county-wide poll centers, that's going to exacerbate the problems. Because Harris County is 1,746 square miles. And back in 2020, y'all passed a bill that limit the mail-in ballot drop box to only one location in Harris County. And guess what? That's going to happen. But people will figure, oh, it's actually closer to me, the polling location, so I'm going to go vote in person instead of sending the mail-in ballots. So you're going to have an 85-year-old person that's not, that's hard of walking and then try to vote in person. So you can, and then there's another thing about y'all banned the 24-hour voting. That would have diverted the voters, right? Because now everybody's crammed into this very limited hours instead of being able to go, let's say, a doctor who works long shifts at 2 o'clock in the morning, and that would have made the poll workers' jobs easier. And if you worry about security, there's always security. You don't have the same group of poll workers work the same 24 hours. You have them in shifts, right? So there are more and more solutions, and from what I hear, there's much more knowledgeable people coming up with solutions. And so this bill, to me, sounds like a really bad bill. If your solution to imperfection is to throw it out and get somebody new in, you should throw this bill out and get a new bill right, and then really solve the problem. So I urge you not to pass this bill. Really want to solve the problem? Absolutely. Talk to all these really knowledgeable folks and then come up with a new one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Luis Figueroa. Okay, so you're back.
Back.
Yes, all right, good. Luis Figueroa, you're here on behalf of Every Texas? Is that
Every Texan, yes.
Every Texan?
Yes, sir.
Texan?
Yes.
Texas in there. Give me 1 second.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Where you been?
This thing has a life of its own. You're here on behalf of Every Texan, and you're against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, members of the committee. My name is Luis Figueroa. I'm Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan, and we are in opposition to HB 2020 for some of the same reasons we've been heard. It's broad. We're concerned about it being weaponized against certain counties. The one thing I did want to add, and where we're also concerned, is because of the voter confidence, we think by removing an election official, that's actually going to depress the votes and decrease confidence in elections. As people see election officials removed, that can be very dramatic, and it makes people feel less confident about the elections. We're also worried about, the disparate impact on urban counties under such a broad standard. But what I wanted to get into was what was talked about earlier as ideas on improving the bill. So one, I think if we really wanted to get into is we should look at other accountability systems like our education system, where we ratchet up the punishment. You do a warning flag, you do a second flag, and then you look at maybe a more severe penalty. Other solutions, we should also figure out what the criteria should be for evaluating the performance of an election. So we've talked about machines, we've talked about paper, but also the access to the ballot. How many people were rejected? How many mail-in ballots were rejected? Those could also be part of the criteria for determining whether a county was performing as well. And I think the counties could be part of that discussion. How would they hold themselves accountable? What should they be looking at? That's how we do it with schools. That's how we do it with other accountability systems. We figure out what is the criteria for what we want to see in an election and develop some very clear standards, and then develop some accountability systems that can be ratcheted up over time and make it clear. So I'm hoping we can have a conversation about this. I will say, to end my discussion, I've done election protection work since 2004, and there have been issues in Harris County and other parts of the states way before 2020. The number one complaint that we got in Harris County prior to these years were registrations being rejected for very minor mistakes on the voter registration card, not putting a comma in the right place, not dotting an I, crossing a T, so to speak. So there's been a lot of concerns, and I know the concerns are different now based on the switch of administrations. But to say that this is just a brand new thing we don't believe is accurate based on my experience as an election protection advocate over the many years. So I really appreciate your you hearing me and thinking about some ways to develop an appropriate accountability system for our county elections.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Very much. The chair calls Alan Vera. Good evening, Mr. Vera. You are Alan Vera. You're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee. Is that correct?
That's all correct.
You're for the bill, is that right?
That's right.
Go ahead.
Okay, the question I want to ask you all to consider is just how much is enough? I've just given you a handout with summaries, just summaries, not inventories, of 5 serious problems with elections in Harris County over the last 2 cycles. Included in the summary you will find widespread malfunctioning of election equipment. Through open records requests, we still can't get the information of how frequently the machines receive preventive maintenance or calibration. They won't tell us. Unfair distribution of election supplies. And you already have seen the heat map of the missing ballots and polls, and I have a lot more information for you, Representative Morales, if you want to ask. Delays in reporting election returns. We've never in history in Harris County gone past the 24-hour statutory deadline to finish tabulating an election. And this time we had to go to court to get a judge to allow us to keep counting for 36 hours. Never before. Discovery of voted ballots, of course, after the election had been closed, election day count was done, reported to the SOS, 10,000 mail ballots that just got missed. Okay, 6,000 Democrat, 4,000 Republican. And then look at the last page I gave you. These are just 3 samples of some 40 serious errors in data that caused the voters to wonder, can we trust this election? How does the number of registered voters, which is fixed on November 8th, change 3 times in reports to the SOS? How do you end up counting more mail ballots than you received? How does that happen? Okay? And then the provisional ballots are also a serious problem. Ladies and gentlemen, malfeasance, okay? Incompetence is the perfect camouflage for malfeasance. I'm not an attorney. I'm old infantry, special ops. And I can tell you what camouflage is, and incompetence is the perfect camouflage for malfeasance. Over 2.5 million registered voters in Texas are being robbed of the right to have their votes accurately counted in elections professionally run in strict compliance with the election code and federal election laws. 2.5 million voters in Harris County are experiencing third world elections. Right now in Harris County, it's only in Harris County, but there's no guarantee it won't start happening other places, okay? Enough is enough. It's time to create a solution for the voters of Harris County and have the solution ready just in case it spreads. Please report HB 2020 favorably to the full House. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. We appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Valerie?
Yes.
Swanson, yes, Representative Swanson, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
Chairman.
Done that twice to you.
As long as you call on me, I'm fine.
Okay.
And put my bills up. So, I really appreciate all your information, and I would like you to clarify why it is that you know all this information in so much detail. As someone like me who's been at lots of meetings, had people coming in my office over and over, many of whom I knew, and just hearing these stories over and over, begging for ballots, and the Chronicle saying they only gave them half as many ballots, but those were pieces of paper. My understanding is they were giving them 1/4 as many actual ballots as, if you count 2 as a ballot, as those locations had 4 years before, which is 2018, last gubernatorial election is what you would compare to. I mean, I had an election judge come in my office yesterday, repeating a story I'd heard a lot, that when he was there picking up his election supplies, he begged and begged and begged for more paper ballots, and they refused to give them. I had another young man who, just nicest young man, who works for the Harris County Republican Party. He told me in person a story I've been hearing a lot, that he was sent over to the Election Technology Center, where thousands and thousands of extra ballots paper was sitting, but they would not give it out. When these election judges could not get it, he went over there and said, we have all these problems. They got election judges on the phone who said, I'm out of paper, I'm almost out of paper, middle of the day. And people working within Election Technology Center for the EA would say, oh, no, you're not, you're fine. And but they threatened him, this young man who was asking for more paper for all these different election judges, not to take them themselves, but please help them. They can't get through on your phone, or no one's brought them in hours. They told him if he came back again, they'd call the police and he'd get thrown out for trespassing. Other people I have personally heard talk about said that they were called in from another office and asked to deliver ballots, and they were sent over to the ET, Election Technology Center, where a number of other people were, to drive these around. They sat and they waited and they waited and waited. And finally, when they were in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic, they were given routes. You take these 4, you take those 4, and their locations were at all 4 corners of our gigantic county and the middle of 5 o'clock traffic. And it was impossible, instead of grouping them like any normal person would geographically. And one election person who was delivering these reported not getting through with their route till 9 p.m. that night. That's how bad it was. But I know that you're not just listening to all these stories. Tell us what your position was and how you know these for sure.
Well, because I'm such an idiot, for the last 7 years, the hotline for election problems in Harris County for the Republicans has been my cell phone number. So I have kind of a good source. I also have, because I've been doing this for 14 years, I have several people inside the election administrator's office who will allow us to use their names if they get whistleblower protection, who tell me exactly what's going on. I actually have a copy of the route you just described. We're at 5 p.m. on November 8th with already 26 polls out of paper. At 5 p.m. in the ETC, Election Technology Warehouse, ETC Center, a forklift came out loaded with paper for the ballots, 5 p.m. Drivers were lined up to receive their routes. The route you spoke of, I have a copy of it with the lawyers for the election challenge. The route was, your first stop is Tomball. Your second stop is Katy, and your third stop is Pearland during Houston rush hour. You cannot imagine a more ridiculous route to send people on trying to relieve judges who had, and we have testimony, who had voters spitting on them because they were out of paper. Okay?
Mr.
Bad situation.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We've heard a lot today, quite frankly, and I know you've been over on the Senate side a little bit. we've heard a lot today about the problems. I don't think anyone's.
Can I answer Representative Morales' detailed problems on the paper?
Well, we'll talk about that some more. But everybody knows there were problems and everything. Right now, what we're trying to do is fix it. I appreciate your testimony. Witnesses, do you have any, or members, do you have any questions of the witness?
One kind of data question.
Yes.
General election 2022, general election 2020. Did more voters come out to vote in 20 or 22?
They were comparable.
Okay.
There was a difference, okay? The difference was because 20 was a COVID year, okay? The mail ballots were at 165,000, okay? Were in 20. In 22, it's about 64,000 roughly, okay? So quite a drop in that. But in terms of total outcome, the number of voters is higher, 1.1 million 22, okay? Less than that in 20, but a lot of that is increase in population. There's more registered voters. We passed 2.55 million registered voters for 2022. And it was 2.1 back in 20.
And my question, I guess, was the vote count for paper ballots comparable?
They cannot be comparable. 2020 election was run on what was called DRE equipment, direct record electronic. There's no paper involved, okay?
What I meant is people coming to the voting machine on election day, were they comparable?
Comparable.
Yeah, that's it.
Comparable.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for your time.
We'll visit. I understand we're shortened, but we'll visit, Mr. Cody. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Chair calls Ed Johnson. You are Ed Johnson. You're here to testify on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Johnson, do you have anything additional to add to what's?
Yes, I have a lot of additional stuff to add.
Well, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I was actually working in the county clerk's office as director, running elections for about 20 years, and I know all the things that were said. First of all, this bill, if you are following the election code, you have nothing to worry about. The Secretary of State will have no reason to question you if whether or not you're doing your job as an EA. The allegations of the county clerk's office in 2018 not opening polls in time, that was the first election that the county clerk's office was using iPads countywide as the electronic poll book. And there was a little delay in getting them up and going due to network problems. The latest poll to open was 15 minutes after 7. But every poll had a paper poll book too. So there was no reason that anybody couldn't vote starting at 7 o'clock on that. So that's just false. Everybody was still able to vote at 7. Some of the electronic poll books didn't work until about 15 minutes after. In the county clerk's office, we never had, when Stan Stannard was running the election, we never had election equipment down for more than 15 minutes. We had technicians that had 5 polling locations in a route, and they were equipped with all the supplies an election needed and additional machines. And if one went down, they immediately replaced it. These technicians are still working, or at least on the payroll of the current EA. They all had paper ballots in their car. They were able to deliver them. They were told not to deliver it to some polling locations. Now, do they know what polling locations need it? I actually developed this iPad system that Harris County has using for early voting and for election day for their countywide voting. And the law says that it has to report real time to the office, to the main headquarters. So in real time, they know exactly how many people have voted in every polling location. We also tied that iPad system to our inventory management system that is computerized. So they knew exactly how many supplies, what supplies each polling location had. So real time, they knew exactly who was running out of paper and where those locations were. We also incorporated directional routing map, same ones that UPS uses, to be more efficient in delivering supplies to polling locations. So if they had used that, they could have easily, the computer would have grouped these polling locations into routes for these drivers to go deliver without going to all 4 of the counties. So this was intentional. They knew they ran out of paper. They knew how to take the routes. You want to ask me about money?
Yes, just the. I'm gonna let you finish before I.
Well, the red buzzer went off, so I'm asking questions now.
There was some talk about cutting the budget for elections in Harris County. And I would guess that you know more about that.
Yes. So when Stan Stenart in 2018 was running the election, a countywide election cost us $4 million, okay? 2020 rolled around, and the county clerk running it at that time, it was still in the county clerk's office, took $36 million increase. Now, some of that was COVID money. After that, the EA took over, and their budget was $12 million. And they ran out of that and had to have $4 million more added to it. So they were running on $16 million. So they have exponentially increased the amount of money that they're spending on elections and got a lot poorer results out of it. It's just not called for.
I appreciate you. Any
I have no
questions?
further questions.
Anybody else have any other questions? Now, Valerie, we're going to go with questions.
Who?
Dang it. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Chairman Smith.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes,
you're familiar with this map right here, right?
I am very familiar with that map.
Okay, I knew you would be. I find it extremely distressing when I look at this map, and if everybody's who's got a copy would look, all of these X's, the X's are ones that ran out of paper. From what I can tell, I may have been the top district out of 24 in Harris County that had the most places that ran out of paper. I found that personally offensive. And I see, the other ones I see are in Sam Harless's district. They appear to be in Tom Oliverson's district, Lacey Hull's district, and Mano de Ayala's district. And a couple of them down here in, what would that be, Dennis Paul's or Briscoe Cane's? Probably Dennis Paul's district.
Dennis Paul.
And I find that to be a huge problem. Can you comment on that?
Oh, well, sure. So in your district in particularly, there was a gentleman that ran out of paper in his polling location and then found out that the 3 polling locations around him ran out of paper too. So he had voters trying to drive to find a location to vote. And he told them all, just wait here in line. I have talked to the office and they're delivering paper. If you're in line by 7 o'clock, you'll get to vote. He had 20 people in line. At 9 o'clock that night, they finally got the paper, and only 4 of them were left.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I understand that there were problems. We're trying to do a bill on how we're going to fix it, not only for Harris County, but for Texas in the event this happens again. Thank you so much for your testimony. Do we have any other questions? I'm not hearing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are down to our last witness, I think, on this particular bill, 2020, and that is our resource witness, Christina Atkins. Christina, you are again testifying on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office. You are neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir.
We're here as a resource witness. Do we have any questions for Ms. Atkins? Not hearing any? Do you have any testimony that you want to offer on this bill?
I'm happy to answer whatever questions y'all might have.
Well, what I would say is that I know that you're going to be, that you are, and you will continue to work with the bill author and the members so that we can address some of the issues we've heard tonight. I think the testimony has been invaluable. I want to thank everybody. We moved through 33 witnesses quite quickly, but we got good information out of it, and I think we had several themes that came out of that, and I know you and your staff were listening and attentive to that. And I would like more homework, but I would appreciate very expedited work on addressing some of those issues, because the bottom line is, and then I won't overdo it, whether it's Harris County or it's Grayson County or any county, and whether it's now and whether it's a Republican problem or a Democratic problem, it's a small d problem for democracy, right? And what we've seen, apparently, we've been willing to put up with for a number of years, but no more. And insofar as this committee is concerned, and I suspect the committee next door addressing the same thing, we intend to start the process of fixing it now. And I know that the Secretary of State's office will be an integral part of that, so I really appreciate y'all's work on it, and I appreciate everybody's consideration. And if we have no other questions of this witness, then I appreciate you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2020?
Yes. I registered in favor of the bill, but I wasn't going to testify until I heard everybody else talk, so I'm going to.
Give us 1 second.
Just 1 second.
My name is
What's
Bill
your
Sargent.
name?
Bill Sargent.
Bill Sargent?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Lauren, to do that to you.
Okay.
Mr. Sargent, you're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill.
That's correct.
You have 3 minutes.
I'm for the bill. Let me give you my experience to start off with. I've worked on elections over 15 years. I've worked as a clerk, worked as an alternate presiding judge, as the presiding judge of Central Count, and I ran the election process in Galveston County for over 6 years. So I have the experience to know with the boots on the ground what's going on. Is there any perfect election? The answer is no. Everyone has a mistake. Everyone makes a mistake. I've made mistakes, but the thing is, you learn from your mistakes. You don't just repeat them. I had a situation in 2012 where all the polls opened late because we just went to countywide vote centers. We had to run 16,000 zeros, and I'll tell you, it never happened again because you learn from your mistakes. But there needs to be accountability. If you don't have accountability to somebody, then you're not going to get any improvement. You know, if you don't plan, you're going to fail. That's the bottom line. You don't plan, you're going to fail. Now, the Texas, the TEA, oversees public schools, it's taking over the school system in Harris County. It overtook the school system in Lamarck. That's the same thing that this bill would allow happen. So we have precedents for it. We need to consider the fact that if you're not doing a job and there's a systematic problem, you keep having problems, you need to deal with it. So I'm supporting this bill, and I thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Sargent. Anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2020? I'm not hearing anybody. Chair recognizes Chairman Alverson to close on the bill.
I'm very sorry, committee members, Chairman. I know this is your second late night of the week, and mine too, and you got a little bit of ways to go. I'm just going to close by saying that, you know, unfortunately, I have a really good friend here in the building that has been a member in this chamber for a while, and before that, he was a staffer. And I was telling him about this situation, and he just shook his head and he says, "Harris County." He says, "It is always Harris County. We should just give you all your own legislature and let the rest of us go home." So I appreciate you listening to this, but obviously, as you heard, this did affect me. This did affect Representative Swanson, and it did affect Representative De Ayala and others. And I'm really willing to work with whomever wants to work with me to get this fixed so it doesn't happen again. With that, I close.
Appreciate it. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. If there's no objection, House Bill 2020 will be left pending. I'm not hearing one, so House Bill 2020 is left pending. We got 703 now. The chair lays out House Bill 703 and recognizes Representative Gonzalez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for allowing me to lay out House Bill 703. Election judges and clerks are the frontline workers stationed at our polling locations to assist Texans in exercising their right to vote. Election judges and clerks have brought concerns that they do not have enough time to set up a polling location before it opens. Currently, Texas Election Code allows an election judge or clerk to be paid up to only 1 hour to set up a polling location and 2 hours to break it down. Many election judges and clerks in Texas are older and have difficulties setting up polling locations with voting machines in only 1 hour. HB 703 seeks to increase the time that an election judge or clerk can be paid for work before a polling location opens from one, so it changes it from 1 to 2. So I just want to be clear that it's not mandatory, it's discretionary, that it allows a county to pay an extra hour to open up a polling location. We must ensure that our election judges and clerks have the time they need to properly set up our polling locations. I am proud to be working with Senator Springer on this bipartisan bill. And if there are any questions for me, I'll reserve my right to close.
Thank you. Representative, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, the chair calls Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher? Lori Gallagher, she's here on behalf of Texas First and herself, and she's for the bill, and we're going to show her not testifying. The chair calls Valerie DeBille. You are Valerie DeBille?
I still am, yes, sir.
All right, and you're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes, and I don't need notes. I am an election judge, and you spoke to about older folks. I'm only 50, and it still takes me longer than an hour to set up my polling location. I'm at a middle school that takes there's like a lot of land that we've got to put those vote signs up to bring them in from the road, and it takes somebody 25, 30 minutes to set that up. I mean, it's not me, but it's somebody. So yeah, I mean, 2 hours is absolutely, I mean, I'd love to know if I can get back pay on that because I've been doing that for free for a couple of years. But yeah, no, this is a good bill. I'm absolutely in favor of it. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Questions? Anybody?
Thank you. Chair calls Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla? Cindy Castilla? I show her as being with the Texas Eagle Forum and for herself, and she's for the bill, and we're going to show her not testifying. The chair calls Katya Arisman. Katya Arisman. Katya Arisman, show her with testifying on behalf of Common Cause Texas and herself, and she's for the bill. So far, we're all for the bill. All right. We're going to show her not testifying. Mr. Ed Johnson. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight, Mr. Johnson. You are testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
100% so far. So current code only allows an hour. It definitely takes longer than an hour to set up a polling location now with the electronic voting equipment, the electronic iPads, the papers that you have, all the signs that you have to put up, and everything else. So it's a longer job than that. The interesting point that I say is we would tell our clerks in Harris County that, we could only pay you for an hour. And sometimes they would write down exactly what they worked. It could be 2.5, 3 hours. And our county DA and our county HR department said, you're paying them. I don't care what the election code says. The federal law says you got to pay people for hours worked. So there's the problem. In fact, if anything, I would say you should make this bill say pay them for hours worked.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And last but not least, Christina Atkins. You're Christina Atkins. You're testifying again on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you are for the bill. I'm sorry, you're neutral.
On the bill.
Oh, you're on the bill. That's
Yes,
right. I'm so sorry about that. We were just trying to get a...
Understood.
Yeah, that's all right.
Didn't mean to mess up the streak.
Members, any questions of our resource witness? We really appreciate you being here for the long haul. Thank you.
Anytime.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to... No, sorry. No, it's all right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 703? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, if there are no questions, I close.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got the easy bill of the day here. Yeah. If there's no objection, House Bill 703 will be left pending. I'm not hearing any objections, so House Bill 703 is left pending. The chair lays out Bill 4780 and recognizes Chairman Smith. Once you do that.
All right, the chair lays out House Bill 4780 and recognizes Chairman Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. HB 4780's main goal is to assist voters when voting by mail. Excuse me, I've got a rule. I'm going to go down here.
We like people to lay the bills out.
I apologize. I violated my own rule. HB 4780's main goal is to assist voters when voting by mail. Currently, the information found on the back of official carrier envelopes for early voting is confusing and hard to read at best. This bill attempts to solve this issue by creating an optional signature sheet in lieu of completing the carrier envelope certificate located on the backside of the envelope for ballots by mail. Doing so will allow that information to be in a larger size font, which will help make the process easier to read and understand. The availability of a signature sheet is already in use for federal military and overseas voters. Though I feel we are heading in the right direction with HB 4780, I have heard some concerns, and I hear you well, with the way the legislation is currently written. Several counties in the state scan the signatures on the back of the official carrier envelope. Taking that away would delay the processing of ballots. I am working on a solution for this. I am happy to continue that discussion to get a committee substitute that works for everyone. Thank you for your consideration of HB 4780, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to answering any questions. I do reserve the right to close. I would just say, in addition to my prepared remarks, that I think there's been some breakthroughs today, actually, in terms of conversations with the Secretary of State's office and giving me some ideas on how we can allay the fears that you may hear about in a moment. I'm looking forward to working with those and looking forward to working with you all towards making our mail-in ballots easier for voters and secure.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Smith?
All right, I wrote here that you said it would be
Representative Morales.
easier to read. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Now, would that bill require us to all have to buy red glasses?
I'm not going to do that to anybody other than myself, okay. Representative. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Dial.
Back to Harris County paper ballot.
I don't think they're respecting one of us.
Can you get control?
All right. Members, any other questions? Mr. Chairman, I assume you reserve your right to close?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. We will reserve your right and, got it? All right, first up, we have Bill Sargent.
Given what the chairman just said, please change mine to being in favor of the bill, and I will not testify.
Mr. Sargent, we have you in favor of the bill.
Yes.
So we will show you as Bill Sargent representing yourself for the bill and not testifying.
Got it.
Next up, we have Adrian Lloyd. Adrian Lloyd. Third time, Adrian Lloyd. Adrian Lloyd is not here. We will show Adrian representing the Children's Defense Fund of Texas and self and for the bill and not testifying. Valerie DeBill. We have,
Red glasses.
let me confirm, we have Valerie DeBill representing yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, please proceed.
One of the, I think I've mentioned before that I work in the voter protection hotline statewide, and one of the many calls that we get is about that cramped writing on the back of the envelope with, looks like a Dr. Bronner's bottle. And the other concern is that having to sign across the envelope flap. That's really a big deal, especially for folks who have shaky handwriting when they get older. So having an alternative to that is a really good idea.
Members, any questions? I think that's great. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Alan Vera. Mr. Vera, just confirm you are Alan Vera. You are on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
All is correct, sir.
All right, please proceed.
Whatever you decide to do in a committee substitute, et cetera, if you're going to remove the signature from the outside of the envelope, please bracket out all the large counties in Texas. Check with them. We've all invested in big machines that receive the carrier envelope and scan both sides, take a photo of that voter's signature from the outside and the barcode at the top. The voter's signature is then put into a electronic sheet, and based on the barcode, the machine goes and grabs other signatures of the voter from history and puts them on the same sheet. So our signature verification committee does not look at envelopes. They look at screens, computer screens passing in front of them, showing the current signature and previous historical signatures. The ballots are present, but they're not looking at those. So if the signature disappears from the outside envelope, please bracket out the other of the larger counties. They spent a lot of money, and when you're doing 165,000 mail ballots in an election, changing that process to manual is going to become a serious issue. We're going to be even later with our elections than we are, okay? The other thing to think about, and I know this is an issue of real estate on the carrier envelope. I know the Secretary of State is stressed. Maybe instead of thinking about a content solution, maybe you want to consider a layout solution, okay? Mr. Busey, you've raised this issue many times, God bless you. Here is what the voters dealt with in 2022, the first year that Senate Bill 1 required them to put their IDs there, okay? And so, in all this little legal type, the last thing they see before the blank line is, in bold, VUID. It says, do not enter your VUID, but the last words before the blank line are VUID. A bunch of them entered that. You look at this, and then you look at this, where all the legal stuff is reduced in size, and you make it easier for the voters to do. You may want to step back and take a layout, an art director's approach to this real estate problem, other than just trying to cut stuff away. I think it's emphasis, okay? The other suggestion before I close is you may want to consider leaving the signature on the outside and putting the multiple language instructions inside the envelope that goes to the voter. So when they get their carrier envelope and start voting, they can see in whatever language the instructions they need. Thank you for the time.
Members, any questions? Representative Swanson.
Thank you.
Called you by the right name. Good.
A question, I appreciate that Chairman Smith is working with everybody because this is very complicated and he's wanting to work with everybody to come up with the best possible bill. And as someone who's not used to working this exact part where these things are looked at and then open that, but I know your wife Colleen has been in charge of that for years and getting people. Help me review. If I remember it right, not having worked it, just being told this as a member of the committee over the years, if they open the carrier envelope, then they have access to the ballot. If they see how the person voted, it's possible that somebody might be biased then when they looked at the signatures and compared them and decided whether to accept that ballot. Now, is that true, or is there still some way?
No, you're absolutely correct. As of last session, the keys to opening the envelope are the signature and the ID numbers. Unless those match, you do not open that envelope. The ballot is rejected, okay? And so one of the challenges that Chairman Smith's been wrestling with is how much of the election code do you rewrite? Okay, because the envelope should not be open until the Signature Verification Committee has said, we're satisfied that the ID number and the signature are good, that ballot is good to open. That envelope is good to open. And if we're putting the signature inside, we got to start writing a lot more of the code. It's got to be rewritten.
We wouldn't want to have to spend the money on a third envelope. So I just thank y'all all for working on this coming up with a...
And he has been working the problem. He really has.
Thanks to everyone.
It's not easy. Not easy.
Members, any other questions? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Rui Tuo? Rui Tuo? and Rui Tuo. We will show Rui Tuo representing himself against the bill, not testifying. Pawasha Sharwani. Pawasha Sharwani. And last call, Pawasha Sharwani. We will show Pawasha Sharwani representing Engage, Texas, and self against the bill, not testifying. Ed Johnson. He's here. Sorry, just to confirm, you are Ed Johnson representing yourself, and you are for the bill.
That is correct. Well, Alan Vera stole my thunder on the ballot imaging system, helped develop that. But the one thing that is important about that system is since you're imaging the ballots, the process happens. They come in the office, they get imaged right away, and then they get put into a locked tub that goes directly into the safe. When you do it manually, those ballots then get matched with the application in a file folder, and they get floated around the office. This is a lot more secure system when you do the imaging process because the ballots are not being touched and handled around the office to accidentally get lost or opened or whatever. So it's a lot more secure system, and if we can keep that where we can keep the signature on the outside, it'll be a big help. Security and cost.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Next up, Kathy Hagler. Kathy Hagler. Last call for Kathy Hagler. We will show Kathy Hagler representing herself and against the bill and not testifying. Trudy Hancock. Let me confirm really quick, Trudy. You are Trudy Hancock. You are with the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and yourself, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, please proceed.
My name is Trudy Hancock. I'm the Elections Administrator for Brazos County and the current President of Texas Association of Elections Administrator. I'm representing the association and myself. The Texas Association of Elections Administrator thanks the chairman and his staff for listening to suggestions for improving the bill. The association agrees with the goals of House Bill 4780 and any legislation to improve the courier envelope. As you see, it's quite extensive. Provisions in the bill may impact voters during the cure period. The elections administrators would no longer be able to look at the personal identification information to assist in helping the voter cure their ballot defect. That responsibility would fall completely to the Signature Verification Committee or the Early Voting Ballot Board. That would shorten the cure period for the voters. Extending the meeting times for the Early Voting Ballot Board might be a potential remedy for helping with that. Additionally, voters sometimes place the items in the wrong envelope. There's also a secrecy envelope that your ballot goes in before it goes inside this envelope. Sometimes the voters get confused and they put things in the wrong envelope. For example, if the voter placed the signature sheet in the secrecy envelope, that ballot would be rejected because the secrecy envelope is not open until that ballot is completely qualified. So the association is committed to working with the author to help improve our courier envelope.
Members, any questions? I ask you, what would happen, well, maybe if they put the envelope, if they put their ballot not in the secrecy envelope, but they did the signature right, what happens?
It's accepted.
That's accepted.
Right. The only problem is that then some member of the board has seen the way.
Sure. To the point earlier. Okay. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you for being here. Catherine Williams. Just to confirm, you are Catherine Williams on behalf of, I saw movement coming up. Catherine Williams on behalf of Texas Grassroots Alliance and Self, and you are for the bill.
Correct. My name is Kathy Williams, and I'm here representing Texas Grassroots Alliance and myself as a volunteer worker for Voter Assistance Hotline and as an election judge, deputy judge and clerk. Thank you for letting me testify today. I strongly support allowing voters to use a signature sheet in lieu of carrier envelopes for mail-in ballots, and to allow modified carrier envelopes as long as the modifications simplify rather than complicate the voter's experience with the ballot. As a voter assistance hotline worker, I have fielded many, many questions from voters on mail-in ballots. It's as though the laws were devised to discourage the very voters who gain the most from the ability to vote by mail. The elderly, those with different abilities from other voters, including mental health, vision, etc. Those least likely to have transportation to the polls, those fearful of having their identities stolen, those whose fine motor skills have declined from illness, injury, or age. As an election judge, I have witnessed the surrender of many mail-in ballots from voters who just didn't want to take a chance on mailing in a ballot. They fear their identification information will be compromised. I'm amazed at their persistence in finding a way to the poll. Voting is a precious right, and anything we can do to simplify the process and make it easier to vote strengthens our republic. If you could hear the fear and voices of citizens who believe a simple mistake or frailty will send them to jail, you would understand how important it is to give them a safe and honest alternatives. I urge you to pass this bill to the full House. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Next up, Chase Bearden. Is Chase still here? Chase Bearden, last call, Chase Bearden. We will show Chase Bearden representing Coalition of Texans with Disabilities for the bill and not testifying. Next up, we have Christina Atkins. Christina Atkins, you're the Acting Director of Elections on behalf here of the Texas Secretary of State, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Members, any questions? Can you just talk a little bit about some of the challenges and what y'all are trying to work through now, just so we know where we're kind of headed?
Absolutely. If I could just point out a couple of things. One thing about the filed bill now is when you look at the language on there, this is permissive. It's authorizing the use of an alternative signature sheet, so it's not mandating that the counties adopt this alternative method, understanding that there are differences, between different sized counties and their procedures. There are a number of complaints that we get with respect to ballot by mail materials. As has been discussed today, voters oftentimes complain about how difficult it is to read the font on there. We also get a lot of, we've had a lot of discussions with the post office. We've worked with their mail design analysts numerous times over the years to try to see what we can do to modify that envelope. Because right now, with all of the text on the back of the envelope, the scanners have a hard time reading it. And that can cause mail to be misdirected. And that was a problem that was a particular concern with the 2020 election when we had higher ballot by mail numbers. And so that's a particular issue that we've been trying to do something about. And then just finally, one other thing to keep in mind is that everything on that envelope is required by statute. All of the language that's on there, all of the different pieces that are there. And so it's not something that can just be modified with changing the design or format. There has to be some kind of statutory action to make a change in this area.
I think that's helpful. Members, any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4780? Seeing none, then the chair recognizes Representative Smith to close on House Bill 4780.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I think you can see from the mail-in ballot that was provided to you all that there was a good faith effort this last time around, I think, to make this process better, and let's continue on that road. I commit to do that with you all and with the Secretary of State's office. We'll make this thing safe, and will also make it easier to use for folks, and eyes closed.
If there's any questions? Hearing none, thank you, Chairman Smith. If there's no objection, House Bill 4780 will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and House Bill 478 is left pending.
Let's see. Thank you, everybody. We have 4 more bills left. The chair lays out House Bill 371 and recognizes Vice Chair Busey to explain his bill.
This is just a good, easy bill, though, so rock and roll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to lay out House Bill 371. This is a simple bill that standardizes runoff elections for May and November general elections, so dealing with May and November general elections, to be the 6th Saturday after the date of the main election. Currently, a runoff election is to be held no earlier than the 20th day or later than the 45th day after the date the final canvass of the general election is completed. This lack of standardization can result in runoff elections being held on different dates in the same geographical area. For example, a school district may hold a runoff election on a date different than the date a municipal runoff election is held in that same jurisdiction. By standardizing the date of runoff elections in the same jurisdiction, this bill reduces confusion for voters currently needing to vote in multiple runoff elections and eliminates unnecessary costs and logistical issues currently facing county clerks and election administrators. To be clear, this does not affect primary elections, certain special elections, or any election where federal offices would be on the ballot, and thereby where the longer timelines for ballot by mail would be in effect. Members, this bill was voted out of committee unanimously last session and received the full support of the House before running out of time in the Senate, as things tend to do. Thank you for hearing this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm open to changes and working with everybody. This, again, is a transparency bill. Let's make it a consistency bill to make it easier for voters in the community. So I look forward to working with you all and answering any questions. And I'd like to reserve my right to close.
Yes, sir. You have your right to close reserved. And members, have any questions of the author? Not seeing any. Let's go to testimony. At this time, the chair will call Valerie DeBille. You are Valerie DeBille. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Primarily, I am in favor of this because of the consistency factor. I'm not speaking on behalf of the league, but one of the things that we do as the league is publish information about elections. And the longer that we have to wait to find out when an election is going to happen, the longer it takes us to put that stuff out. So we can't make that information available to the voters until we get it. And the ability to predict that ahead of time is very, very helpful. Also, again, speaking as someone who takes phone calls from around the state about elections, having that consistency so that we can actually answer the question authoritatively and say, yes, it will be on this day, and we don't have to ask them very specific questions about their jurisdiction and, you know, where they are and what things apply to them, makes it a lot easier to make sure that we are giving them correct information. So on every front that I can think of, I think that this is an excellent bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. The chair calls Ms. Tuo, Rui Tuo. Rui Tuo. Rui Tuo. We show her as testifying for herself and for the bill, and she is not testifying. The chair calls Ed Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're here testifying on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
So when you look at the timeline here, 6 weeks after the election, 6 Saturdays after the election in November, will usually end up with it being the Saturday before Christmas. With kids out of school and all the Christmas festivities going on, that's, I think, a bad time to try to hold an election because everybody's super busy. The May election, the 6th Saturday out, will actually kind of fall probably on Father's Day weekend, which also is a bad time to probably try to hold an election on a Saturday. The current code is flexible to allow for these holidays, because the November election, right after that, you have Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving is not always the same week. So it moves back and forth a week. And then you have Christmas, that, with the school holidays that you manage to have to get floated in there. So that's why its current code allows for this flexibility window, so you can put your early voting in after Thanksgiving and before kids get out of school for Christmas. And, same with the later end of May, try to get out before the end of school or, before Father's Day. So this pushes it out another week past this bill would push it out another week past the current law, locks it in on a Saturday. You no longer have a Tuesday option, and it's going to put it probably on close to a holiday weekend.
Hey, thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate it, Mr. Johnson. The chair calls Trudy Hancock. Ma'am, you're Trudy Hancock. You're here on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
No, sir, we're going to move to on.
Okay, hold on just one second. Okay, so we now have you as here on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and yourself, and neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill today. The association respectfully opposes the bill, but wants to wants to be on the bill, voicing some concerns. We appreciate Vice Chair Busey's office and his staff for listening to our concerns, and we're pleased to be able to continue working together. The association has some problems with moving to the 6th Saturday after the election because we feel that it will affect voter turnout. As you know, runoffs are typically some of the lowest turnout elections that we hold. Falling this close to Christmas may hurt voter participation. Also, being this close to the holidays makes it much more challenging to find suitable polling places. The bill also sets the deadline for processing military, late and military ballots, provisional ballots, and after election processes during the week of Christmas. Some of the administrators have suggested moving the date to the 5th Saturday may make it a little more workable. Thanks again for Vice Chair Busey, and the association hopes to continue working with you and your staff on this bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for your time. The chair calls Christina Atkins. Ms. Atkins, you're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State, and you're neutral on the bill. That's all correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us your thoughts about what kind of impact this bill would have, looking around all the corners.
Sure.
There's been some comments.
Sure. When this bill was filed, or when last session, when we were looking at this bill, one of the things that my office did is we actually crunched the numbers and calculated the dates, for the next 5 or 6 years to figure out what that weekend would be. And just from what we looked at there, that 6th Saturday was probably the most consistently used election date from what we were seeing with local entities anyway. Right around that 6th Saturday. I think the 5th Saturday, somewhere right around that time frame was what was most commonly used. By having a set runoff runoff date, there are some things that could be helpful that I do want to take the time to point out, if you don't mind.
Yes.
That is that we could provide a standard election law calendar to help entities plan and prepare for that. So those are additional resources that we could provide for them. Our office could provide some support on Election Day when we have all of our runoffs happening at the same time. It's a little bit easier to provide that support. So those are things that could be beneficial if we have a standardized runoff date. One other thing that I probably should mention is we do see problems with a non-standard date when you have something like a city or a school district that crosses into multiple county lines. And so they're in multiple jurisdictions that may be running those elections independent of each other. And so there has to be coordination. If they're contracting with their county election officer, there has to be coordination and negotiations to get it on the right date. We've also seen situations where some of our county election officers had to run different runoff elections on different dates because their entities couldn't agree on a common date. There was a situation just with this past November where one of our counties had most of their entities on a runoff date. That was actually, I think it was right on that sixth Saturday. And then they had one entity that, for whatever reason, had some issues and ended up having to do theirs a week or so later. Then I think there was a court order involved in that too. But there were, situations where it ended up being more work for the counties because they couldn't agree on a uniform date between the entities.
You heard Mr. Johnson's comment about fear of running into a holiday. I mean, do you share those fears? I mean, can you kind of give us some insight on that?
That's an interesting question. It's something that I think that all of the entities that have runoff elections have to deal with. Every year they have a runoff election. You're always going to have that problem as to what running into a holiday, when you have a runoff in December, and the same thing with June. I mean, this is a problem that I think we've had for a number of years. One of the other things that happens with the November election and the subsequent runoff date in December is we run into problems on both ends with the Thanksgiving holiday and then Christmas a little bit later. And so I think that's why that's a trickier one, because if you schedule it too early, then you run into Thanksgiving, which is going to impact your early voting period. Oftentimes the early voting period is already shortened a little bit because of the Thanksgiving holiday. In fact, and this may be relevant information, the runoff period related to that November runoff date is a little longer than it is for other runoff periods. So there's a little bit of, those challenges already exist in that particular area with respect to holidays.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 371? Ms. Carranza?
Yes, I registered, but I didn't mark
Just 1 second. Okay. Nope.
You don't have?
Wednesday. Sorry, I put the wrong person. Same last name.
Okay, we have you registered as Susana Carranza here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
So I second that having uniform dates really helps because I also help inform voters, and in places where you have multi-counties and different entities, it can get really confusing during runoff. And frankly, for the concerns that, it falls in holidays and whatever, that's really an argument for ranked choice voting, because if we have ranked choice voting, we would not have a runoff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Carranza? No. Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else who's wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 371? Hearing none, recognize the Vice Chair to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problem is clear. We want to make this easier for everybody, the people putting on the elections, and most importantly, the voters. We don't want to have a county having to put 2 elections on back to back. We don't want to have a school board and a city council runoff, or maybe not school board, whatever it be, where you got to go vote in different times. So that's the problem we're trying to solve. If there's ideas, I'll be happy to work with everybody, either answer questions now or work offline, but I think this is a good bill that I'd like us to pass again, and I'm open to y'all's feedback.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Members, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
If there's no objection, House Bill 371 will be left pending. I hear none, so House Bill 371 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 153 and recognizes Representative Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Oh, am I supposed to be down there? Okay.
Yes, man. I'm the chair to that. Eventually.
That's right.
I think she's making a choice, an option for ranked choice voting now, too.
Don't do it.
bringing both bills up.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Smith and fellow members of the committee. In late November of 2020, I served as a volunteer observer for the recount effort in the capital city of Madison in Dade County, Wisconsin. I saw, and that was for 11 days. I want to make sure it was long. I saw thousands of paper ballots with some contests left blank. Many ballots had a vote for president, but no other votes. Others voted down ballot, but left president blank. The poor security over their massive number of paper ballots was shocking. Many people had had 2 months of relatively easy access to fraudulently fill in votes on the thousands and thousands of undervotes. When a voter decides not to vote in a contest, they have no option but to leave the space blank. When abstaining in person on an election machine, the machine prints the ballot with a clear distinction that the voter chose not to vote in that particular race. However, on a mail-in ballot, there is no such distinction. As a result, a voter can mail off their ballot with a race for president, state representative, councilman, etc. left blank, intending not to vote either way, only for a bad actor or corrupt election official to take advantage of the empty space and fill in a fraudulent vote for a candidate. By giving voters no choice but to leave a space blank, it is impossible to tell if a voter intentionally marked the ballot or if someone else made the selection after the voter mailed the ballot in. House Bill 153 attempts to solve this problem by requiring all ballots to have a selection for each contest that states, "I choose not to vote in this race." Thus, a voter who does not want to show support for either candidate can affirmatively, select to abstain, but still mark the ballot in a way where a ballot harvester, corrupt election official, or other bad actors cannot take advantage of a blank contest. The ballot option to abstain is intended to make the most significant difference in stopping fraud when it comes to mail-in ballots, as in-person election machines can already record an abstention. However, the legislation would apply to all ballots regardless of whether they were in person or mailed in, because the law requires that all voters be treated the same. And I wanted to make a note that on these long paper ballots you've been hearing about all day, it would not take up any more room because it's still only going to say one thing, a person's name, or right now it was no selection, or it would say, "I choose not to vote." So it will not make the machine ballots any longer. House Bill 153 is a common sense change to ensure that a voter's intent on a ballot is properly recorded and to prevent a harvester or corrupt election official from subverting the will of a voter by taking advantage of undervotes and illegally voting in those races. I filed this bill last time after seeing this huge problem up in Wisconsin, and I was hopeful we thought we were going to be able to get it into the omnibus. As everyone knows, there was lots of confusion and that kept changing. And I think it's really great legislation, and I'd really like to see us pass it this time. So I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully request time to close.
Members, any questions? Okay, your right to close is reserved. And the chair will call Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. She's here for Texas First and herself, and neutral on the bill. And we're going to show her as not testifying. Bill Sargent. Good evening, Mr. Sargent. Thank you for your help. I understand you're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
The intent of the bill was well laid out by Representative Swanson, so I won't go through all that. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I fully support its adoption. I do have a question, however. What happens, well, first of all, rather than saying I choose not to vote, I prefer to say none of the above, but that's a personal preference. So what happens if none of the above gets 50% plus one? So
Don't cause any problems, Mr. Sergeant.
I understand. However, my understanding is that there may be a substitute in the process that says that this is for only hand-filled-out ballots. Because machines, you won't have a problem where somebody can play with it, but only with the ballots that are done handwritten. If that's the case, there's a good chance that none of the above will never win the election. But I raised that question for you. I support the bill. I thank Valerie for Representative Swanson.
Representative Swanson.
Excuse me, for introducing.
Thank you very much. Members, any question, Mr. Sergeant?
So we ought to call it the none of the above bill.
Wait a minute, I think Representative Morales has a question.
What's the problem with the current one?
Well, the issue now is, as Representative Swanson said.
I'm sorry, it's been a long day, I may have missed it.
It's all right, I understand. I'm going back to Galveston after I leave here, so. If a person fills out and chooses not to vote in a particular race, then some rogue election official or a ballot harvester could take that ballot, because they haven't marked anything on that particular race, and fill it in. It wouldn't be the voter's choice, it would be the ballot harvester's choice, or whoever the election person who's doing it, and that would be wrong. But if you put down I choose not to vote or none of the above, then that already shows that your intent is not to vote in that race. That protects against it.
How many investigations or actual charges for ballot harvesters has taken place with respect to that specific?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that when we in Galveston County had questions because there was an overvote, the central count would look at it, and not one case did we have any argument. We always knew pretty much what the voter's intent was. So if somebody marked none of the above, and then somebody else marked another vote on that ballot, the central count would have to determine what the intent of the voter was. But if you mark none of the above, or I choose not to vote in this election or this particular race, it would preclude somebody from coming in afterwards and playing fun and games.
What happens if the opposite takes place? Somebody actually votes for a particular individual, and then a ballot harvester to just cross out that vote goes in circles, none of the above.
That could happen, but at that point it would go to the central count, and they would determine what the intent of the voter was.
How could they?
Well, if it turns out there's an overvote because somebody did that race would not be counted. Which is the same thing as marking none of the above, and which would be a problem, I would think.
So if there's then the person's actual vote for a particular individual would not count.
I would think that would be the case normally, yeah.
So you end up in the same place. It doesn't seem like it fixes the issue.
Well, what it does, it keeps you from adding to one particular candidate's vote.
But I understand under your, but the opposite is true as well, and then we eliminate that individual's choice.
I could see how that might happen.
Interesting. Thank you, sir.
Didn't think of that. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Mr. De Ayala?
Representative Morales makes a good point, and the lens in which I look at legislation like this is it burdensome on the voter? Does it cost more? And does it help, that is, restore or promote confidence in elections? If it does those three things, I like that kind of legislation. And I think based on what Representative Morales was asking, and this is just from where I'm viewing this, is if the temptation to mess with a ballot, as infrequent as it may be, the temptation to do so would be less if that election is already marked. Does that seem reasonable to you?
The temptation to do what he's suggesting, I think, would be lessened if you marked none of the above, or I choose not to vote in this race, for this particular contest. The cost would be minimal. I mean, it's all done in the programming of the ballot, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sergeant. Any other questions? Thank you. The chair calls Valerie DeBille. Your last name is perfect for testifying about legislation.
Just don't sing any songs from 101 Dalmatians at me and we'll be fine.
Are you here on behalf of yourself and for the bill?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
In the case of somebody wanting to tamper with a ballot, I think that's an edge case that doesn't really bear talking about, really, in this particular circumstance. I think that what this does is it allows the voter to express intent in a way that just undervoting doesn't. We've had a couple of races I can think of off the top of my head where none of the above is exactly what people would want. And I think that you could, like with the ranked choice voting thing earlier, it's like there comes a point when, like, if you've got half of your people saying none of the above, maybe you need to re-examine, how you're running or, what candidates you're putting up. It gives the voter an additional option rather than just wondering whether they just decided not to vote in that race or if they really actually had an opinion about it.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? We certainly will in a minute. Yes, sir, absolutely. No other questions of Ms. DeBille? All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
The chair calls Alan Vera. Mr. Vera, you're here testifying on behalf of the the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
We support the bill, especially for any kind of hand-marked paper ballot. Whether it's a mail ballot or a county where it's hand-marked, we support the bill. And the reason is it improves the success of adjudication. So in the examples that have been made, if the voter has made no mark at all on that race, it is far easier for someone to successfully make a mark and have it counted. If the voter has already marked a choice and now there's another choice, at least it's clear to the election officials this ballot must be adjudicated. And now a team from both parties will examine that ballot and try to determine which was the mark of the voter, which was the mark of the intervener. They can then compare it to all the other marks on the ballot and make a judgment. Ultimately, it's a judgment call of the Democrat and Republican team looking at that ballot. And it's easier to make a judgment call if that space on that race wasn't left blank in the first place. It's harder to detect intervention if the space is blank. The other reason we support the bill is because if you've taken the time to read the SOS 2020 audit of Harris County, you'll see that chain of custody was a disaster, and especially with mail ballots. So we don't know where those mail ballots went. We don't know how many people handle them. And by having that marked, no choice, whatever language you choose when you get the bill out, to having that marked at least reduces the chances that someone can successfully change the mark. It's not perfect. It won't cure it, but it's easier for the adjudicators to make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Members, questions? Representative Morales.
So other than an undercount, it almost seems like we're trying to find a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, other than undercount. Because I can't, unless, Mr. Vera, you can tell me there's been X number of prosecutions on this issue. And now I'm, for my constituency, and I'm sure throughout the state, it's hard enough as it is, and then we talk about Houston ballots being two legal size paper. Now, if you were going to add for every race an additional bubble, an additional option, before you know it, it's going to start looking like an LSAT test.
Understand. And again, we think it's important for hand-marked paper ballots, okay? If the committee chooses to also apply it for equality across the board, to put it into the electronically marked ballots, that's okay. But to us, it simply creates another point of reference for any adjudication.
But is it even an issue now, is my question.
We don't know. We don't know, okay? We obviously have a lot, and you'll hear in the next testimony on the last bill tonight, we do have cases of mail ballot harvesting fraud, which include choices on the ballot. Have we done it in central count afterward? I don't have data that says it's definitively happening. I think Representative Swanson is saying that by adding this one item, we improve the chances that a adjudication team would be better able to make the correct decision of the voter's intent than if it had not been marked at all. It's degrees. It's not binary. It's not perfect.
Yeah.
It's just degree.
I hear you. Just have a hard time,
Understand.
bad enough as it is, and we were just talking about
Yes.
all the paper that is consumed, and then for us to add just another bubble.
Understand.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have a hard time on this one. Thank you.
Good questions. Thank you. Representative, Mr. Vera. Yes, Mr. Manuel.
Do you have a fear that this would make ballots too long, since we know a lot of people who have been against ranked choice voting or anything said that they think this is going to make the forms too long? Or, you know, do you have a fear that this would start making ballots too long? We know there's voter fatigue, which causes some people to not finish a ballot.
Representative Manuel, I don't think it would make the ballots too long in electronically marked or in a machine ballot marker, because the voter is scrolling anyway, okay? And when the ballot is printed, the ballot doesn't print all three options. Candidate A, candidate B, I don't want either of these two. It only prints the choice. So it's not going to make the ballot longer that way. In mail ballots, it could make the mail ballot longer.
So are you worried about that being voter fatigue, though?
No, I'm not. Mail ballots, at least all the people I know who do their mail ballots, okay? It's not standing at a machine with people waiting in line to replace you to use that machine. You're at home, you're at the dinner table, you're filling out your ballot. I don't think it's as big a problem. Is it possible? Yes, it could be possible, but I don't think it is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Vera. The chair calls Kevin Hale. Good to see you, Mr. Hale.
Good evening, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
You're here on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
You are on the bill or neutral?
Let me put it this way. I'm optimistically cautious.
But you're registered as neutral.
I'm neutral on the bill.
Thank you very much.
I'm very optimistic that Representative Swanson may have actually helped me out here. One of my complaints about the elections is that we don't have an undervote count. The power of the undervote shouldn't be undermined here. What I use the undervote for is to push the vote count up, but without giving my consent to those particular candidates in a race. So this would give me an option for us to count the actual undervote. The power of the undervote is that I'm not giving consent to these to the candidates in front of me. What I don't see on the back end is will this vote count for the undervote be counted against the 50% plus one? I'm sure that's taking place now, right? That's right, it isn't. That's my problem. I do want the undervote to be counted because I think it could be used by voters as leverage to getting new candidates. By preventing each of those candidates from getting the 50%, they've demonstrated that they can't, that they have not the support of the electorate. So I'm, like I said, cautiously optimistic about this because I think it's a way for us to currently count the undervote. And I want this to be happening because I think it's a powerful tool for voters that they can stop both of them or three of them or four of them by using this method of basically none of the above, because the voter is telling us, I don't like either of them. And I think that's a very strong statement that I think we should have in our ballots. And I use this all the time as a libertarians when we don't have an option in a particular race. I will undervote that race because I'm trying to push the number of voters up while not giving them my vote. Thank you very much. This is, like I said, cautiously optimistic about this.
And based on your caution, you are neutral on this bill.
Correct. Correct.
Members, any questions? Representative Morales.
All right. You just unloaded a whole new You understand that by taking that position and then counting your vote of none of the above, or I choose not to vote.
Right.
You just raised everyone's budget with respect to an election now.
Given how much we spend on elections anyway, what's
Oh, yeah,
the,
but for a city like Eagle Pass or Del Rio or the city of Presidio with a limited budget, you don't understand the problems that you just caused by advocating for something like that.
Well, all I'm advocating for is the voter to have the choice not to be forced into voting for somebody. That's what I do, right? But I'm being told that that's not being counted, and that's wrong. The undervote is a powerful tool of the voter, and we're not being able to use it in Texas. This would allow us to use the undervote so that we don't have to acquiesce to the candidates that are on our particular race.
We wouldn't have to, under your theory and under that, if we follow that process along, we would not have to change and pass this bill at all, because just not voting for, let's say there's two candidates and not voting for either one of them, and just calculating that into account, the undercount, would get us to where you want. I'm not advocating for it because it's just going to result in additional costs to these local.
We're adding one line of people, giving them the right to do the undervote and show them the power of that undervote. I don't think that the cost.
If you wanted to accomplish.
But it's not being counted, sir.
I understand.
That's the problem. The undervote is not being counted, and that's taking away my power.
Mr. Hale, let's do this, okay? Mr. Morales is going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Me too. I'm sorry, too. It's late. We're both tired.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So, and I'm really, okay. So, okay, what's going to happen? Let's say this bill passes, and you still have that additional bubble, none of the above, or I choose not to vote, and they still don't circle that bubble. They don't circle any one of the two candidates or that bubble. What then?
Then they've chosen not to have their vote counted in that race, right? Because they've chosen not to even administer their undervote. You see what I mean?
That's what's taking place right now.
But we're not counting it.
We wouldn't count it under this?
No, we should be counting it. That's my power. That's my vote. That's my non-vote. That's my problem. This opportunity provides us an opportunity to start counting the undervote so that we can see if the electorate actually did go 50% plus one on that particular race.
Okay. I understand where you're headed, but just philosophically, I think we're at opposite ends with respect to, being in city government and seeing how expensive those elections are. I would have a hard time then following your theory of then let's count the undercount and then apply it to the 50.1% because it's just going to result in additional.
Well, by not counting it, you've taken away my vote.
Yeah, but this bill doesn't count.
It will provide an opportunity for us to do it.
I think that we're beyond the bounds of this
Yes, sir.
particular bill, but I appreciate your sentiments.
Yes,
Thank you for the questions. Members,
Thank you,
any
Mr.
other
Morales. I really do appreciate the back and forth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any others?
Absolutely. No, I don't think we do, but thank you, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yep, have a good evening. The chair calls Joe Roberts. Joe Roberts. Joe Roberts, I show him testifying on behalf of himself and for the bill, and we'll have him as not testifying. The chair calls Pawasha Sharwani. Pawasha Sharwani. Pawasha Sharwani with M. Gage, Texas, and herself, and she's against the bill, and we're going to show her as not testifying. Kathy Hagler. Kathy Hagler. Kathy Hagler. We're showing her as representing herself and for the bill, and not testifying. Ms. Pickens, Liz Pickens. Liz Pickens. Liz Pickens. She's testifying for herself. She's neutral on the bill and not testifying. My man Ed Johnson. Yes, sir. Chair calls Ed Johnson. Yes, sir. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill, is that correct, Mr.
That is
Johnson?
correct. And you know, I've been delinquent in my duties today. I haven't mentioned what a great American Representative Swanson really is for carrying this bill.
She is a fine, she's a fine American, yes, she is, no question. Go ahead.
Yes, so I was going to try to answer some of the questions that have come up here. First of all, the current code says that it's between the candidates. So this is not going to add to the 50+1 count, the choosing, you know, I don't intend to vote. So it's in the code already that it's between candidates as to how you get to 50+1. Now, as far as the undervotes currently, they are documented, but they're just not counted in that 50+1 count. You were asking about convictions. Back in 1998 in Harris County, the Harris County Ballot Board, there was actually a member of the ballot board that was assisting, and they were going through, after they approved him, opening the ballots, and every time he saw, he had a particular state rep in his district, saw a ballot that didn't vote for it, he was bubbling it in for his state rep candidate. He was a Republican member and did spend a year in jail. In 2002, there was a sting operation on a ballot harvester out of a, not politically correct, but old folks home. And they were getting the ballots, and a lot of voters just vote the top of the ticket. It was a presidential race, they would just vote the prop candidate, and this ballot harvester was taking those, opening the envelopes, and voting the rest of the races down, and they put a sting operation and caught her doing that. And she did a little jail time too, felony offense. So yes, there are convictions on this, and this bill would help prevent, you know, that way you have a mark on that race that you did not want to vote for it. And then, as Alan Vera was saying, if there is a double punch mark, then it's going to go to the ballot board to make a determination. But you could do a double punch march right now and just vote for the other candidate, and you're in the same vote. So it prevents someone from, you know, taking that vote when there was intent to have no vote cast. I think I got them all on. Yes, I think that's all my points.
Thank you. Representative Morales, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Members, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate it. The chair calls Trudy Hancock. Ms. Hancock, you are representing, or you're here testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The association respectfully opposes HB 153 for several reasons. Our main reason is the ballot length. Adding I choose not to vote in this race will create even more pages for an in-person voter who already complains about the long ballot length. The bill only adds to this problem by creating a longer delay in the printing of the ballot. Brazos County's November general ballot had 50 races on it. If we had to add I choose not to vote in this race to that, it would add essentially add 50 candidates to that ballot, increasing the ballot to pushing us to a multiple page ballot for every person who votes in person. We believe that the undervote already accurately reflects a voter's desire not to vote in that contest.
Thank you, Madam Members. Any questions? Thank you so much. The chair calls Jocelyn Pantke. Ma'am, could you state your name for the record?
Yes, Jocelyn Pinky.
You're here on behalf of yourself, is that
I
right?
am.
And you're neutral on the bill?
I am.
Go ahead.
I have been appointed to the Tarrant County Early Voting Ballot Board and Signature Verification Committee since 2020. I speak today in regards to this bill because I have questions regarding some aspects. With my experience working with ballot by mail, there were several cases in which the voter notated on the ballot none of the above, indicating they did not wish to vote for any of the other candidates listed. So for that reason, I am very interested in offering the voters to select that they wish to not vote in that race. From my interpretation of this proposed bill, this addresses being able to better understand the number of undervotes cast in a particular race. What the bill fails to address, however, is how those votes will be counted. Would it create another candidate spot in which those were counted, or be cast aside in the way undervotes are now? Giving voters an option to opt out of voting in a particular race is a wonderful way to move forward. However, the wording must be clear to make it easier on all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you taking the time to come up here tonight. Members, any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The chair calls Christina Atkins. Ms. Atkins, you're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you are neutral on the bill, is that right?
That's correct.
Vice Chair Busey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. One, how would this impact races requiring a majority vote, or would it impact races requiring a majority vote?
That's a great question. I think it would help if I clarified just a couple of points based on the testimony that I've been hearing, and in doing so, we'll answer that question
Absolutely.
for you, I think.
Thank you.
First, undervotes and overvotes are counted and reported, but they are not part of the consideration in determining a majority vote. So we know how many overvotes and undervotes happen in a race, but they don't count towards the totals. So just to clarify that. What I'm seeing here is that this is adding an option for candidates, right? Or right below the candidates. It's adding an option that somebody can affirmatively choose. So the way this is written now, I believe that it would result in counting those votes towards the determination of what is a majority vote in a situation or in a particular race. So I think that this may be an area where, depending on what we want the policy to be, a little clarification on whether or not those votes for that category should be counted towards determining a majority or not. A little clarification there might be helpful so that we know what the intention is there.
What would be the consequence if it did count towards the majority?
So if they counted towards the majority total and you have a significant number of individuals mark that box, then it makes it less likely that any one candidate of the named candidates would receive a majority, and it could force a runoff election.
So potentially more forced runoffs. Are there any implications to voting machines, voting system certification, or ballot by mail with this?
The one thing that I would say is this has to be applied uniformly. This is not something where I think we can carve it out just for mail ballots. It's something that has to be standardized for mail ballots and in-person voting, which is currently what the bill does. But I heard several people make mention specifically of mail ballots, but you can't provide an option like that and not give that option to other voters. You have to treat voters uniformly, which is where I think that, depending on what our intention is there, if we want that option to count towards the majority vote determination, we probably need to add a line that specifies that.
Just to wrap up with you, would this potentially, at least in some capacity, have the ability to lead to, costs going up to conduct these elections for these ballots, or put it into the system, potentially longer ballot lines, or increased postage costs? Is that a possible variable with this?
I think based on the testimony that we heard from the election administrator that was here, she indicated that it would result in a longer ballot for her, so it could impact costs. I'm not sure if it would be a dramatic increase in costs. I'm not sure how that would play out across the state, but
you think,
it's possible.
Back to my first question, you think we need some clarity if this is supposed to count towards the total or not?
Yes, the way I read it now, because of the way it uses the word option on here, I think that this would count towards that determination of a majority vote, like what constitutes a majority in a race, because if you're making it an option, if it's an option that somebody can, mark a ballot for, then that's going to have to be counted and tabulated. There's no way to not count that.
Separate from how undervote works today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right, yeah, that's correct, yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, you have a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, so your current reading of the election code or the bill provides for what you just stated. What is it, the election code or the bill? The reading?
So the bill right now, to add this option, the way I read this is that you would have to count and tabulate those because it's a selection that the voter can make in that particular race. So you've got candidate A, candidate B, you've got this statement listed in, right there. So you would have to count and tabulate that. So we would know the number, right? We would know how many people made that selection. The way the language is written here, I read that to mean, though, that total number of voters that mark that option would be used in determining what constitutes a majority for that race.
And so when you're saying the way it reads here, you're referring to the bill?
In the bill, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Hi. And that's what I was talking aside, that it's kind of opened the door for that argument to be made by a number of the individuals, and you just confirmed that, which then raises the issue of additional costs for already, a lot of, local, governmental entities already, bearing a lot of costs at the local level, and then adding runoff elections because somebody doesn't get 50.1%.
And just to clarify, I think that if the intention is not to include those votes, the individuals that marked that option in the grand total of voters that voted in that race for the determination of a majority vote, we could address that through the law. So if we don't want those to count towards the total, you could add something to this bill that clarifies that while those votes might be providing an option for a voter, it's treated like an undervote, and so it's not tabulated, or it's not considered in the calculation of a majority vote.
But does the Secretary of State, has it received so many complaints that it finds it necessary to have to draft this bill and clear up that you need to add another bubble, you need to add another option, and you need to, let the voter choose that option? I mean, are you seeing that to where it's like, it's a recommendation from the Secretary of State?
Well, I think it's a policy decision for you all to make. I think that you would probably want to talk to local election officials on that, because those kinds of complaints, we're not going to hear a lot of that in our office about how ballots work in individual counties.
And just real quickly, I'd like to talk about voter fatigue. Has the Secretary of State done any studies to interpret the behavior of a voter, and if it were to have just one more choice in every one of the different races, what effect that would have? If you already are experiencing, if you've heard of voter fatigue and they don't want to go through the ballot, especially after we eliminated their ability to just choose, all Republicans or all Dems, on the top of the front of the page.
We have not done any studies in that area.
And
No,
are
sir.
you aware if the Secretary of State has taken any other studies from any other state to evaluate how to best prepare these ballots or advise folks on how to prepare these ballots so that we don't have those issues? Has that even been on your radar?
I would say that there's a lot of resources. There's an organization called the Center for Civic Design that makes recommendations on, format and design of ballots and whatnot, just to maximize their understanding for voters. So we use a lot of resources like that. This particular issue is not one that I have seen a lot of research on, nor have I done any independent studies on it, through our office.
And you haven't seen any that would reflect one way or the other?
No, sir.
What effect
I'm not saying that they're not there. I'm just not aware of any at this time.
Now, we've already given you, I don't know how much homework for you and your staff to take back. Is this something, knowing that you have some form of studies that you can rely, or that you can go back from what you're saying, is that something that you can take a look at to see if there's some?
Well, if you're wanting us to do a study on something.
Not a study, based on what you've already, what's already existing, based on your testimony.
You mean if I can
Design.
see if there's any particular studies that have been done out there on this particular issue?
Correct. I mean, you're already saying that you're looking at some design aspects that can be taken into account and that you can incorporate. I'm wondering if those design concepts, if there's any conclusions with respect to just adding one more option, whether that has a positive or a detrimental effect to the
Well, how about this? What I can say is that, I can look at some of those organizations and some of the places that we have, that we routinely use and cite in our materials that we provide to counties to assist them with their programming, and look to see if they've have any research that addresses this. Is that what you're asking, sir?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just something that I would have a hard time trying to figure out how that's not going to have a negative effect on the voter, just adding one more thing to have to go through in every different race. I just think it's, in my view, it's unnecessary. We already have a format. I was talking to Representative Manuel here, and he was telling me, well, why can't, somebody just scratch out or X out? But I'm I'm assuming that it would have the ballot reader would then have a problem if somebody were to do that.
Well, so we've talked about undervotes where people just skip races. We sometimes see, well, counties will sometimes see, this is something that I've heard about, that voters will sometimes overvote everything. If they don't want to vote in a race and they're afraid of somebody marking the ballot after them, they'll just mark every bubble in that race. And so it treats it like an overvote, so it's not tabulated, no one selection is tabulated. I'm not sure how many voters would think to do that, though, or would know that that's how that ballot is going to be read through the scanner, that it would be treated as an overvote. So, there are other alternatives out there, but it's not something that I think a lot of voters know about.
Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. My concern would be that if I were to do that in one particular race, my entire ballot would be then not counted.
I think that's an excellent point. Your average voter doesn't know how the electronic voting system is going to treat those types of marks on their mail ballot. That if they want to skip a race, they just have to skip it. They don't know necessarily to mark everything like that and treat it like an overvote.
My point, I think we should make it easier, not harder. Adding another one would just make it harder. Another option. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
You've stayed here as long as us. So I appreciate it.
It's my job.
Members, any other questions? Representative Manuel.
Yes, sir.
What is the cost, if you know, of like one sheet of paper for or one page of a ballot when it's mailed in, sorry?
I do not know. I would not know the cost to that. I can get that information.
If I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, what it is per, because I know whenever
sheet
there's.
Of paper?
Yeah, I know whenever, my grandmother does mail-in ballots, and it was a running joke this time I told her when I brought it, I was like, I'm walking out of the room so nobody says I told you to vote for me, but I was wondering how many, there was a couple of pages in there, and I was wondering what is the cost per page that goes into there?
That's going to vary depending on the vendor and the ballot printer and how long the ballot is. I can reach out to our vendors that are commonly used for ballot printing and see if they have any averages that they can provide us. I'm happy to get that information and provide it to the committee.
Okay, and then the last question is, and if you don't have it right now, completely understand, how many cases has the Secretary of State's office prosecuted for ballot harvesting in the last, let's say, 5 years?
Well, our office does not have investigative or enforcement authority. So if we have a complaint that comes in this particular area, I should say, if there's a complaint that comes in this particular area, then we would review it and refer it to the Attorney General's office so that they can.
But you guys wouldn't have any of the numbers that we would need to go through the Attorney General's office to see?
They would be the ones that can speak to you on prosecutions, number of complaints, because they get complaints not just from our office, but from other individuals, so they can talk to you about those numbers.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Atkins, would you do us a favor? Would you work with the bill author to get some language so that we do not have a situation where we are tabulating the undervotes and so that we don't run into some kind of problem there? I want to clarify that issue so I can at least consider giving this bill a vote.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of this witness? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 153? Hearing none, I invite Representative Swanson to.
I would like to readdress them, if I could, real quick.
Mr. Hale, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
You are Mr. Hale?
Yes, sir.
You are here testifying on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, I believe?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Hold on, let me confirm that.
Yeah.
Okay, you're marked as current.
You're here on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, and you're on the bill, is that
correct? And per the discussion we just had, I would like to see language that does count the undervote because you're taking away my choice not to vote. So I think we need to strongly consider that we do count that vote, the undervote, because I am making a choice not to vote for somebody or those candidates in the race. And it should be counted because my vote should always be counted. Whether I undervote or not, it should be counted. Thank you. I'm sorry that we had to come back to it.
No, it's all right. Thank you, sir. Any questions of this witness? Thank you, Mr. Hale.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else wish to testify on for or against House Bill 153? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Swanson to close on her bill.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and fellow committee members. Thanks for staying so late. Want to clarify a few things. I hate to disappoint the previous witness there, but I have no intention of making this bill where it would actually count as if you voted for a person and would risk throwing, I'm so sorry, but I'm not. That is not where I'm going. And I don't want us to have runoffs or anything like that, wasted runoffs. A number of different elections officials have said, oh no, it's already in the law, that only people count. But when the Secretary of State says they think it's ambiguous, then we're going to fix it. So we definitely will work with Ms. Adkins on that. We don't want any confusion whatsoever. Another thing is the bill, there was one person who thought that we were going to have a committee sub to take off machines. I think everybody got it clarified that that is not legal, as the Secretary of State's representative said. So we have to have them be the same. Please understand on machines like Harris County votes on, I know y'all are tired of hearing about our paper ballots, but as I think Ed Johnson said, when you print it out on the paper, it only prints one line for the entire race. It doesn't print candidate A, B, C, D, E, and so it will either say a candidate's name, or if you did not vote, like the current thing, it will say no selection, or in this case, it will indicate that you positively chose to not vote. So again, it's one line per race once you're printing out the paper. Now, when it appears on the screen on the Hart InterCivic machines, they have it set up where on each race takes up its own spot on the ballot. So yes, we do get tired of, pushing to the next screen, but literally people complain. But there won't be any confusion because you're only seeing anything that applies to that particular race. Another thing that I wanted to say was today, just so happened this very day, I was talking to the representative from Hart InterCivic and asking him a lot of questions that I spared y'all from having to listen to. And he actually said a couple of things, that they would not have any trouble whatsoever adjusting their software to do this. And another thing was they've already been trying to come up with some kind of method to indicate the voters' intent when things are left blank. And so they've been coming up with some various things that they're hoping will work, but I think not until the next generation of machines, so it won't help us. And so he actually felt like this thing could help them defend themselves in when they're being sued because somebody thinks that the voter's intent was not properly registered or whatever, that this would make the voter's intent totally clear. So there are some good reasons apparently to do it even on machines. As far as cost, the state did give it basically no fiscal note, said no significant, I can find the words if y'all want to hear it, but no significant fiscal implication to the state is anticipated. So I feel like that there are really good reasons to have this. People need to have faith that when their ballot is sent off, it can't be messed with after that. And they did explain that if you end up with this, plus somebody voting for somebody, it can be adjudicated. Another thing I wanted to point out is if you started getting an inordinate number of people who had filled that ballots where they had pushed I choose not to vote, and they had also chosen a candidate, if that starts getting very high, then all of a sudden the Secretary of State or even the election authority in that county is going to go, this is not normal. And they're going to start looking at things and reviewing like who's had access to these ballots to make this unusually large number of conflicting votes there. And so with that, I am happy to answer any more questions someone may have, and I respectfully request a favorable recommendation from the committee.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, Any questions for the representative? Thank you so much, Representative Swanson. If there's no objection, House Bill 153 will be left pending. I don't hear one, so House Bill 153 is left pending. Don't go anywhere, Representative Swanson. That's right. The chair lays out our second to the last bill tonight, House Bill 1217, and recognizes Representative Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and fellow members of the committee. Currently, Chapter 85 of the Texas Election Code sets out the policies and procedures for early in-person voting in Texas elections. Unfortunately, since the late 1980s, Texas has had a divergent system of early voting hours for rural and urban areas, where rural areas have the ability to shorten their hours for early voting. While this authority was intended to ensure that rural areas save money on election costs, it has had the unintended consequence of making it harder for rural Texans to vote in person during early voting. If you are a voter and you live in Houston, you have the opportunity to vote for at least 12 hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and some days even 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, if you live in a rural area, your polling location may only be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. For rural Texans who work traditional 8 to 5 jobs, these hours make it incredibly difficult to take time off to vote early. The lack of accessibility and being able to vote early in rural areas can drive voter apathy, making it less likely that a qualified voter will take advantage of early voting in person. I'd also like to mention in the rural areas, they may have far greater distances to drive to vote than we do in Harris County, so they really need longer hours. In effect, Texas has a system where your access and ability to cast a ballot in early voting is directly affected by where you choose to live. The truth is, if you live outside of a metropolitan area, you will have a harder time getting to the polls than a resident in Harris or Travis County. House Bill 1217 addresses these concerns by standardizing the early voting hours across the state to 12 hours in all 254 Texas counties. The bill as filed is slightly unclear on these provisions. However, my office has sent Legislative Counsel a committee substitute for the legislation that will clarify that all counties should have a standard of 12 hours for early voting. In working with stakeholders on this legislation, the most significant point of the discussion revolves around adequate funding for our rural counties. Metropolitan counties have more capital to spend on polling locations, workers, and equipment to run elections for longer periods. Traditionally, smaller counties tend to need greater access to resources to compensate for the deficit in the ability to finance these costs at the county or municipal level. The committee substitute my office is preparing for House Bill 1217 will directly address those concerns. The committee substitute includes a provision that allows a county to use funds dispersed from the Secretary of State under Chapter 19 to help defray the cost of complying with the legislation. These Chapter 19 funds are allocated from the Secretary of State to counties as compensation for voter registration efforts. However, Chapter 19 funding is one of the few ways that the state can directly disperse funds to our counties. To further assist small counties, the committee substitute will stipulate that for counties whose total Chapter 19 funding is equal to or less than $5,000 in an even-numbered year, the Secretary of State may distribute an additional $5,000 from the fund to counties. In an odd-numbered year, the number is decreased to $1,000 to reflect the decline in Chapter 19 funding that occurs during this time frame. The committee substitute will also allow counties where all registered voters have voted to suspend their polling locations. Yes, that does happen in some small areas. Thus, the smallest counties in the state do not have to continue to host polling locations if all eligible voters have already cast a ballot. In conversations with the Secretary of State's office and stakeholders on the bill, it is our belief that due to the historical flexibility of Chapter 19 funding, this compensation mechanism is the most easily absorbed by the state without the need for additional appropriations. It is important to note that Chapter 19 funds are paid for out of the Election Improvement Fund, where the Secretary of State submits an invoice to the comptroller to be appropriately compensated. There is no set amount of Chapter 19 funding. In conversations with the Secretary of State's office and stakeholders on the bill, it is our belief that due to the historical flexibility of Chapter 19 funding, this compensation mechanism is the most easily absorbed by the state without the need for additional appropriations, while at the same time ensuring that rural counties are not left behind by the bill. I have invited representatives from the Secretary of State who sent us this language to be a resource for the committee today. Lastly, the committee substitute will create a provision that if 100% of registered voters in a county have voted, that seems like we already said that, but that county may close its polling locations earlier. And sometimes there may only be 20 to 100 registered voters who may all have voted before early voting closes. It is also important to note that the legislation does not set a standardized limit for early voting polling locations. As a result, rural counties can set a number of polling locations that work for their county. House Bill 1217 simply ends the split system of early voting hours and creates a standardized process ensuring all qualified Texans have equal opportunity to vote. Members, this legislation is crucial for the state of Texas. I want to thank you for your time hearing this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I respectfully request time to close.
Your right to close is reserved. Representative Busey.
Just real quick, and I've always wanted those extra hours for rural Texas too. You mentioned the committee sub, and you said 12 hours. You're talking about minimum, so it matches the minimum that rural and urban would have? 12 hours?
Yes, but I'm open to, if you think the rural people need till 10 p.m. because they're still on the combine, I am totally open.
We can ask
doing that.
just because I don't have it in front of me, it's been a little while, we can ask Secretary of State later, but I'm pretty sure under SB1 we put in minimum, but then there is still some maximum, because I know we
Right.
went from 24 hours when we shortened how much time people could have.
Right.
And so I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying we were shortening that. You were just talking about minimum with the committee sub.
Right.
Minimum for rural to match the minimum in urban.
Exactly. Just
it.
trying to make it fair for our good people in rural areas.
Always wanted that too, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I'm going to go ahead and call Christina Atkins. Ms. Atkins, you're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State and serving as a resource witness, so you're neutral on the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I was kind of hoping that if you're prepared to do so, you might be able to walk us through this bill, help us again, look around the corners. Can you kind of give us some background on this and tell us what we're doing?
Sure. So generally speaking, I think what Representative Swanson is trying to do in this bill is to provide standardized hours for early voting across the board. And so what we're doing here is we're taking out some of the references to different size counties and putting everybody on the same standard. It's specifically, I think we're talking about primary elections and the general election for state and county officers, those bigger high turnout elections. Those are the provisions that were targeted here. The bill also repeals some of the provisions related to branch early voting rules for counties that are under a certain population limit that gave them a little bit more flexibility. And it's tying them back to the, whatever your dates and hours are for your main early voting location, your branch early voting would also follow that as well.
I don't want to get in the way of any other questions, but do you see any problems, and I'm not trying to put you on the hot seat too bad here, but do you see any unintended consequences in connection with this bill?
That's a great question. I think that the argument that you're always going to hear when we mandate additional hours or additional dates or weekend voting is that there could be a cost to it. I do appreciate what Representative Swanson is trying to do in helping to allocate some additional funds to help offset those costs. And so counties would have the ability to get a little bit of additional funding to help, pay for the extra time that they're adding in the interest of standardization.
Do you have an idea as to what that cost would be?
No, sir. That's something we'd have to get from the individual counties. We'd have to find out, what their individual costs are.
Okay. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Morales.
So she mentioned, thank you, Chairman. She mentioned the time zone being an issue, and the only place that I can think of, unless can't recall the map correctly, would be the west part of Texas, which is my district, and also the delegation in El Paso. Have you received, or has the Secretary of State received numerous complaints that the time zone difference presents a challenge or a problem?
I don't know if I would call it a complaint, but there's definitely an awareness that there's differences in time zones. That's something that everybody is very much aware of around election season, particularly on election day. That's typically when we hear about that, because the polls are open a little bit later there than they are, here, so.
So, I mean, right now, we just go, it's 7 to 7. It doesn't matter where, I mean, if you're in mountain time, then it's
7 to 7.
7 there in El Paso or in Culberson.
That's correct. I mean, 7 to 7 for them, being on a different time zone, the hours are shifted a little bit. And so people are aware of that, but I don't know that it's something that I've heard of a lot of big problems related to it.
Okay. So how will this bill change it? Now, like those folks in El Paso and the folks in Culberson will have to change it to, 6 to 6, or?
I didn't see anything in this bill that I think would impact that. I think their hours would still be the same. Now, if there was language in the committee substitute that addressed that difference there.
Okay.
I don't see anything that would.
Okay, I heard time zone, and so.
No, I don't think there's anything here that would impact that. I think the amount of hours that people have for voting, for early voting, would be standardized.
Now, there are some counties, good. Thank you for addressing that.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
move on to the issue of, sometimes you'll have some counties that'll have, let's say, like Saturday. They'll petition to be able to have Saturday open. And then also, I've noticed that some counties will have certain hours on a Saturday, and then other counties will have different hours provided for voting within the same district. Let's say my district, HD 74. What does this bill do? Will it bring uniformity to everybody?
So this bill would eliminate the petition option for smaller counties and just require that they offer that weekend voting. So it would provide more voting opportunities automatically.
So nobody will have to petition, it'll be automatic, and then everyone will be on the same. If you are and you don't have to petition it, then everyone's on a Saturday on
That's correct. The
5 or whatever.
That's correct, in the sense that, well, I mean, there is a little bit of flexibility as to what those hours are, but there's a set minimum number of hours.
So the local election administrator will still be able to have some play with the hours within Saturday, but they will have to hold a Saturday vote.
Yes, I think that's true across the bill, and that actually speaks to a question that Representative Busey was asking. It sets the minimum number of hours, but there could be counties that exceed those hours if they have a need for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Atkins.
Yes, sir.
The chair calls Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher, she's here on behalf of Texas First and Self. Actually, she's not here. And she's neutral, and she's not appearing. Elizabeth Garretts, she's registered as on behalf of herself and for the bill and not testifying. Susana Carranza. Good evening, doctor. You're registered as testifying on behalf of yourself and for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm for the bill, and if you notice by now, I'm in favor of anything that makes it easier on voters. And I agree, folks that live in smaller counties might have to travel more, so it makes a lot of sense. They have access to long hours as well. There might not be many people in long lines, but they might have to travel a lot to get somewhere. So rule of thumb, if it makes easier on the voter, I'm for. So thank you so much for this bill.
Any questions? Thank you very much, doctor. Appreciate it. The chair calls Valerie DeBill. Yes. Thank you, Ms. DeBill, for staying late with us. You
got me out to dinner with my mother-in-law.
Yourself, and you're for the bill, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Again, with the regards to the statewide contact that I have with voters all over the place, anything that makes it easier for us to say, yes, in fact, this is true of wherever you are, and we don't have to do a whole lot of looking up on the, intersections of various jurisdictions and things like that. Certainly makes our lives easier. It makes it easier for voters to figure out what's going on. So again, I'm in favor of anything that does that.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Chair calls Alan Vera. Yes, sir, Mr. Vera, you're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you are for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
I have to confess that I am a House Committee live stream junkie. I love watching discussions and debates y'all have. You're like my laptop heroes, especially Mr. Busey. I have in years past enjoyed you fiercely debating the value of standardized testing for Texas kids. The pros and cons have been interesting, but I've never seen or heard you debate how those standardized tests are administered. Never. That's because you know that all across Texas, on the day the test is given, thousands of Texas teachers are faithfully following to the letter the instructions for administering the test. That faithful adherence to the written process and timing ensures that every Texas student has the same test experience and the same chance to perform his or her best. This bill is just a step forward to ensuring that same kind of uniformity and opportunity for elections. It's a step toward ensuring that every Texas voter has a similar experience and the same opportunity to have his or her ballot recorded and counted. Sometimes uniformity is a good thing. This is one of those times. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't be offended by the shout out to Mr. Busey. Members have any questions? No, thank you, Mr. Vera. We really appreciate it. Thank you. The chair calls Rui Tuo. Chair calls Rui Tuo. Rui Tuo, she's registered testifying on behalf of herself, and she's against the bill. She's not here to testify. The chair calls Kathy Hagler. Kathy Hagler. Kathy Hagler, she's also registered for herself, and she is for the bill, and she's not here to testify. But Ed Johnson is here to testify. Yes, thank you, sir. Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Right.
You are here on behalf of yourself, Mr. Johnson, and you are for the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
This is one of my favorite bills. Live and register to vote in Harris County. I have a great state rep. He sits over on this side of the aisle.
Yes.
But I spend most of my time at the ranch since I've retired over in Giddings in Lee County. And you can't stay out of politics. So got involved in state rep races and, school board races, things like that. And the worst one I've seen is between Lee County and Bastrop County, which Bastrop County has early voting all the days of the weekend and 7 to 7. And there's a school district that splits the county lines. And actually, there's a neighborhood within that school district that splits the county lines. So if you lived on the east side of the neighborhood, you're in Bastrop County and you get to vote on the weekends in 7 to 7 early voting. But if you live on the east side of the neighborhood, you don't get to vote on the weekends, and you don't get to have 7 to 7 to go vote during the day. And it's the same school board race. That's just not fair at all. I've also worked on state rep races. Same deal. Stan Gertie's race. He had 6 counties in his race. One of the counties got to stay open on the weekends in 7 to 7. The other counties didn't. How come these other citizens don't get to have the same opportunity for their state rep? So, this really levels the playing field a lot. And I really commend the sponsor of this, Valerie, to Representative Swanson, for working on the funding mechanism too, because that's always been these small counties' problems, is coming up with some funding. So if she can really do that, I see no reason, we shouldn't be pushing this bill forward, or hope you all push this bill forward.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1217? If not, the chair calls Ms. Swanson to close.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I don't think I could state it any better than Ed Johnson just said it. We need to do this to make it fair for the citizens and for the elected officials who might be from a county that where their supporters can't vote as much. So it's not just the voters, it's the candidates. They need, all of their supporters need to have equal time there. So I respectfully close and hope that you will vote this out with a positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions? Okay, thank you so much. If there's no objection, House Bill 1217 will be left pending. I hear none, so House Bill 1217 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 5053 and recognizes Representative Dayala, Mr. Johnson's favorite state rep,
He has to say that.
to explain the bill.
Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Busey, members, thank you for this opportunity. This is a simple but important bill. It is currently election code criminal offenses may be prosecuted, not only in the county where it happens, but also in adjacent counties. What this bill does is it clarifies and expands a little bit on that. Allegations of election crimes often carry a great deal of political contention and real or perceived bias, both when cases are prosecuted or when decisions are made not to prosecute a case. This bill allows an election crime to be adjudicated in an adjoining county, which helps ensure a fair and unbiased venue. We currently have Election Code 273.024, which already provides some of this. Just as a asterisk, we're intending to do a committee substitute that would repeal that so that there won't be any conflict between this bill and that existing statute, or that there won't be any ambiguity there. This bill clarifies the availability of adjoining counties as proper venues for prosecuting election code violations. That's about how simple this bill is. The reason for it and the basis for it is you have pressure, you have political pressure, you have bias, you have this animosity, and not in the election scenario, but we see a little bit also in that county we've talked about a lot today, in other issues. And it's a tough thing to do. To take some of that burden off of that county district attorney into an adjoining county, I think is wise. We see this happen in other instances. We see this happen when there is an inability to have a fair trial in a certain county. You can move venues. There are certain other times when you can move venues to other counties, adjoining counties. So we see this already. It's prescribed that legislation and the legislature can authorize this sort of thing to happen per the Constitution. And in this narrow focus, this narrow scenario of these types of criminal offenses, it just seems like a win-win for everyone. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We're in the right close for you. And members, I think Vice Chair Busey has a question.
Representative Ayala, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, kind of, respectfully, I have philosophical, I think, differences with this bill, with the idea of taking this outside of, local elected officials and going beyond our representation, coming back on this, but to work through some of my specific logistical concerns that maybe you can help me walk through it, whether it's I'm misunderstanding it or maybe it's not intent. But this would allow neighboring counties, usually, sometimes it may be more than the immediate neighboring county, but usually we're talking about the neighboring county to come in and do these prosecutions. What would stop in 3 counties wanting to look at the same crime? Could that happen? Could I be charged multiple times from different neighboring counties?
Well, first of all, res judicata won't allow that to happen. Double jeopardy won't allow that to happen. You can't be adjudicated in 2 places at the same time. So there will have to be a process, and it's already in in our criminal procedure that allows that to happen. So we see that already. And also, we also see county district attorneys working together on shared criminal prosecutions frequently. There's collaboration, there's joint work already in practice today.
That is one of my concerns, and it sounds like it's not what you're trying to do, and you're pointing out the precedent that the protection of double jeopardy, I guess, is what I'm worried about. When does it attach? Is it when an investigation and I go here, but then they dismiss, and then this one, do I go through it multiple times because it was dismissed without cause by one? Does this one then pick it up? I guess that's what I'm getting at. Are we making sure that doesn't happen, that somebody just starts getting constant by all 5 neighboring counties or whatever it would be?
If there's a body of law that's developed in criminal law, it's double jeopardy. So it's already there. It just can't happen twice. When that attaches specifically, comes to the adjudication part. But no, there should not be 2 cases being adjudicated at the same time. One should be abated while the other one is pursued or some other criminal procedure.
And I'm also, I just want to make sure that like somebody takes up this case, they look at it, they let it go because there's nothing there. I don't want this person to then get harassed and have to go through that multiple times because they were never found guilty, right, by the first one. And I'm guessing that's not your intent either. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that.
Double jeopardy will apply. If you're found not guilty.
What if it's dismissed? So this county investigates it and then they say, nothing here. But then the county to the east, or get my geography here, to the west, then says, well, I want to take that up. And this person keeps going through it. Is that a possibility under this?
So this bill is drafted because we already have processes in place in practice of criminal law to prohibit that from happening.
Okay. And that's
So this bill doesn't have to address it, because if it did and you tried to pin a certain scenario, you would create some conflict with what's happening already. So we have that taken care of. I don't think in law you're going to see that happen. Could it happen on perhaps an indictment that is dropped and then later pursued by another county? I don't know practically if that could happen, but legally, could it happen? I can't answer that right now.
I appreciate that, and I'd be happy to, I'm not the lawyer here, and I'd like to get some more info, and then if there's any real hiccups, I hope we can work on this together just to make sure, I just want to make sure that like someone doesn't becomes a pester.
Put it this way, I'll be happy to look into that.
I appreciate that. One last question for you, and I guess it goes back to the philosophy, but, we had changes recently, and I can't remember the year here, but I remember when this was happening, and the public integrity laws used to, statewide candidates used to get tried here in Travis County, changed it to where it can be in their home county now. And I guess I'm just perplexed that we philosophically went to that way where they got to go back to their community, their home county for representation from within the people that have been elected. But we're saying for the citizens, the voters, that it's not the same standard for you if this bill becomes law.
Well, it's a different scenario altogether. This is trying to remove the political pressure, the bias pressure, or the perception of bias. There are legal conflict standards already. This is a standard below a legal conflict. If there's a legal conflict, there's already a process to do that. This is more the political pressure and the bias. And the bias, there is real bias, but there's also perceived bias. If you know from serving on this committee with me as long as you've known me, that, my passion is for voter confidence, that we are the gold standard, that we are beyond reproach in our elections. This is another tool and a vehicle towards that. And I think it will, and again, we already have this in law. We already have part of this in law already, and we don't see it being abused right now.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your willingness to make sure that that intent stays true.
Yes.
And on the other part, I think it's, we're going to sometimes have philosophical disagreements, and I just think that should stick with your local representation. But I appreciate your feedback and willingness to work together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Representative Morales.
Representative, I too have some of the similar concerns, and so I'd like to visit with you about it. First of all, we we've all heard, and we went through law school, having a jury, having a jury of one's peers, make a determination on your guilt or your innocence. And we already have, under the code, we have a provision by which if it's going to bring that much difficulty to a defendant, there is a process by which they can be moved to another county. Why do you think that it is necessary to go one step further and support and, pass this bill to effectuate that when it's already in the existing code?
So we have, well, first of all, there are two things. Number one, I think what you're referring to is where a defendant can't get a fair trial and we move venue somewhere else for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What we have in the code already is specific to election crimes where venue can be already in another county, the adjacent county. We already have that in law today. This includes some election crimes as well. So it's just a hair broader and it's more clear. This is what this bill does. But the difference between this and what I think you're referring to is this focuses more on the prosecutor and the judge, who are partisan elected folks dealing with an election issue and an election crime. And that places on them more political heft, more political pressure, and the real or perceived bias that comes with it. Remember, the goal here is for fair trials, speedy trials, and to make sure that it's beyond reproach, where we don't have bias or influence folks. And again, I use the word perceived because I think most judges and prosecutors are going to try really, really hard to call balls and strikes and do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the perception is still there and the risk of real bias is still there.
Yeah. So even in that regard, though, we already have in place laws that would allow a DA, for example, if they believe it's too much of a hot potato, they don't want to investigate it or they don't want to prosecute it, to ask the regional district judge to appoint a special prosecutor for that. So how is that not enough for the end effect of what you want under this bill?
That is still the DA doing that. It doesn't take care of the judge issue, and it doesn't take care of both of those elements.
But you also have in the current existing law a method by which a judge, if he feels that he or she would not like to address this, they can also ask the regional district judge to be taken off the case and to have another special judge appointed, or a visiting judge.
But there is political pressure for that judge not to take that case also, to say no and to excuse a judge without that also has political pressure associated with it.
I've never served as a judge, but it would seem like in the instances, 20 years of practice, I've seen it used a number of times where it seems almost the easiest thing for a prosecutor or the judge to do. It's a family member in a community where everybody knows, or a very hot issue involving some very serious offenses, and maybe the judge has used, especially in election law, you have incidents where maybe the judge used this individual in the past as one of their canvassers, and so they would immediately recuse themselves and have a special visiting judge appointed. And we have that already in the law. I'm wondering why that's not enough.
Well, a judge can recuse himself under certain circumstances, correct.
The judge can always ask to be recused.
Correct. But that recusal in and of itself is subject to political pressure. Meaning, when you're in an adjoining county where that judge is not elected by the same voters, where the prosecutor, the district attorney, is not elected by the same voters, you remove all of that political pressure, perceived and real bias, and it makes for a result that is going to be, how can I say, less subject to criticism.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to make, again, real or perceived, a fairer outcome,
Mm-hmm.
and an outcome that's going to be subject to less criticism.
I think you can get to the same place by just having the recusal of both the DA and the judge. So, and I think that this creates now an unnecessary burden in the adjoining county having to bear the cost of an investigation and a prosecution and the money being spent in a county where the individuals are not even from that county. Has that been factored in your analysis?
Again, when it's an election code violation, the law's already there. We already have it. So this isn't new in that respect. So I don't know how to answer the question.
Yeah, I don't either, because if it's not new, then why do we need this bill?
Because this has election code violations and those other crimes that are associated with it. And let me just read the exact language from the bill, probably the easiest way to do it.
Oh, so you're expanding the amount of election-type violations that would be subject to.
An offense classified as a felony under the election code or a felony offense otherwise related to the election conducted in the state, meaning if there are other criminal charges associated with it, the former statute probably didn't grab all those, and you could have two criminal cases going on at the same time by necessity in different counties. This allows you to wrap them both together in the same manner.
All right. And again, Representative, I would say that we already have a way by which we can either bifurcate or adjoin two different cases for expediency purposes. The law already provides for that too. So if there's two cases with similar issues and you don't want to have two counties going through those expenses, the judges can agree to just refer the case to one or to the other. So I'm wondering what this bill really does.
By the way, how statutes like this have been incorporated, have been in the Code of Criminal Procedure. This current existing statute is in the election code, and it really belongs in the Code of Criminal Procedure, as I think there's a similar one for Health and Human Services type cases. So it's where it's located in the books first, in which code, and to just clarify what that statute does. Because remember, we had some case law, we had legislation that passed that authorized the Attorney General to prosecute certain cases. And that Court of Criminal Appeals has fixed all that, or has ruled on that. And this clarifies all that to where a DA now can do that in an adjoining county, and not just an election code violation, but an election-related violation associated with it. So it's really as much of a cleanup statute as anything else.
All right. All right. Let's assume that it can go to this other county. Who will actually prosecute it? The DA of that county where the case is now being sent, or the DA from the existing county where the case originated?
The DA from the adjoining county.
The adjoining county. So, Busey had concerns with respect to double jeopardy. When does it apply? And, what happens in that instance if they dismiss the criminal complaint, and then the DA in the adjoining county determines, well, I didn't like the DA and how they handled the investigation, so I'm going to conduct my own.
Again, double jeopardy applies to anything that's been adjudicated in that county.
It's been adjudicated, right? But what if it was just investigated? Now you have these other DAs.
And I'm going to say this tongue in cheek, but I'm closer to a criminal than a criminal lawyer. No. But I can't say, standing right here, right now, that I can tell you every scenario when double jeopardy attaches.
Yeah.
Of course, when something's adjudicated. When in the dismissal process of a case it attaches, I can look that up and get back to you on that. But
yeah, and I'm not even, I follow that, and I understood what Busey and you were going through. I'm not even at the double jeopardy stage. I'm even more concerned just on the investigation stage. Not even a true bill being laid or a criminal complaint actually formally. If just an investigation takes place, the DA of the original county where the action occurred decides, I'm not going to mess with it for whatever reason. a rogue DA in one of the adjoining counties or multiple DAs, the way that this bill is written, could undertake their own investigation, 1, 2, 3, depending on how many counties are around that county, and they can all be conducting, and it could be partisan, and that's my concern.
I want to first approach both things. Could that technically happen? Yes and no. Because what typically happens is prosecutors, DAs, collaborate and cooperate on cases. And that's typically what happens. And here, once one district attorney, prosecutor is pursuing a case, typically other counties don't do that. They don't invest the time and energy and resources to have conflicting results or inconsistent results. It's not a practical problem, I think. We're not seeing it now in the current statute.
I agree with you, because they're like, they're more like, look, I don't have enough resources to begin with. I don't have enough in my budget, let alone to be undertaking somebody else's. And that's why I'm even more concerned that this could turn partisan, especially for a community. Let's say that we just heard how much hours of testimony with respect to Harris County, a very liberal.
Where is that exactly?
A very liberal county, but it's surrounded by very conservative counties. And so I can see how maybe the Harris DA doesn't wish to move forward in the prosecuting of some criminal element based on the election law. But then you have all these other DAs that are willing to do it, and it's just going to be based on partisan politics as opposed to doing what's just and what's right. And that's my concern. I don't think that there's any bumpers in this current format.
The boogeyman that you fear, we should have seen already with the current legislation that we have. We haven't seen it. So that's the only way I know how to answer the question. I don't think that's the motivation. I think the motivation is to relieve political pressure from prosecutors and judges, not to promote political motives by adjoining counties. That's the desired intent. I think that's the result of the legislation as written. So that's the only way I know how to answer that.
Yeah, Representative, from the day that I first met you, I respect the opportunity that we've had in being cordial to each other. I hope that you understand that this, and by no means, I enjoy visiting with you.
Of course.
And I think just like Representative Busey, I think it's just a philosophical difference that we have of opinion on this issue, because I understand that the end goal would be just making it easier on the prosecutor, and that's the end goal that you want and the judge. But I think we already have the law that would allow for that, for the recusal, for the appointment of a DA or of a judge without having to do any of these changes. And I'll check and I'll follow up with you in your office on the cleanup part, and maybe I can get a better understanding of it.
I'm going to check on some of the things that you brought up as well. But remember, the recusal issue is intended for a different reason than this. This is intended to take that pressure off, not to force someone to make a decision. So I understand the parallel, and I'll look into that some more.
Yeah. And if you can, just also, if we're going down that road, then also consider just maybe putting some bumpers on it, like, okay, if there is already an adjoining DA investigating this matter, that we put language in there that's like it's only that DA that would be taking a look at it, and not have, just think, if I'm the defendant and if somebody really wants to hurt me, how they may not get me in my county because I'm pretty strong in my county, but if surrounding me, I'm pretty weak because everybody else is conservative, then I can face multiple investigations the way this is currently drafted. And I'm having to foot the bill and hire the attorneys on 2 or 3 or more multiple investigations.
I don't think that is a real concern, and I don't see that. It's just not in the prosecutor's best interest to do that with adjoining counties. It just doesn't happen like that. So, but I will look into it. You make a good question. I wish I had a better response for you.
And then also maybe address the issue of if the adjoining county does take it, is there going to be like a reimbursement process that would be effectuated by the county where it originated? Because I don't think it's fair to the voters of the adjoining county to have to bear the cost to prosecute someone that's not even from their county.
And again, I think that's the prosecutor's decision in that county. That's their prosecutorial discretion to do that. So, but I will look into that as well. And any more questions?
I appreciate it. Thank you for your insights and for your responses, sir.
And if you were saying if you were a defendant and someone wanted to get you, if you were a defendant and I wanted to get you, I'd keep you at a committee hearing till 10 o'clock at night. But with that said, I reserve the right to close.
I appreciate you both and the tenor of the discussion. It's all very positive. Thank you very much. Any other questions of the bill author? Thank you. I reserve the right to close. The chair calls Alan Vera. Mr. Vera, thank you for hanging in here with us tonight. You are testifying on behalf of yourself. Excuse me. You're testifying on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're for the bill. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So here's the situation. This is happening right now, relevant to this bill. In January and February of 2020, several ballot harvesters in Harris County committed state jail felonies by submitting applications for ballot by mail without the knowledge or consent of the people named in the applications. Several of the voters in whose names the applications were submitted had been deceased since as far back as 1990. 2 of the 3 harvesters involved in this case received payments from political campaigns during the months the crimes were committed. In June of 2021, citizen Colleen Vera submitted a detailed complaint of this activity to the Texas Secretary of State. The SOS found the charges and evidence to be credible and forwarded the package to the Attorney General. Her evidence included affidavits, video recordings, etc. She had it all on a silver platter. The OAG investigated the complaints and was preparing to file charges or indictments when the Court of Criminal Appeals brought an end to the OAG's involvement. The OAG subsequently turned the case over to the Harris County District Attorney. At this point, the DA has declined to give any information or respond to any open records requests about the situation. She seems to be allowing the statute of limitations to just expire. And the big problem here is that the campaign that was paying one of these ballot harvesters was the Harris County DA's campaign. And the evidence included the campaign expense statements naming the person accused as receiving $4,000 over 2 months. So that is a difficult situation that's directly addressed by this bill. I don't have an answer because I'm not a lawyer, I'm infantry. But there we are.
What was the reason, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What was the reasoning given by the Third Court of Appeals as to why they pulled it from the Attorney General? Because I was just about to go there and say the Attorney General would have every right to investigate that and prosecute.
Again, I'm not an attorney, so I think the Court of Criminal Appeals said it was unconstitutional for an office in the executive branch to be doing judicial work.
The Office of the Attorney General, their main function as Attorney General is to prosecute, not executive.
I know, but that was a...
That's what you think, or that's what actually the reasoning by the Court of Appeals? That's what they said?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I know.
And then the argument then we have the second argument, which would be if you know that the DA in Harris County was one of those that was paying for these ballot harvesters, that in and of itself would seem that we have existing law that would take care of it and would force that DA to have to recuse himself.
Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't alternatives, but I'm just giving you an actual story in play right now that is addressed by the bill.
Yeah, or even to where he could be disbarred, face disciplinary action. I served on the disciplinary ethics panel. I mean, that would be more than enough to...
Yeah.
So, what? Okay.
Yeah, the situation's real.
Can you give me the case?
I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
I'll send you everything.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Vera. The chair calls Stephanie Messina. Stephanie Messina. Stephanie Messina, she's registered as testifying for herself, and she's against the bill. She's not appeared. The chair calls Lindsay Gramont. Lindsay Gramont. Lindsay Gramont, she's registered to be testifying for herself, and she's neutral on the bill, and she's not appeared. The chair calls Stephanie Swanson. Stephanie Swanson. Stephanie Swanson.
I am not Stephanie Swanson, but.
Just one second, ma'am. You're going to have to,
You have to wait till we call you.
yeah, until we call you.
This is Stephanie's written testimony now? I'm handing it.
Yeah, if you can hand it to her, okay. Stephanie Swanson. Stephanie Swanson. Stephanie Swanson, she is shown as registered to be testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and herself. She's against the bill, and she is not here to testify. The chair calls Cindy Siegel. Cindy Siegel. Cindy Siegel. She is shown here as testifying on behalf of the Harris County GOP and for the bill, and she is not here to testify. The chair calls Liz Pickens. Liz Pickens. Liz Pickens. Looks like we've worn Ms. Pickens out. She is registered as testifying for herself, and she's for the bill. She's not here to testify. Palwasha Sharwani. Palwasha Sharwani. Palwasha Sharwani. She is registered as testifying on behalf of M-Gage, Texas, and herself. She's against the bill, and she is not here to testify. The chair calls, did I already call her? No. Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. Lori Gallagher. She's registered as testifying on behalf of Texas First and herself, and she's neutral on the bill, and she is not here to testify. The chair calls Yasmin Smith. Yasmin Smith. Yasmin Smith. She is registered as testifying on behalf of Austin Area Urban League and herself, and she's against the bill, and she is not here to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5053? And it wouldn't be right if Ed Johnson, why don't you go ahead and we'll register you as Ed Johnson. Are you going to be testifying on behalf of yourself?
Yes, I am.
And are you for the bill?
I am for the bill.
Go ahead.
All right. I mentioned what a great state rep I have before. Okay.
I think you did, yeah.
And if he gets this bill passed, I think he's going to move up to that great American, status when he gets there. But, when I was working in the Harris County Clerk's office, had a lot of election cases and trials that we went to. And I will tell you, the judges already have this down. They recuse themselves every time. And they bring in, and it's almost like the set rules. I don't know if it's in code somewhere, but they always bring in a visiting judge, and the visiting judge has to be from a neighboring county. And they did that on any election-related case in Harris County. It was automatically that they, disqualified themselves, and they found a visiting judge from another county to come in, just because of the political reasons. Now, I don't think the DA's office has that ability. They have the ability to do it, but they have to make that request and make that request of prosecution. It's not the same as a judge that's recusing himself and getting a visiting judge to come in, because he's not making a decision. But this DA now has said, I want you to prosecute this case. So he's still on the hook over here. Why did you prosecute this? And we turned over numerous cases to our county DA, when it was a Republican county DA and was a Democrat county DA, and neither one of them would ever prosecute any of the cases. I remember one that was actually, we went and looked at jury summons for people that said they weren't U.S. citizens, and then saw if they voted, and we found actually it worked out to be 6 Republicans and 6 Democrats voting, and we turned it over to the DA and wouldn't do anything with it. So it didn't even matter what party it was. It's just, they said, we're not touching any, election political case in our county. So it makes sense that the judges are getting visiting judges from other county. Shouldn't we be getting, a DA to prosecute cases from another county so that there isn't that, political aspect that they're having to fight at the same time too for the case.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes.
Susana Carranza?
Yes, I guess I didn't.
Hold on just one second. Let me make
Register,
sure we've got
that's
you.
fine.
Are you ready? Are you going to testify on behalf of yourself?
Yes.
And you're against the bill?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and I'm against the bill in the principle that things should stay local. The author says that this is to depoliticize, but I beg to disagree. I think this further politicizes because I happen to live in a very blue county surrounded by mixed counties. And when there is something that the DAs in my county decides to pursue or not, is because he is fulfilling what the voters of my county agree. If our voters don't agree with it, that person will be voted out next election. If we allow, especially because this election-related crimes, it would be completely politicized. If we move this around, then we, the voters, lose our power to choose how our county prioritizes laws and how to spend the resources. So it further politicizes, in my view. I want my DAs to take care of everything that's related to our county to the extent possible. And there, as you know, I'm not a lawyer, but as Representative Morales mentioned, there's already provisions when there's actual conflict of interest. So there is no point in making another law that would actually incentivize politicization of criminal prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate it very much. Is there anyone else who's wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5053? The chair sees none, and he would just invite Representative Ayala to close.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members. I think the last speaker made my point probably better than I could, because the fact scenario that she was describing is the politicized one that I think this bill addresses. With that, happy to take any questions.
Members, any further questions of the representative? Thank you
And I
very
ask that
much.
this committee give this favorable consideration.
Yes, sir. Well, if there's no objection, House Bill 5053 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 5053 is left pending. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any other business? I don't hear any. I just really want to thank you all for what was a very long day. I want to thank everybody for their professionalism. Thank our staff for hanging in there with us tonight. Can we give them a hand, please? Yes. Thank you. No, and if there's no objection to adjourning, the Elections Committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.